They have made it to the US quarterfinals, but the question on everyone's mind is who will join them?
I swear I live. I swear I live.
Yo guys, this is Reinhardt. So, first of all, before we get started, I kind of want to have kind of like a one-on-one talk with you guys. And there's a few things we would like to discuss based off our previous tournament. The very first thing I would like to say is your feedback has been taken and been taken very seriously. So we'll work on it in the future, and a few concerns I will address down the road here. The very first thing I would like to talk about is about this tournament in general. So in this tournament we try to provide you guys with a good, I think it's a good gig. Top EU team RPG teams versus top US RPG teams, and see how they're actually gonna match up against each other. And I think it's all gonna be a lot of fun to watch, and the shoutcast as well. On top of it, we will be giving tons of giveaways, tons. Last night I think we did like 28 or 30 giveaways, and if you count how many people participated, which was roughly about 1500 people, it's one giveaway for 50 people. Most of the tournaments don't do as much giveaways. So for us, it's like, hey guys, thanks for coming in our stream. Thanks for watching us. Thank you for supporting us. This is what we would like to give you guys in return. We would like to give you some giveaways and support the community more. And what we're asking in return is respect. And I think it's reasonable. And quite honestly, if you don't think it's reasonable, then we don't really want you as a viewer here in this tournament. Basically, we're asking from now on the chat to be very respectful and to actually talk about the RPG teams. No flaming, no cussing, no harassing either teams or basically the shoutcasters, the analyzers, the camera guy, anybody, even my cat. No harassing in general. So, but in return of that, we will address your issues. We will be talking more to our live stream chat, and we will be taking your questions and we will be answering them, because we would like to interact with you guys as much as possible, but that would be possible with a nice clean chat. So with that said, if there will be any harassments, everything else, there will be bans, there will be timeouts. Now, for that somebody probably who doesn't care about it, cool. But we gave away Dying Light, we give away hero keys. We're gonna be doing multiple giveaways as well, some of the hardware as well, like mice and keyboards. So guess what? If a person is timed out or banned, they cannot be participating in those giveaways. So for us, for you being respectful and courteous during the tournament, this is gonna be our thanks to you. Another thing I want to address is breaks. Now, breaks, we'll do our best to minimize them, but we cannot completely eliminate them. If you looked at the BlizzCon tournaments, guess what happened? They had a 3 to 5 minute breaks in between the matches, and it was only 3v3. Now, if you take about 15 team members from each team, and they try to organize that, plus a few minor bugs in PTR that's actually playing into consideration, and all of that, and try to organize for the next matchup, there will be delays, there will be breaks. Now, during those breaks, we will be more lively, we will be more attuned, we will talk to our audience a lot more, and we'll try to be more entertaining during that time. Other than that, let's get started.
Alright, and now that we are off the record, we are right back on it. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Gamers League Battle of the Atlantic European Quarterfinals. My name is Desecration, and today I'm joined by the man who just spoke. His name, you guys know it, it is Reinhardt the Russian.
Yo guys, and today it's finally would be a pleasure to see the top 4 EU teams duking it out on each other and see which are the 2 best teams are gonna be advanced to semifinals.
That's right, and along with that, we're going to be giving away Heroes of the Storm beta keys throughout the entire stream, along with multiple copies of the game provided us to the one, the only Green Man Gaming.
Along with all the giveaways, we're also joined by our US expert analysts, consists of Indy, 2400 rated Paladin, RPG leader, multiple hero, Mr. Smitey, a god of RBG monks.
Oh, yeah.
So, hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going good, man.
Awesome.
So we're gonna have a little talk down about the teams that are gonna be playing first up. Obviously, we've got E-Heroes. That's one of the biggest names that most people know within the RBG community at the moment. Obviously, they came over to US last season. They've been throughout the whole kind of RBG scene as this such big, proud name. It consists of so many multiple rank 1, multiple hero players. The synergy in their team is completely unbelievable. Like, everyone believes on US how amazing ABN's team is when they pull themselves together. E-Heroes is what we would class as ABN and times it by 2. They're a series of players that combine their skill together, they combine their play styles, they adapt to it, they can change players, they can change specs, they don't care how other people play the game, they play the game, they want to play it. They secure their wins, they don't necessarily take risks, but they know how to when they need to.
Yeah, exactly. I actually want to take a look over their roster real quick. They have Swaggy, Wowchris, Mel, Thrasso, Winke, Lurtex, Laser Chicken, the BlizzCon champion, Gelu Baba, Mikos, and Panzer Hank. That's their core roster there. Now, that's a really impressive lineup. For the guys in the US, they may not know those names so much, but these guys are very well-known players in Europe. They are some of the top-rated teams out there. And the fact they're actually going to be going up against Team Blacklisted, which is a huge rivalry, and that's actually going to be the first game to start the series. Guys, talk to me about that game. What are your predictions on that?
Well, Blacklisted, another one of these teams that, you know, E-Heroes and Blacklisted, certain members from each team have had a rivalry since kind of Vicious season. Obviously, Swacky used to play with Team Hydra, and he being a big part of the kind of core of the team, bringing these teams together. Blacklisted have a very strong reputation for showing some of the highest DPS kind of rosters, I should say. Like, they invented the double Warlock, and that obviously became the meta of last season. Like, they're going to be bringing something back to show us kind of this incredible damage that you can actually perform in RPGs, to show that it's not all about just pure burst, how you can rot teams down, how you can really show completely different kinds of comps in this game. Like, the first game is going to be a really good one to watch if Blacklisted can perform on the short time they've been given to practice.
I'm really excited to see that first game too. I mean, you know, we've done straw polls, and E-Heroes seems to be the crowd favorite. A lot of people are loving E-Heroes, and Team Blacklisted is kind of low on that. So I'd really like to see Blacklisted do really well. I think it would be an awesome little shock factor to everyone.
Yeah, the thing about it, I don't think the people are giving Blacklisted enough credit. I really don't. They are a genuinely good team.
Oh, they're amazing.
They're great. These guys, they went on the US, they were able to take out a lot of the big US teams, just coming right over. I mean, this is a matchup that is really just probably going to be the highlight of the day. It's great that we get to start out with it. And the thing about it, I don't think the people are giving Blacklisted enough credit. They are a strong team. Guys, tell me about their team. I'm going to go through their roster with you real quick here. It's Legendarin, Gabby, Limeout, Joey, Biffy, Inferion, Nell, Larez, Bryn, and Smitey, you're actually in the call, but you were originally on the roster.
It's Coco better now.
Yeah, that's all right. But still, though, very strong team. Smitey, since you were actually on there, why don't you tell me a little bit about them?
Okay, so Blacklisted have been a team that have been knocking about for quite a while now. I explained that they've been a really well-known team for bringing in new meta comps and playing to maximize damage. Limo is a top-notch rogue. He'll perform some plays that will most likely help them a lot, especially on flag maps, hopefully. But the people you need to watch out for are people like Bryn, people like Joey, people like Michael. Michael, one of the world-class boomkins on Europe. He's been around since Season 9. He's a big player with another guy called Blood Dripping. He performs just outstanding damage. Like, this is what you need to look for from this team. They are really going to come in and show you how much damage you can actually get out of your classes.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. And the thing about it, I actually want to look at the sub list real quick here in this first match. Actually, you know what, let's move off the first matchup because we're actually going to be going live to the first game in about 5 minutes here. But I want to touch on the other two teams. Now, we got the Snoopy K and Team Naz. Team Naz is the Australian kind of wild card team in this tournament. But before we touch on them, I want to go to this top Russian team, the Snoopy K. And let's just take a look at the rest first. Snoopy K, Duvastella, Unbella, Ericoella Wells, Saint Line, Rocky, Solder, Pitchers, Versilla, and Strawberry. These guys are undisputably the best team in Russia. And they're coming into this tournament, and they're going to be facing off against Team Naz. Now, run me through this matchup here real quick, guys. I want to get your thoughts on it. Who do you think is really going to win this?
Smitey, let me ask you a question. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but Snoopy K, he's pretty much known for running a lot of random groups. He doesn't have his, like
Snoopy
no one
K,
really.
mhm.
Yeah,
I
he runs a
agree.
lot of random groups. So I think that he may have an advantage over Team Nas because not you don't really see him with his main team too often. So that could work in their advantage. That little mystery factor, of strategies. And what do you think?
Basically, how I look at it is because obviously from an American point of view, playing on NA, it's a lot harder to kind of research some of these smaller European teams that especially Russian, that are kind of hidden away. You can't really do much research. You can look for streams, you can try and see other people play against them, but you can't really find out their tactics unless you literally go into EU or ask other EU teams and try and basically find out their tactics. Snoopix plays a very kind of structured game. Like, their players have played with each other for quite a few seasons. They are one of the best teams in Russia. They bring in some really big arena players, similar to most of the teams in the tournament at the moment. Like, you've got to look out for their ninjas. You've got to understand that, like, Snoopy can play Bootkin, he can play Feral. Like, are you going to see both of these come out? Like, Naz doesn't really know what to expect from them. It's going to be their first game against a European team on the actual tournament.
Then again, the question is, Naz might be able to feel them out too, because Snoopy may be able to take the first game of the series, but Naz may figure out what he's doing at that point and then be able to 3-1 him.
Exactly. Like, if they react fast enough and they can adapt to the tactics that Snoopy might
It's
do.
all about adaptivity, yeah.
Exactly. Like,
I
go on.
Yeah, so I don't mean to cut in here. We actually got 2 minutes here, but I want to move on to the very last team here. It's Team Naz. They got Kurgak, Meowschwitz, Rock Lobster, Astrana, Janico, I Love Kelly, JSB, Vigorous, Privity, and Pelican. I mean, that's their core roster there, and that is definitely a very, very strong lineup, if you ask me. So, guys, talk me through this team here. What do you think about them so far?
Well, I'll give this one to Indy. Like, I guess you've played with them more than I have. I played a bit with Pelican on live on NA, and some of their players seem like really sound, nice guys that really can play the game quite well. But I've never played with their core team.
I mean, I play a Holy Pally on live, so I'm really going to be looking at their healers, because I'm a healer at heart. So I'm really going to be paying attention to their healers and see how they handle against Snoopy's pressure. That's really what my main focus is going to be on in these games. I'm really interested to see how that plays out. Because in yesterday's games, I mean, some of the healers were good, some of them weren't, maybe as good as some of the other healers, and it showed in yesterday's games. It may have even cost some games, so...
They say one of the best cores of an RPG team these days is how strong your healers are together, how synergized they are. So, if you know...
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's why I'm really excited to see how they match up against Snoopy.
I mean, we saw that. I want to bring it back to the Bailamo Staticus fight yesterday. That was a really just impressive game, and it really came down to the healers. You saw both teams; they did not want to give up. It was really just a dead even matchup. Staticus, he lost that last game by 7 points. I mean, you want to talk about going to tiebreakers? I mean, both teams, they just fought it out so well, and it was really just rest of 2 points that got that for them on that Silver Shard Vines there. But what an impressive matchup, and it really just came down to the healers. I mean, both teams very strong healers, but it was little mistakes after that. And I think that we're really going to see some kind of similar action like that today as well.
Absolutely. In all honesty, I think Russians severe from the huge case of ADD. They always do damage. Always do damage. Like, I got a pleasure playing with that thing Snoopy like once or twice when I was leveling my just played on the Russian servers a little bit. Their team, man, like, if I thought my RBG team, which was like 2500 rated back in Mr. Pandaria, was good, would I just Mighty's capability of destruction? It literally scared me. So Smitey can play a good tactical fight, but he also can AoE the living thing out of people, and that's pretty unbelievable, actually.
And I think that's the Rot comp, coming in from Europe. That's their kind of like new meta that they're bringing into this tournament. It'll be interesting to see. Either way, though, it looks like we are just about ready to get in the first game here. We're going to go to a quick break while we get the teams loaded in, and we'll bring the roll to you guys live. As you know, the roll basically works like this. Teams will pick head or tails, the two would coin toss, and the winner of that roll would determine the first map, with the loser picking the map thereafter. We're going to get right into that coin toss, and we'll bring that to you live in just a moment, but we're going to go to a quick commercial break while we get these teams loaded in. Stay with us.
Hey, what's up guys? Synapse here, and we're going to do the roll. It is E-Heroes, Tails, and Team Blacklisted is Heads. And Tails is 2, Heads is 1. Rolling now. And the roll for 1 to 2 is 1. So that means it is Team Blacklisted gets to choose the first map.
You're tuned in to the Monster Cat Podcast. Monster Cat Podcast.
All right, everyone, and welcome back. So, while we were on break, a wild Giga Snail appeared, and we now have 3 analysts on the desk. So, hey, you know what? More joining the party. Frames are going to be a little messed up for the moment here as we get them dialed in, but we want to talk about the first game really quick here while we get the frames fixed. So, you may experience 2 casters overlapping. I think we got an Indie Giga going on and a Desecration Indie in the stream. So, while we get Giga dialed in here real quick, it'll just take us a few moments, but we do want to talk about the first game real quick. So, Deepwind Gorge, they're going to be picking on the very first map. And who was it that won the coin toss again?
I'm not too sure about that. We had that up.
It was Team Blacklisted. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we just want to get that information all set up. All right, so Team Blacklisted wins the coin toss first, and they're gonna pick Deepwind Gorge. Now, this is a very interesting pick in my point, because the thing about Deepwind, it's a real comeback map, and it's usually something that you might want to save your cards. It's like an EATS, you know, anybody can win that map. You don't necessarily have to be a lot of times the better team, but you can out-strategize your opponent on there. You can use the Crypnogs, you can use things to your advantage, and that's kind of like the map that Deepwind is. It's a flag-carrying map with the extra objectives. So, I think it's an interesting pick, but tell me, guys, what do you think about this first map?
I think you're going to see more team fight in the middle. Unlike last night, you know, we were seeing some odd strats on Deepwind Gorge, like the double fight at South. I don't think you're going to see that with these EU teams. I think they're going to each take their respective bases, do the team fight middle, and start running cards at 300.
Yeah, I really want to see some. I think that they might, you know, put either druids or mages on the carts again as well, because you know of that blink and that displacer beast. Those 2 abilities, and they might even throw a warrior on. They're just too good to pass up as cart grabbing, you know, because there's no speed increase on the carts. So if you can heroic leap or charge or intervene or, you know, anything along those lines, it really helps getting the cart across, especially, you know, if you have to escape some enemy team pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, Flip.
Excuse me. To be honest, Deepwind Gorge has a lot of complexity built into it as a map itself. If we look at the Warsong Gulch, which is like a team fight, or go ahead, a game of flag carrier, it's relatively simple. If we're looking for the Battle of Gilneas, that's probably the epitome of simplicity in terms of RPG. It's fun as heck, but it's simple, because you just fight on one node. Deepwind Gorge, you have a cards to carry, you have a middle that you want to take out, you want to also have two different matchup points as well. So what happens is, very simple. The other really a big team fight breaks out in the middle, and from there it usually breaks out on the two small team fights on the different nodes at the same time, from what we saw so far. And there's also element of people running the cards and actually getting them as well. So in terms of complexity level by itself, I love Deepwind Gorge. I think it's pretty awesome. I'm very excited to see what's going to be happening. Yesterday from our tournament, it's basically a lot of people saw that there were a lot of focus on team fights, but then there was some focus on strategies as well later on. I do think that European teams focuses more on the team fights. They're more like, I guess maybe what's the honorable way of thinking is like, okay, we either go down in flames or we win. As a team, one huge team fight. So I'm expecting some crazy team fights going on in the center in the beginning.
Well, there are team fights. There's. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to go?
No, go ahead.
All right, there's a lot of room for rogues to do a lot of crazy things on this map as well that I'm really looking forward to seeing.
Ninja caps, yeah.
Between the ninja caps slowing down the enemy FC and even what we saw Generics do yesterday when he was just running around keeping healers from reaching the team fight. I mean, there's just plenty of room for rogues to really shine on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually want to bring it back here real quick to yesterday's game on Deepwind. I believe it was Daticus versus Bailamos. And was it game 3, I want to say? What are the early games? And no, it was not. Yeah, it actually was. It was game 3, and they picked the Deepwind. I remember. And the thing about it, this map, it was dead even the entire fight. They were trying to get to the bases. I believe Daticus got the bottom line first, and then it was really just a contest for the top and middle. And the thing about it is that both teams had a mind going into the game early, but they still contested middle. And Daticus, he eventually did lose middle. He did wipe there. He had the early pressure, but then it got turned around on him, and Bailamos was able to get the 2-cap. And he immediately started running carts. But the problem was that it was just a little too late. It was already 800 points. Do you guys think that they're going to start running carts a lot earlier today?
Honestly,
I think as an EU team they might. The other thing I think you'll see out of the EU team is their positioning, especially at the Warlock gates and the healer positioning. Yesterday, you saw a lot of really pushed in healers, and I think that placement could have cost teams, especially like in that Data Bale fight. I don't think you'll see that out of the European teams. The European teams will have their healers either at max range, or they will push to a card side if they really commit to it.
From my personal point of view, playing against the E-Heroes on this map, personally, I think Blacklisted have got two choices here. They're either going to have to try and outperform and show their team fight and try to attempt to wipe them, or they're going to have to start doing double Boom King caps and run carts consistently throughout the map to constantly try and take points down with just one base, or maybe even push a third base. Or they're going to have to wipe them in this team fight. It's going to be one of the hardest things ever. E-Heroes play a very nice triangle formation for their healers. As we were talking, it makes it nearly impossible for Melee to be able to kill the healers within that 25-second res timer. Literally, you can get one down, but it takes too long to get to the next one. So it's going to be an interesting sight to see.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see that as well. I'm getting word right now we're actually about to get into game 1 here. We're just waiting on the queue time. And PTR, obviously, we do have some difficulties. It is experimental both ways, and the queue system, as we said before, is a bit unstable. But we're about to get into the game here in just a moment on Deepwind. Now, E-Heroes, they are actually one of the top teams in the tournament, and I think everyone's really looking forward to this very first matchup because they want to judge these guys and they want to see how they're going to do, especially on Deepwind. Now, first off, let's get into this match here. Who do you guys think is actually going to win this?
I'm going to say E-Heroes.
I'm going to go with E-Heroes?
Yeah, definitely E-Heroes.
Fine, I'll play devil's advocate. I'm gonna go with Team Blacklisted.
Okay, all right. So 2 for E-Heroes, 1 for Blacklisted.
I'm going with the Blacklist just because.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think
Blacklisted was probably one of the most professional teams, Heroes as well, by the way, to deal with in terms of like organizing everything. Pleasure to beat, very nice people. But to top it off, I like how their way of thinking. They're sticking as a friends. They're sticking with the entire meta, skill over comp all the time. And personally, I like them, and I kind of rooting for them myself.
Yeah, exactly. And you know the thing about it, I don't want to be the tiebreaker here because right now it's 2-2, and I don't want to be the tiebreaker. So I'm just gonna stay out of this and leave my opinion to myself. But I think it's a really exciting matchup to see. And the thing about it, whoever loses this game is probably going to have the advantage on the next map. I think that we could see something like a EOTS possibly come out, maybe a Warsong Gulch. Those are usually the losers maps to pick. We haven't seen an Arathi Basin yet, and we have yet to see, I believe, we saw Kotmogu just briefly though, but these EU teams, they may not pick that too often. But it may be a BFG or something like that.
I'm really hoping to see a 2-2 sudden death.
That would be something.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting they chose Deepwind first. There is that possibility that they'll just go toe-to-toe team fight, completely ignore the carts. If they do that, though, my question is why wouldn't they just choose Gilneas? So I think the Deepwind advantage that the strat leader wanted was, 1 down or 2 down in the team fight if you do the FC plus a healer. That makes the team fight then an 8 plus a base hit. So you're looking at 6 versus 6 or 7 versus 7. It's not exactly the same as on Gilneas. They might want to see, are we really as strong as we think we are in the team fight? Or, are things a little more balanced and even, and maybe we don't want to go to Gilneas right away. If they find they're stronger and the losing team then chooses Gilneas, woo, that's a big slap in the face.
I think the main reason they picked Deepwind is quite a forgiving map. Like, you can actually come back quite easily from it. You can slow carts with DK grips, you can stun them, you can literally keep an FC by gripping him through walls and all sorts like that. I know it's not allowed, but it's been seen done on live, and there's so many different possibilities. You can just rooting FCs, constantly pulling them back, killing them off eventually. Like, you can just keep running these
Plenty of
carts.
opportunities.
If they run these double boomkins to keep, like, because they've got double priest and double boomkin, they've got so much potential to run these fast caps that they could potentially get a lead just with one base.
It'd be
I think if you're
interesting.
considering Deepwind, you got to go to the rule book. We actually, there is allowing for the dead zone, if that's what you're talking about, like right in front of that flag cap. That wall is actually allowed. It's just a graphics problem on Blizzard's side that they refuse to fix, so it's allowed in the tournament.
There you go then.
We'll be interested to see. I actually want to bring it back while we're waiting for this match to queue up. Like we said, this is the PTR, so we're waiting on the queue right now. I want to bring it back to yesterday's matches. Now, we had ABN just taking the floor against the Average Joes in the first matchup there. It was a 3-0 series. We saw them on... It was Battle for Gilneas first. The Average Joes were able to hold on to that lighthouse. Oh, we are going in right now. Okay, fantastic.
Awesome.
I was getting word of that. All right, beautiful. So, guys, we're about to get into Game 1 here of the European quarterfinals. It's going to be on Deepwind Gorge. It's going to be E-Heroes versus Team Blacklisted. After a few errors and bugs, we are ready to go, and we have it all queued up here, and we'll be cutting to the game in just a moment for you. So I want to take a look at their core roster coming in here real quick here. I saw, I believe it was Walkriz is on Team E-Heroes, along with Mikos and Tharasso, Lurtek, Swacky, Panzerheal, Gelubaba, and Winke. Looking over at Team Blacklisted, some highlights here. We have Bay, Inferion, Gabby, and Millicent, Necrophilia. Wow, that's a great name. Larissi, AGG, Coca Butter, Legendarian, of course, leading this team. So, interesting matchup here. It looks like they're actually bringing out the Demo Locks, both of these teams so far. That's a pretty interesting pick for me. I mean, it's the new meta, though. It really is. These teams, it's to be expected. They want to bring out these new picks. They want to bring out the new meta. No Blood DK so far, both running Frost. And it looks like it's going to be 2 Frost Mages as well, along with Holy Pally.
From yesterday, we definitely saw the rise of Demolox in RPGs, and personally, I cannot wait for it because I love playing Demon RPGs. I think it's a lot of fun. So, we can see how much extra time this team's put into researching, like, what actually is a new meta at 6.1. So when the 6.1 comes in, these guys already will know what's going on, what's a new meta, and I think they will be able to actually dominate teams on ladders even more.
I'm really excited for this, honestly. You go back to season, I believe it was 13, when the Demolox had their day in RBGs, you know. It was 1 week, and I think the top RPGs, they will remember this week. But it was the 1 week where the Chaos Wave just got buffed to hell, and Demolox had their time. And now coming back into Season 16, we here, World Season 1, I mean to say, we have them coming back. They're making an appearance, them and Blood DKs. And it's something that you really haven't seen in the meta for a very long time. It went from Demolox to Destrolox to Affliction Locks, and now all the way, we've done full circle, and now we're back to demo locks again in the RBG, and it looks like Team Blacklisted is leaving, so possibly some technical difficulties there. Have to see what's going on.
So, guys, according to the rule book, we basically have where before 1 minute before into the match, you can actually leave if you have a technical difficulties, and we'll restart the stream. So that's one of the rules they're utilizing. It's no big deal.
Yep.
We're gonna restart it really quickly.
Yep, so it looks like it will be a full replay here. But we will get right back into the game here. Keep in mind, it is the PTR, guys, and we are trying to keep it as quick as possible. So we'll get right back in this game ASAP, but they may have had a disconnect. We'll get word on that for you ASAP right now. So, looks like Synapse, he will be queuing into a redo in just a moment. But I want to get back into the comp there. So we saw the 2 demo locks, and we saw the 2 Frosty Ks. I believe I saw Rogan there too, and they had the Holy Pally. So who do you really think is going to be running? And they had mages, both the teams. So do you think that they're going to have their mage run the cart, or possibly like the Death Knight, who's going to be a little more tanky here?
I mean, we saw that
It's
with
gonna be the mage or the melee.
Yeah, we saw that with Team ABN. We saw, ABN running those carts, and I mean, it was pretty ballsy of him, but I really do think that, if these teams learned anything from yesterday, they might consider doing it.
Honestly, I think it's going to be the Boomkins and possibly with DK running Blood Presence, switching to Unholy for the speed increase. Obviously, with Life Grips, Boomkin blinking into the middle, then switching to a DK is a really strong tank choice. I think the Mage will be the choice of Defender, to be honest.
Guys, actually, I'm sorry not to interrupt your way of thinking, but I want to kind of say, hey guys, again, technical difficulties, but hey, thanks a lot for support, for actually being professional. We'll do our first giveaway here. We're gonna give away a Heroes of the Storm beta key here as well. It's gonna be good for US realms only. If you're interested in that giveaway, please type in hero in the chat below right now, and we'll do a giveaway. Thanks a lot for your professionalism and your patience. Let's keep going.
Yeah. And speaking of heroes, I mean, we could be heroes in this battleground. E-heroes, for that matter, off of that. What a great transition. We saw their team comp at the beginning there, and they had the mage in there along with the Death Knight and the Demo Lock. I mean, that's a very strong DPS combo, a lot of AoE there, especially with the Frost Orb and the Chaos Waves. I think that what you're really going to see here, quick connection issues there, what you're really going to see here is the big AoE burst that's going to come out at the beginning there. And they're really just going to try and nail this team down as fast as they can. Now, we really didn't get a chance to see what bases they were going to, but it looks like E-Heroes was committing pretty hard to mid at the beginning.
Yeah, I would expect, like I was saying, you're going to see that team fight in the middle, a more standard strat compared to some of yesterday's, where they send one to the right, or possibly they could reverse it and each choose left. But they'll commit to the middle. They'll really feel each other out in this team fight and see what their next map choice is going to be as a result.
Team fights are a really easy way for people to feel out each other. I mean, if especially in the first game, I think that might be why they picked Deepwind Gorge, because it's a great map for team fighting, and team fighting is the best way to get to know your opponent. So it'll kind of help with the rest of the series.
Exactly. Be interesting. It looks like Synapse is just relogging here. We're having an issue with the spectator queue, as per usual, but that's all right. We'll get over it. And right now, actually, I want to take it back, though, to yesterday at Deepwind Gorge, and I want to really compare it to today before we even get into this matchup that much. So we saw Daticus and Bilamos at Deepwind Gorge dead even at the start. Both of them contested the 2 mines. Right here, it looks like it may be a little different. It looks like Smitey may be trying to push in the mid here and try and, it's not Smitey, E-Heroes, try and push in the mid here and try and get that center cap right off the bat. Do you guys think that they're going to be a lot more aggressive in the team fight than the other team was, or how do you think that's going to play out?
I think you just need to push and pull in the team fight. They're gonna go in and they're gonna kind of clash. But you'll see the healers, like Smitey was saying, create that triangle and kind of pull back, let the enemy team kind of come into them if they want, and then push again. And you'll see a lot more back and forth. You won't see so many players trying to attack the node and turn it like you would on NA. On EU, they're gonna have maybe 1, possibly 2 guys do it, and the enemy team will only spin those 1 or 2 guys. They're not gonna do those whole Jimmy pop caps in the middle. He's like max range on the right side, then max range on the left side, hoping nobody notices. They do a little more toe-to-toe, a little more stand-up team fight.
I don't know if I agree with you, Giga. I mean, they are EU, and they are known for more team fights, but this is also a tournament, and a tournament with a monetized reward and notoriety. So I'm really thinking that they might kind of throw us a curveball on that.
could be
Yeah, they definitely
interesting.
could surprise me. Yeah, I've been known to be wrong from time to time, but I think that's what you'll see.
You're wrong,
think-
nigga.
Everyone's got such a narrow mind on European teams being so based on these team fights that honestly, I think they're going to surprise you and possibly even go for some objective maps and try and show you actually how strong on the objective games they actually are.
It could very well happen. I mean, we haven't seen any Arathi Basins be queued in very much into this tournament. I mean, U.S. teams, they do like to kind of focus on the strategy a little bit more. But the thing about it, we really didn't see an Arathi Basin. So possibly coming in today, we could see one of the EU teams do that. Looks like we're
Yeah, the
just
irony of
about
no
ready.
Arathi Basin.
And we are actually about to go in the game here. So thanks for staying with us, guys. We appreciate your patience. Obviously, it is the PTR, so there are issues that can pop up once again. But we are into the game now. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everyone. Hashtag fingers crossed in the chat. We will not have any issues coming in to this game here and for the rest of the day. So right now, we're getting everything out of the way, and we're ready to get into the game. So, E-Heroes and Blacklisted. Very similar counts. They did change it up a little bit. Laser Chicken's in there as well now, and they subbed in Panzer Monk over on what looks to be Team E-Heroes. Okay, so frame issue there. And then over on Legendarin's team, we see Lazy G, Joey, Gabe, Biffy's, Coca Butter, and Inferion. So they're still running with that mage. They still have the Rogue, and they still have the Death Knight. Both teams have that, but they actually subbed out, looks like the Paladin. Yeah. So it's going to be very interesting to see here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Legendary's comp, and I'm looking like at 3 druids. Okay.
Mhm.
Honestly, he has more druids than Elven Forest. This is unbelievable on his team. So at this point in time, I'm expecting some tricky gameplay from his team. I'm definitely sure about that.
You know, maybe the thing about it, we talked about Bailamos Airlines last night. I mean, it's not really worth it that much on this map. I'm very curious as to why they're bringing the 3 druids. Maybe they want to have those solar beams. Maybe they want to have a very strong boomkin in the mid fight. We saw that at the beginning of Warlord Season 1, where the boomkins were very powerful. And I think it's a really interesting choice here. You don't see the triple druid. You see it very rarely, so gonna be interesting to see.
Honestly, maybe they're running like a Guardian / Feral Druid for cards, and maybe they'll be focusing more on the card gameplay than actually like a team fights. I could potentially see that from them.
That could be a possibility here. And the thing about it, you know, they're probably going to run a Pharaoh. I don't know if they will run a Guardian on this map because they do want the Pharaoh to have... I mean, Pharaoh, he does have pretty much all the cooldowns that a Guardian has, but at the same time, that he's able to bring a lot more utility to the table. So we could see the Guardian pick, the Pharaoh pick come out. But as we get into the game, you guys know it. It's time, and here we go! Team Blacklisted, E-Heroes, first game of the series on Deepwind Gorge. Looks like teams are heading into the mid-fight here, and E-Heroes are trying to contest the center flag best that they can. So...
Oh, absolutely. So there's a few minor damages coming on the team Blacklisted, but at the same time, it's kind of going back and forth. There's a few rods and a few dot setups going on the team E-Heroes, but this is the first team fight. This is basically the morale kind of decider. Which team is going to take a first team fight will decide the next series, the next matchups against these 2 teams, because they will be picking their strategies based on how strong they're going to perform in team fights.
Yeah, wow! Combat Butter just drops there, and Laser Chicken is also at 50%. Wizka, he's popping the Dark Soul, but it probably won't be enough. He's going to get picked up. But Team Blacklisted, they're starting them out in the mid-fight here. Gabby, he's going to drop. And now Biffy's, he's going to be forced to pop his Disperse. And Pharaoh, he's at half health along with Joey. He's at 25%. Legendarian also dropping as well. They're starting to get destroyed in this mid-fight here as E-Heroes just puts out the pressure right away. They're going to have to keep funneling into this mid-fight if they want to keep this flag. Both teams both have a flag and a base right now. They both wanted to contest this mid-fight. And as you can see right now, E-Heroes definitely has the stronger mid-fight as they wipe Team Blacklisted a minute into this game.
Yeah, I was just wondering if this was arena play or it was actually an RBG team fight, because the amount of coordination from E-Heroes was really outstanding, unbelievable. A good CC chains on the 2 different healers, a good Garrote on the Coca Butter, and that would actually force them a kill, and a good coordinated burst as well. Like, props to them. I think at this point their team coordination was a little bit even higher than ABN's, and ABN's team coordination for the coordinated burst was really, really well done.
And look at this, they're already trying to contest the top mine right now. He's already forced to block as he's got 3 people there, and he doesn't really have much backup. They may be looking to go for 3 right now. I mean, E-Heroes, this team, they're all about the constant pressure. They're saying, Blacklisted, you guys aren't even going to get a moment of breath here. We're pushing top. We want the 3 cap, and we want your card as well. Just absolutely insane. I think that Swacky, he's already taken the card as well. I mean, E-Heroes, they're completely relentless in this pressure. What do you even do if you're Team Blacklisted at this point?
At this point in time, I would utilize one of their droids. Definitely node carrying as well at the same time. They have a warrior, and the warrior does have a decent mobility, but the warrior's bane of existence when it comes to flag carrying is just a simple snares, because he cannot get out of the snares as much as the feral druids or as much as the rogues. And even though he has a charge, he has the sleep on this map while he's holding out the card. If you spam slows on the warrior, it drastically slows him down across the map. So that way, I think the team Blacklisted can sneak out some of those. But looks like they're actually coming back with a team fight, and there's a good damage coming on the Mikas, and the 2 of the players are dead.
Yeah, Walker's also, they dropped down pretty low there. They actually died, and Nikos, he almost died, but he picked himself up from 20k health with an AMS at the very last second. I know that Wing K, he was able to pop the wing, so that was just barely able to save him there. Blacklisted, what they really got to do here, they're splitting up E-Heroes, and I think that that's really their solution to this game. If they want to come back from this, which they absolutely can, it's not too far into the game yet. They lost one mid-fight, but it's not the game determiner. What they need to do here, split E-Heroes, get their players picked off. If they can do that, they could actually come back in this mid-fight because they're proving themselves that they can wipe up Mikos, they can wipe up Lurtex, they can wipe up Wildchris, and they can drop these guys down pretty low. So Swacky, he's going to get the first cart cap of the game, and he's actually heading back down the middle here. We're going to go over to Lurtex real quick, and he's going to set a full stun along with Laser Chicken. Now, Laser Chicken, of course, the god of damage. You're going to drop Leone in the mid-fight after the Cloak of Shadows was popped. Folklone goes out on the Michael LNT there on Team Blacklisted, and it looks like Inferion is beginning to drop here in the mid-fight as well as Mikos pops the Pillar of Frost.
Okay. Honestly, at this point, I think Blacklisted is kind of doing a little, again, minor mistake, because the team fight is not their strongest suit. The tacticians and tactical thinking was the strongest suit. That's when they kind of bounced their pressure back. So I would like to see some actual split pushes on the 2 other nodes made by Team Blacklisted as well. I know they're going to be spreading their resources very relatively thin, but I think that actually might work for them in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. And as you saw there, Cocoa Butter, he's going to pop his defensive cooldowns there, along with Biffy's. And the Life Cocoon did go out on Gabby in that mid-fight. I want to take it back here to the mid. I mean, they're still trying to contest this here. I think this is a very interesting move on Team Blacklisted. They lost the first mid by, but yet they're saying, we're not going to give up. We want to push back and E-Heroes. We want to try and contest the center mine. We understand that we're down a cart, but we want to keep going. But I think that what they really need to do right now, sure, put some pressure out on the base. Very good call there, but you need to get the carts. Your team is behind right now. It's 308 to almost, 800? You got to try and get the cart right now, and you got to see if you can come back from this.
And Kokobot is sitting in the full kidney. There's a bubble coming out of him. Okay, he is safe. One thing I want to actually let you guys know that if you look at the Legendarians team, their healers are very, very safe picks. We know that the Disc Priests actually have very good survivability in RBGs in general, and we have Rested Druids and Monks. Because
talk about a safe pick, look at Limo, he's going to drop down right there. Wow, what a great play. And I wanted to talk over Wildtrix right here, sorry to interrupt there, but he's also at 50%. Panzer, he's also on Team E-Hero. So both these teams, their healers are going to have to try and carry them the best they can. Cocoa Butter, he's also at 398 mana, along with Gabby as well. Both very low mana. Gabby actually at half mana, but he's still at very low health. Both of these healers are going to have to try and pick the team fight back up at this point.
Yeah, and at this point in time, we actually see the Legendarians team running, not the E-Heroes teams running as well. At the same time, there kind of needs to be a little bit more CCs in the Legendarians healer, only E-Heroes healers going on at this point, but Cocoa Butter goes down at the same time. Now, when I was talking about the safe picks is, Monk's mobility is absolutely off the roof, and that's a really good choice against the Warrior, DK, and the Rogue on the team E-Heroes. Same thing for the rest of the Druid. So, E-Heroes coordinately gimping those healers one in, one out. That means that they have outstanding synergy going on.
Yeah, and what a great bop there on the Saru. You saw the bop there, but will it be enough to pick up back wall tricks? These healers are both ready to there. They're going to force the bubble on Winke. And right now, E-Heroes is all at half health, and the pressure is over to Team Blacklisted as they pop their burst. The revival does come out from Panzer Monk, but he has no life cocoon for another minute. AMS from Mikos, and the pressure is swapping back and forth. It's like this constant game of ping pong. E-Heroes, they did win the first matchup, and it did put them ahead. But right now, both teams able to hold on very well. Right now, if I'm Team Blacklisted, you got to start running the carts 11-14 to almost 700. You know, you got to run that cart very quickly. Rob, he's at 25% health, along with Winke, his second bop coming out. Swacky at 50%, along with Tharasso. And Team Blacklisted also riding with having Joey drop down to 66% health as well. Talk me here, Vlad. What do you think that they need to do if they want to take this game back?
Okay, if they want to take the games back, obviously, when we talked about running the cards, that's one of those things. But in all honesty, what I'm seeing here right now, maybe even Blacklisted at this point in time, they say, hey, you know what? Screw it. Right, we're gonna lose this match, we're gonna pick the next map, but let's test the E-Heroes to their max potential. Let's see what we can do in the team fights. Maybe they're kind of trying to prove themselves, like, hey, we got this team, we can stand to them on an equal footing. And I think they actually kind of adjusted their gameplay relatively well from just one initial loss.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, at this point, you know, it's very unlikely that they'll be able to come back from this. I mean, they can still. It's a possibility, but it's very unlikely. They'd have to run the cart and just keep capping. But now that's at 1,300, they're going to have somebody there immediately, and I just don't see it happening. But I want to go back to how Team Blacklisted really did reorient their strategy. At the beginning there, they did get wiped in that mid-fight, but they were able to pick it up back pretty well. And as you can see, a few of them are going down now, but they're holding their own. It's not like it's a complete wipe like it was in the beginning. I think that the thing was they just weren't prepared for the E-Heroes mid-fight. They tested them out, they saw how they were going to deal damage, and now coming into this next game, they have the map advantage. They can pick a map based on what is going to work for them. And it looks like they can hold their own in the mid-fight, and we'll have to see what can happen here as we go into the next game. But about 1,400 out of 1,500, 14 E-Heroes right now, and we'll just have to see what they can do in the next game.
Definitely. And as we say, the Team Blacklisted just got wiped again. Second time in this series, I don't think it actually was bad at all, because they were giving E-Heroes a hard time in the team fights as well. So I definitely can see a huge potential here. But I also want to see some tactical gameplay from Blacklisted as well.
But I want to take a look at Limel here. He actually has the card. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get that over in time. And even if he does, he's going to have somebody ready to pick that up immediately. But, I mean, immediately Team E-Heroes is peeling out Lurtex and their warrior, Swacky, and they're just saying, you're not going anywhere today. He's going to drop to 25%. He pops the evasion, but he has no healers with him. He's just going to drop immediately. And once they get that cart back, E-Heroes will take victory over Team Blacklisted. He gets a good grip, though, at the very last moment there. Wow, he actually might make it across now.
Honestly, like,
he gets picked back. Oh, wow, okay.
Amazing. But look at the Kokobara. He's actually dropping danger slow. Jelly Baba is dropping danger slow. All of their teams are actually sitting on the very low hit points. But because there's not a lot of CC coming out of from the team E-Heroes, they were able to pick themselves back up.
Yep.
Now the thing is, what I want to focus here is Swacky. He was playing a whack-a-mole with his executes man, and that was very well done. He has the most killing blows out of his team, and why? It's because it's the nature of the warrior. If anything goes low, he'll just pick it right back up and execute them. So what happens is, in my opinion, like, both teams were running relatively consistently, like, a lot, but because Swacky could actually do that really good switch and execute gimp, that's what gave a little bit of edge towards the Team E-Heroes in the team fights as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to take a look here. Team Blacklisted, surprisingly, they had the top damage, but E-Heroes had the top healing in that game. And I think that what that game really come down to was the strength of the healers. E-Heroes, all three of their healers were consistently above Legendarin's team. However, on the other hand, we saw that the damage from Team Blacklisted was superb. They were right up there. They were topping the meters every game. So they both bring something special to this game. However, what they really need to work on, you can have all the damage in the world, but if you can't CC your opponents, it's not going to matter.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier before the game actually started. We were putting more emphasis on the healers, and I really think that you should pay attention to E-Heroes healers positioning on that map. The healers played phenomenally, and I feel like that's one of the hugest reasons as to why they were winning the team battles. They were just able to heal through the pressure. They were able to get dispels on each other, and they made sure that they were far enough away from each other while still ranging CC to not get cleaved.
Yeah, I think what we saw there was that team fight, like we were saying. They wanted to feel each other out. Obviously, E-Heroes came out on top, at least in the first round against Blacklisted, and then Blacklisted, went for the side attempt, which was smart of them. But then they regrouped. They kind of said, okay, look, we're already down. We didn't get the side base. Let's go back into this middle team fight again. There's always a mistake that can happen in RBGs for any team. One player makes a mistake, and it absolutely can collapse the group, especially in these top tier games. So they went back in the middle fight, and they just really clashed again. They really wanted to get that feel, and that will change which map I think they choose in the next round.
Speaking of the next map they choose, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Lay it on me.
All right, it's going to be the battle for Gilneas. They're going to pick in the next round.
Okay, nice.
So that's a surprising pick.
There's a lot of potential for some really good team fights on that map too.
I'm actually really surprised that they picked that map though. That's a team fight. You're not? That's a team fight map.
Okay,
They lost a team fight there.
Let me just talk about it for a little second.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. If you looked at the damage and the healing comparison from that last game, you would have seen the top 4 damage was complete team Blacklisted. This is the PvE damage I'm talking about. Obviously, E-Heroes really showed how strong their healers were. They showed that they could keep their team up with no cooldowns. Blacklisted with wiping and coming back in with full cooldowns, nuking them again, healers with full mana. The E-Heroes kept their healers in this perfect little triangle formation. You had Winky on the left side, you had Daniel on the right side of Ferresso, and then you had Panzer at the back. They kept these three in this triangle to make sure they could cover everyone. Everyone was staying alive. They coordinated their...
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it was just such massive pressure there. I mean, they had the damage for that fight, but what they really got to pick up on this next game is really the CC. I mean, the reason why E-Heroes won that match is because they were so coordinated on their CC and on their damage together. They didn't necessarily have the top damage, but they did have the top healing, and because of that, it was able to carry the team out.
Indeed. Blacklisted barely play for CC. They're literally going for pure damage. This is what they're after. This is what they want. They want to just put everything on you. They want you to have to just forget about the spelling and just constantly try to heal. They try to make you waste your globals. But E-Heroes have been prepared for this kind of thing, and they've beaten them before, and I think they'll beat them again.
Yeah, when they went back to that team fight after the initial wipe, I felt like it started to solidify. I have total confidence in Blacklisted to be able to go toe-to-toe in the Gilneas team fight. And if they can't, if they find that it doesn't work, E-Heroes actually does have the stronger team fight. Gilneas is still a map where ninjas are a possibility, depending on how your strat calls it. So.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it in plenty of other esports as well, like, StarCraft and League of Legends, for example, that some team comes in, or one player comes in, and they lose horribly. And, to the point where some people are like, even questioning as to why they're in a tournament. But then you can see them come back and just play a flawless 3-1. Like, I've seen it happen in games such as StarCraft and League. So I'm really, really hoping that Team Blacklisted learned all that they needed to learn from the team fights on that map.
Exactly. And it looks like both teams are ready here. We're going to be getting in the game in just a moment after we get queued up. Just working on the spectator queue right now. But Battle for Gilneas, interesting map choice. We saw in the first game, it was ABN versus the Average Joes yesterday. And they picked Battle for Gilneas as one of their original maps. And the thing about it is that ABN, he just wiped the floor with it. I mean, he got once you get that waterworks cap, it's very difficult to come back from that. Personally, I understand that they do have the damage, and I understand that they do have somewhat of the healing, but I don't think that this was a wise choice. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. They're picking this map for a reason. I think that they have to have something up their sleeve if they're going to pick BFG.
Well, I think on Gilneas, it's a lot easier to, kind of like split pressure and kind of split their healers up. They could be fighting at 2 bases at once. One of them can be a team fight and the other one can be, 2 or 3 people going to get a cap. And that can split up some of their the enemy team, and that could be enough to help them out.
Yeah. Definitely.
Go ahead, Vlad.
Actually, no, you go ahead, because
Okay.
I want to talk to our viewers after this.
Okay, yeah, sure, absolutely. So, now, going back to it, the thing about Battle for Gilneas, and to finish my point there, I was saying, I don't necessarily know if this is a wise choice for Team Blacklisted not to pick this map second, but the thing about it is that I think that they've got something up their sleeve. They wouldn't pick such an aggressive team fight map as this if they didn't have something planned. So I think that their strategy maybe hit mines, maybe split to both of the bases, or maybe just take them on the team fight again. You know? And that's the thing about it. And I'm getting word that we are actually about to head into the first game here, second game, and it's going to be E-Heroes versus Team Blacklisted, once again, on the battle for Gilneas. And it's going to be really interesting to see. I think that they will try and contest this team fight again, but have to see what happens. So, going to their comps to start off here, we have Biffy X, Necrophilia, Legendarian, he's bringing the DK back, Coca Butter, and Biffy's is going to be over on to Legendarian's team. And then for E-Heroes, it looks like we got Winke, Tarasso, Panzermonk, Swacky, Walgriz, and Mikios, and he is bringing out Laser Chicken again, the BlizzCon champion. So, very strong picks. I mean, they both are really oriented for the team fight. They both have boomies. You see the double boomy on Team Blacklisted, but they're both choosing at Demolock as well. So you talk about the double beam, the Frost Orb, you got the Demolock's Chaos Waves going out, and along with the Shadow Priest they're running with too. We haven't seen too many of them. That's a really interesting pick. Talk me through that, Vlad. You play one, right?
Absolutely. Well, we saw the Wrath capability of Legendarian, but the heroes would drop to like 15-20% HP, and then there were no executes. So bringing Shadow Priest for those executes is awesome. I really want to see some of those coming out of Team Blacklisted. First. Second is, I know Demolock's Chaos Waves are like hurting 60-70k, but they're Chaos Bolts. That's what gets them the kills. The Chaos, not Chaos Bolts, sorry, Demon Bolts. Demon Bolts are new Chaos Bolts in this current meta. So I really want to see some of those as well coming out of two different Warlocks.
I'm excited for it, honestly. It's going to be really cool to see these two teams duke it out. They got 30 seconds until they go in here. Now, the Shadow Priest, he can do the 3-orb swap, and he can really get those executes going off in the initial team fight. I'm really excited to see them run this. I think that this is a really cool call on Team Blacklisted. You don't see this. It's just not really popular in the meta right now, and it's starting to make its way in. I think that we're about to see something that you have just never seen before here, and I'm excited for the Shadow Priest pick. I really want to see them duke it out. I believe I saw Bailamos actually take one yesterday, so it's starting to work in, but as you see here, the battle has begun, and here we go! E-Heroes versus Team Blacklisted. Game 2, Battle for Gilneas.
Let's do it. If you guys rooting for Team Blacklisted, type hashtag Team Blacklisted. If you rooting for E-Heroes, type hashtag E-Heroes.
Exactly, and it looks like Lazy J, they're going to sit him over at Mines, and Laser Chicken, they're going to go right in. Nobody's going to get slowed here as they come up to the waterworks. And Team Blacklisted, they're saying, I want to fight. I want this mid-fight one more time. Give me another shot, AJ. Give me another shot. Let's cast this again. So as we get into the mid-fight here, it looks like Laser Chicken, I mean, he's pumping out the major damage already. We have a quick freeze frame here, but Joey, he's going to get a full stop, and Gabe is going to get asphyxiated. He's dropping to 50%. They're going to get caught up in a shockwave, and Team Blacklisted, the pressure, they're already feeling it from E-Heroes. If they can survive this initial burst, though, they may have a shot to come back. Swacky feels the pressure as well as Broad. And the Cloak of Shadows is going to be popped by Limo, along with the AMS from Necrophilia, and Joey also dropped to 50%, with the Light Cocoon going out on Gibbe. So, interesting team fight so far, and they're turning the pressure back around with Lurtex dropping to 50%, along with Wildtrix and Miko. So, cool stuff so far, and the pain suppression does go out.
So yeah, definitely. We saw some really big cooldowns burned by actually Team E-Heroes, but you keep in mind, guys, Team Blacklisted have more consistent damage, so we can see some more consistent pressure on E-Heroes going on right here. And because, like last match, actually Blacklisted E-Heroes as healers, so I could actually see here happening exactly the same thing. E-Heroes healers gonna and then they're gonna wipe them.
I want to take a look at this though. They're turning the pressure around right now. They are putting it on E-Heroes. They forced Cocoon, they forced pain suppression. They haven't forced Bubble yet, but look at all these big cooldowns. If you look at the sidebar there, they have popped basically everything except for Ice Block and Bubble right now. I mean, the pressure is out on both of these teams. They still have Barkskin. They still have the Ice Block for both teams as well. But Lurtex, he's dropped to 25% here. They're going to have their burst triggers up in a moment, so the pressure is going to get reversed on a Blacklisted and momentarily. But it's just a ping pong match back and forth. They're like we saw the team.
Oh my god!
He goes down. He was caught in the full kidney there, but they're trying to turn it around right here. The pop does go out onto Thorisos. And along with that, Laser Chicken was dropping to 25%, and I believe he got cocooned as well. Migos and Waltrix sitting at 50% along with Swacky. Necrophilia also at 37%. He's going to pop the AMS. Legendarian trying to pick himself up here. He's at 25%. He's dropping it, but he's going to get picked up. He's in a full kidney. They're swapping off to Joey. He's at 25%. The clone comes out. Joey's at 20%. Joey's at 5. Joey goes down.
Yeah, but look at the Valkyries. Valkyries is down to 10% HP. He is a ghost anymore. He is in the netherworld, my friends. And now the Rogue. Rogue is dropping down to 10% HP as well with the Sparky. Sparky down to 30% HP. Will we see more crowd control on the E-Heroes killers to secure those kills?
And I want to look at, just take that back, Panzermut completely open. You've got Michael Lelenti, he got in a full shockwave there. The AMS is coming out, the Pillar Frost is popped. Gallo, he's going to get cocooned at the last second. What a play there. And I want you to take a look over at Zora ISO. He's trying to 50%, 10%. They're trying to put the pressure out. The bubble's forced. The bomb is forced. He's going to go down either way. Panzermut goes home. These healers, they don't have a lot of pressure out here. And E-Heroes is starting to feel the pressure right now. Laser Chicken, he's also dropping dangerously low. Along with Mikos, the AMS does come out. And we're looking over the board right now. He's also at 50%. And wow, what a team fight these guys are doing. It is insanity right now. And look at Infurion. He's going to get picked up at the last moment, though, as well as the invasion coming out from Limo. Talk me through this. E-Heroes, they're starting to get wiped. What can they do, Vlad?
Well, first of all, I kind of want to say it. I think Laser Chicken, it feels like what it's like to fight LSD in BlizzCon at this point. Because everybody's dropping dangerously low. So, at this point in time, well, they have to stop, so they have to keep spinning the flag, but the more they're going to be coming in, the more of them that are going to be dying. So at this point in time, they're going to try to get it for a ninja cap on the mines, and at the same time, they're going to try to assault Waterworks as well. So if I was Team Blacklisted, I could potentially send one person to a ninja cap on Lighthouse. I really want to see that.
That is absolutely insane. I cannot believe that they were able to win that initial team fight there. Very strong from Team Blacklist. I don't think anyone expected that after the last game. But
keep in mind, everybody said the Blacklist is going to lose right away. They're just going to wipe, and look at them. They're pulling their stuff together. I told you, man. I told you. Like, this guys.
I believe it. You know, if they're going to take... And they do cap Waterworks, by the way. I forgot to mention that. But if they're going to pick this map, the thing about it is that they got to be prepared. I was telling you, I thought that they had something up their sleeve, and it was that Shadow Priest. They brought him out in his mid-fight, and they're able to return the pressure. Now what they have to do is to E-Heroes, they're probably going to recontest this base. They're saying, I want my base back. This is my turf. This is my ground. Give it to me. And the thing about it is Team Blacklist is going to be able to go through that pressure again. They were able to do it the first time, and that's a miracle. Are they able to do it the second time? That's the question. As you can see, the Affixate already out in the game. E-Heroes trying to pop the pressure on. Not a lot of pressure. Limo already forced to pop a Cloak of Shadows. As Necrophilia jumps to 20%. He's going to AMS is going to come out. And the Hammer of Justice is onto Infurion. And wow, a lot of damage coming out from both teams so far. But nobody dropping too close yet. We see the Mind Control. Actually, wow, Mind Control being run from one of the priests there onto Limo. How about that?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a great choice. If you have enough fears, if you have enough cyclones, Mind Control is a really, really strong cooldown because it doesn't diminish in return with anything. Also, what I like about Shadow Priest, Kokobata goes down in the middle of commentating again.
Wow. What a play. He just dropped immediately there. That was insane. And you look at Gabby here. He's at 30%. He's dropping down very quickly as well. He's going to go down. And the beam does go out on the Legendarian at the very last moment. So now, this is the pressure that I was talking about. E-Heroes, they want to turn this game around. They want to come into Waterworks and try and wipe them again. But as you can see, they're going to catch that res, and they're going to be able to possibly make it back. Now, Legendarian, he's at 25%. They're probably going to be able to drop him here, along with the Warlock. So what they need to do now, they got to keep funneling in here. They got to keep spinning, and they got to get grouped. The problem is, right now, they're going to be split, so they're at a disadvantage. Legendarian, he's going to catch a res, but Infurion, he's going to be split on it. And now Biffy, he's forced to pop a Dispel. And Joey, of course, he's dropping to 25% as well. Limo forced to pop Cloak of Shadows, and Disperse does come out. So the thing about here, Team Blacklisted can save this base, but they have to keep funneling in, and that's a dangerous proposition. So right now, you've got the Monk basically solo healing the team as Legendarian comes back in, along with the Resto Druid. So what do you think they can really do to reverse the pressure here that's on Team Blacklisted right now?
Absolutely. To be honest, it looks like every time there's a huge single cooldown pops by Team Heroes, they get the kills.
Look at that! Oh my god, what a good cheap shot. He goes down immediately, dropping to 25%. And now they're putting the pressure out on Cocoa Butter here. Wow.
And the Cocoa Butter down to 20% HP. He's going down 10%.
Yeah,
is he going to be able to survive this?
Oh, no. He pops the his Monk anti-magic. That be enough. And the Dark Soul does come out from Infurion. I mean, they're trying to reverse the pressure here. As you can see, Lurtex, we actually missed it here. He did pop a Cloak of Shadows there in that fight. And Walker Boy, I mean, if I was them, Winke, he doesn't have a bubble right now. They could honestly line something up on him. But Legendary, he drops down as well. And now they only have one healer solo healing this fight, and that's Gabby. And
Yeah, and he's sitting in full blind into a full sap. Oh my god, what a great crowd
look
control.
at that, just melt.
Oh my god. Team E Heroes crowd controlling Gabe more than your wife can have a control over your finances. This is unbelievable.
A wipe. Oh my god. As we saw that there, they got the sap, they got the blind on the Gabby, and now they got him cloned. And they were just, once they eliminated those two healers, they were able to come back and take that base. The score right now at 744, which means that E Heroes right now is going to be in the lead with this base, and they can win with this. So, what a comeback there at the Waterworks fight. Now, if that's
absolutely.
Blacklisted, what do you do now? You know, do you want some more? Is the question, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, what I want to point out here a little bit is from what I've seen from Team Blacklisted is a good crowd control on the melee teams from E-Heroes. Like, Swaki was sitting in a lot of Cyclones, Lurtex, and Mikos. But every time they weren't on a crowd controlled and they could connect, and every time Lurtex popped his Shadow Dance, one of the teammates on Blacklisted was just dropping from like 80% to 0. So I think they need to control the melees a little bit more. Maybe throw some more AoE crowd controls towards them, and we might see some really good game play changers as well.
Yeah, that was just an absolutely fantastic CC lineup that they had on Gabby there. You know, they knew that they had that kind of just raw pressure on that team. And what they did, it was just a beautiful sap into a blind, into a clone onto Gabby. And that really just won them that fight there. Because when they stopped Gabby, the rest of who could AoE heal pretty well along with the Monkey, but he was out of the fight, they were able to reverse the pressure. And now it's on the Team Blacklisted to try and pick this back
Look
up.
at Gabby sitting another sap. Mikulin is going dangerous low. There is some damage.
Wow, the Laser Chicken does drop as well, so Trade's going back and forth here into this fight.
Shots fired.
Shots fired as well. Laser shots.
His team is down to 20% HP. He's popping Demon Soul. There is some damage coming back from Team Blacklisted, but I think they need actually about a minute to get their damage synced in properly, and then they can wipe E-Heroes again. We believe in them.
Yeah, exactly. And if you take a look at Jello Baba here, he's actually going to be dropping dangerously low. He may need to block here very soon, but possibly not. But I want to look at Michael Thaw on the Michael TNT. He actually got deep froze back there in the fight, and he did pop Barkskin. So now he's at 36%. And what Team Blacklist can do here, they can reverse the pressure on them. They really can. What they need to do, though, they got to survive that initial burst. If they can survive the initial burst, and that's all they have to do, then they can wipe E-Heroes. That's how you win against this team. You got to survive their initial pressure. If you could do that and then turn it around like they did in that first fight there, you can win against them. They are beatable in the team fight, and they showed that here. But the problem was that they couldn't do it twice. And that's
Absolutely. I do also want to see some of the trains coming onto the Winky. I think Winky is the weakest healer in terms of survivability, not as a player, but because of the class. I think that Holy Paladins right now are squishier than even a priest or especially a monk. So I want to see some of the really, really good hard swaps on Winky.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you have the big cooldowns, you have the big raid heals on the Holy Paladin, but it definitely, they don't really have a lot of like protection. I mean, the Disc Priest, they do have the shields, the monks, they have the bubbles, but Holy Paladins are really just left with kind of like the base heals and like the shield overlapping that. But so it'll be interesting. They may try and focus the Paladin. I haven't really seen them do too much of it. They've mainly kind of been focusing the DPS, mainly the rogues and the DKs, and on the Laser Chicken as well. They put a lot of pressure out. So both teams choosing not to focus healers here, and I think that's honestly a smart move. Focus the DPS, relieve the pressure. Once you've relieved the pressure, then turn it around. Wipe their healers, CC them, get the team melted.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like I say, they keep seeing those melee. They keep throwing the Cyclones, and then they keep not letting them connect. Because as soon as the Death Knight pops his Pillar Frost, and we know that Death Knight's single target pressure is absolutely insane. Well, he needs a rogue to lock the healer down into a full kidney for his damage to sink in. So very, very well coordinated CC chains by Team Blacklisted.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at Cocoa Butter here, he's very right now. But along with that, Winky, he's at full mana. And Tharasso and Panzermonk, I mean, they're both almost as well. So, 2 healers on both teams, 1 healer near full mana. So, that healer near full mana, he's going to have to start carrying the team and allow them to both trade out and get some mana up. And it looks like Gabby is actually looking to do that right now. He blinks away. And Panzermike, he does pop the cocoon onto himself as Mikos drops to 40% along with Lurtex here in the fight. Swacky also at 40% and Rod. So this kind of melt pressure, it's really coming out. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of spread pressure. I want to point out one thing, that it's about 1,000 mark right now. Legendary team doesn't have a long time to actually win a team fight. At this point in time, like, look at this. They again adjusting their gameplay to match E-Heroes in their team fights like really, really well. But will they have enough time?
Yeah, exactly. And E-Heroes, they've pulled ahead of now in the team in the score, and they're also looking to pull ahead in the team fight possibly. But Wildcrest, he's very low, along with Lurtex here. If they can get this base right now, they may have a shot at coming back, but it's gonna come either way. And you look at Michael TNT, he's gonna sit a full clone here, but neither team want to give up this fight. Honestly, at this point, it's going to be very difficult for either team to come back from this. They got to get a cap right now. Otherwise, it's not going to matter.
They're going to have to go some ninja caps towards the lighthouse at this point in time. I know they're going to spread their resources a little bit too thin, but it needs to be happened from a team Blacklisted. It will relieve some of the pressure, or it will actually give them more offensive pressure, because if one of the healers spills out to the lighthouse.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday. It's really just a ping-pong match that goes back and forth. One team puts out the pressure, one team drops, one team recovers, then they put pressure back out. It's a ping-pong match going back and forth with both of these teams, and it was like that on the Bailamos Daticus series, and you're seeing it again here on Waterworks. Team Blacklisted very strong in the beginning, but they weren't able to hold through that second initial fight, and as a result of that, they probably hurt themselves in the long run. If I were them, get Limo, get him to peel out, try and get a ninja cap. Set something up here, It's... right now, the score difference, it's very difficult to come back at this point. They can, but at this point, it's pretty much past the marker to get another base, and it's very unlikely that they will. So, overall, I mean, it was a smart match, but it was very... And whoa! Lurtex is actually going to take mines there, and now Team Blacklisted is down. A cap,
Wow.
How about that? So, at this point, it's going to be
Very
three
well
cap
played by
for
Heroes.
Wow. How about that? So they're going to get the 3 cap there, and they're going to wrap this series up against Team Blacklisted. And now, or not the series, give me the game. So now Team Blacklisted, they're down 3-2. What do they do? What kind of map do they pick coming into this next game?
To be honest, at this point in time, I think Blacklisted is a great team fighter. I think they're awesome, but I do think at this point E-Heroes have a better and stronger team fight game going on. So what I would like to see, to be honest, here is a little bit more tactical gameplay from Team Blacklisted. A little bit more splitting the resources, splitting them thin. They're focusing too much on the team fight, and I think they need to play a little bit more tactical here as well. And look at the damage here. Holy moly.
Take a look at that real quick. Now the healing done, once again, E-Heroes does top the healing charts, and they're able to out-heal Team Blacklisted's pressure in the first fight initially. But, I mean, think about it. Blacklist, they won that first fight, and they were really able to come back after that, but then they just got crushed by Heroes in the second one. So think about it. They have the stronger damage, but the healing just isn't on par. And they got to pick that up if they really want to come back in this last game.
Yeah, I think that really goes, that just really goes to show you how important healers are in RBGs. I said it before the first game, I said it after the first game, and I'm saying it again. Healers are crucial, and Team Blacklisted is really lacking there. I do think they would have had a stronger chance if maybe they peeled off, like, a little, even earlier than you mentioned it during the shoutcasting, AJ. Earlier than that, and went for a second cap, ninja cap, CC cap. I think that would have helped them a lot. That would have at least alleviated some of the pressure and would have pulled some people away from the team fight. But I really was pleasantly surprised with how they crushed E-Heroes in the beginning. Unfortunately, they weren't able to keep that up throughout the match.
Yeah, the team fight was really good. Blacklisted actually putting up much more than we, I think, thought they would. And they went back for that team fight. It seems like they lost the second team fight both times on the first game and on that game in Gilneas. So I think what you're going to see next is an FC map where they want to split up the healers now. Somebody was talking about that triangle, and it's obviously working in E-Heroes' favor. Maybe not every single team
triangle.
fight. Yeah, break up the triangle, bring one of the healers back to the FC, and maybe we'll have a better chance on a 2-healer team.
And speaking of that, Gigastyle, you are on point today. The next map will be Warsong Gulch.
Oh,
Awesome.
oh, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
I've
definitely.
got to say, I did call it. Their team fight is strong. I was expecting it. Let's put it that way.
I'm excited to see if they're going to use Rogue FCs or, like, Prospect FCs.
I think you're gonna see the Blood DK.
I agree. It's got
really
to be
do.
the blood.
With
It's got to be
Blood
blood
DKs?
DK is such an EU meta now. It's got to be double blood DKs to see. We're going to assert our dominance and show how strong
That's exciting.
our practiced blood DKs are, shall we say? But no, but
Wait, you think it's double blood DK? Are you saying
no,
there's gonna be two?
I think it's two
Well, or
blood
blood
DKs
DK
from each
versus
team.
blood DK.
Yeah,
Okay,
definitely.
okay.
definitely.
Yeah, I see. I was like, the new EU meta is two blood DKs.
Hey, you know what?
It has
We run
been
out of
done.
twos.
I will say before the nerf on Blood DK's damage, they were running double Blood DK on Silver Shard mines because it could wipe teams with double Boomkin. That was a meta for a short time.
Yes, it was.
the damage on blood
I'll
got
tell you
nerfed,
something. You get the breath. The thing about the blood DKs, you get the breath of Cindergrosa, right? And you pop that, and I'll explain this to the way blood DKs work. They have the dancing rune weapon, right? And what the dancing rune weapon does, it copies all of your abilities. You get 2 of them. So what that means is that whenever you do a damaging attack, you can do the double breath of Cindergrosa. They could get healed for twice the amount, and they could just get that pop with their burst trinket, and they'd be able to basically sustain it forever because they're multi-strike passive.
Indeed.
And the thing about it, they were able to put out so much damage. They were out
30
DPSing
seconds.
every other class of the game. And I'll tell you, I mean, call me what you want, but I actually was able to get to 2K and 3s this season, first week of the season, just trolling, running the triple blood. I mean,
Oh, you scum.
you absolutely insane
You
damage.
are
Call me what you want. All right. fair enough.
Only you would,
Fair enough,
desecration.
fair
I
enough.
can't believe it.
But
Let me pick
hey,
Smitey's
I
brain
have
for a second,
screenshots.
though.
I have screenshots. But either way, I think
I
damage is.
bet you
insane.
do. I bet you do. Let me
damage
pick
is insane.
Smitey's brain for a second though, because I want to learn more about the EU meta. So you're saying we're gonna see Blood DK FCs, which I totally agree with. Well, how are they gonna split up though?
Okay.
On NA, we see the Disc Priest stay back with the FC. I want to know at what stack are the EU teams going to push, and who are they going to leave back on heels?
They consistently push. You're going to see full teams escorting. This is going back to Cataclysm style of play. You're going to see complete teams escorting DKs through, rogues especially, trying to help them pick up the flag, giving it to the Blood DK. They're going to try and escort it all the way back, and they're going to go straight up. You're going to see the rogue, you're going to see every kind of caster. This is the complete counter for Blood DKs. You chuck as many casters at a Blood DK as you can, that's the way to kill it.
Yeah, exactly.
Any melee you put on it, he's just going to death strike off you, he's going to heal himself up.
Yeah,
But-
exactly. And the thing about it, the silences, that's really what's going to counter the Blood DK, because when you silence one of them, they're just done. There really isn't much you can do when you put out that silence. And it looks like we are getting into Game 3, Warsong Gulch. E-Heroes versus Team Blacklisted here on Game 3. Needs a win to stay in it. Who will win this game? We are excited to cast it, and honestly, I'm excited to get into it. Now, as we know, we want to inform our viewers really quickly. There are some DC bugs plaguing the PTR right now. Both teams are aware of them, and it occurs when players die. So upon releasing Spirit, we may see some disconnects. However, they are able to get back into the game before the rest timer is up. So keep that in mind as we go into the game. Now, I want to take a look at these two teams here. They're bringing in Laser Chicken again. They got Wild Pricks. They got Mikos. They're going with their standard lineup for E-Heroes. And then going over to Team Blacklisted here, we'll take a look at their roster. It looks like they're bringing a Blood DK. Okay, so they have the Blood DKs, both double blood. Okay, so they did pick the double blood. Mikos is blood, and Bloodphilia is also blood over there on Team Blacklisted.
Okay, so at this point in time, odds are kind of in the Heroes team a little bit. With a team coordinated burst, they had the strongest by far from what I've seen. So, but also I think Team Blacklisted does have a druid advantage again, definitely, and the rogue. So they, and we know how blood decays are very, very slow to get the cap. So what I could possibly see happening here is, even though blood Philium can actually die, because hey, like drop. We definitely see two Boomkins and a Rogue who can peel off and cap get the flag, grab the flag right before E-Heroes' blood decay actually caps.
Yeah, and exactly. And the thing about it, Blood DKs, they're really great if you can get them across the field. But the problem is that they can get caught up with the slows, they can get rooted, they can get very much countered by more faster moving classes. I don't think that we're necessarily, I'm not saying that we're going to see a Guardian Druid or anything like that, but the thing about it is that if you can't get them across the field, they can't really do much to begin with. But as we get queued into Game 3 here, for the semifinal match, we're going to see which team is going on Will E-Heroes move on to the semifinals, or will Team Blacklisted stay in the series to see another day? Let's get right into it, guys, and here we go! So, heading into the mid-fight here, both looking to converge, and they're going to send their Blood DK off with their Rogue, it looks like, to try and get the flag. Doesn't look like either team is keeping anybody back to try and counter his Blood DK, but Lurtex, he's actually going to peel off and escort the Blood DK and head back to mid. So, that was a smart move. I like that. You don't see that a lot in the US, but I do like that escort. Heading into the mid-fight here, we see the Dark Soul. It's popped by Inferion, along with Panzerbuck, dropping it in a deep immediately. Wow, drops to 25%. Rod also dangerously low. E-Heroes, the pressure is onto them. They're going to be picked up very quickly here, but Wildtrix, this team is starting to very much feel the pressure, and Team Blacklisted, they're saying we're popping our burst trinkets first this time around.
But look at the Brad. Brad is down to 5% HP. Will he actually be able to recover? Yeah, he will be. Bazarhag actually taking some damage as well. So at this point in time, we see a lot of damage coming out of the Team Blacklisted, but it looks like Team E-Heroes actually are sitting on those offensive cooldowns. They're like, no, we want to save those offensive cooldowns for your flag carrier.
But take a look. Speaking of the flag carrier, look at Blood Furia. I mean, he's going to pop that Death Pact with the Vamp Blood. That's going to pick him up 65% of his health, but Lurtex, he's got a mage and a rogue on him, and it looks like a Breeze at this point. I mean, the Breeze, he gets deep frozen, and now he's starting to feel the pressure as Mikos tries to get this flag across the field. He's dropped to 25% here. Both flag carriers dropping down dangerously low. Blood Furia, he gets cheap shot here. He's dropped to 23%. The AMS does come out. He doesn't have a lot of cooldowns left. He may have to pop a Lich Board, but it's not going to be enough. The Purgatory guts out, but they can't heal him up in time. And Mikos is going to have the flag for Team Blacklisted. They're bringing it across the field right now. So right now, Limo has got to get this flag, or excuse me, not Limo, but Lurtex, they got to try and pick up this flag and reverse the pressure. And Team Blacklisted, they got to peel back, get their FC across, and get him to this first cap. And as we call it there, Lurtex, he's running that right now. They're going back to the Rogue meta that was earlier in the season, and they may well try and get the flag. But he's saying, I'm going to wait around a little bit. And possibly sap this FC. So smart move here. He's going to sap the FC, and he's going to probably have his Druid get the flag. But wow! They actually captured the flag last second. They didn't want to pick it up. Wow! How about that? So they're going to take that flag for the first time here. And E-Heroes will cap that first one there. So very, very smart move.
Yeah. So what do you think that Team Blacklist needs to do right now?
Yeah, at this point, you know, the first cap, it doesn't matter. They can come back from this. If they get the next flag, they're in a very good spot coming into the next round of the series here. And, you know, the game, later it goes on, the more a chance one of these teams have of coming back. We were talking about the late game yesterday, and we don't really know about both of these teams, how they will perform under a lot of pressure, but we're about to find out. So I think at this point, you know, get your Blood DK there, get into the flag. But as you saw, he had a lot of trouble getting across the field, so you got to have a healer ready. Get Coca Butter there. Get the healers ready to peel for whoever the Blood DK is, you know, and get him across the field quickly. And as you can see here, this is the problem here. He's already had to force an AMS. They've already forced that AMS halfway across the field. He's not even in their base yet, and he's already popping cooldowns. And as you can see there, Leslie K, he's dropping to 21% as well. He's going to get picked up last moment, and Laser Chicken is going to get Cocoon as well as Gabby. I mean, Gabby's down at this point, along with Zyra. So at this point, you know, he's got his healer with him. That's a smart move. Get your Blood DK across the field, help your healer out, get your team to him, get a full team escort. Get the team there, wait on some stacks, and try and reverse the pressure around.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely think that Team E-Heroes playing it relatively safe here as well. Like, they don't focus too much on the team fights. They don't have anything to prove in those team fights. They can even lose a team fight and die there occasionally. They don't care. As long as they have their standard rogue mage comp on Bloodfilia to actually snare him, slow him, kill him, and have a healer to peel from Mikos, they're good, because they're not losing the match. It's all about the flag, not the team fights.
Now, if you go back here, you actually see they peeled Lurtex back to try and stop this FC. I think that's a very smart move. They have Jello Baba's there as well to assist with the stopping, but, I mean, he's just going to be rooted, and he's going to get slowed 24/7. And if you look at this here, I mean, he's going to get deep. He's going to drop to 50% back in the fight, but the full clone goes to go out on the Mikos, and they're able to reverse some pressure here. But, of course, Gabby down as well, and they're putting Team Blacklisted in a very bad spot.
Oh, absolutely. I think Team Blacklisted is in a bad spot because Bloodfilia is open, and I know E-Heroes was holding on to their offensive cooldowns. There comes a bomb right here, right when I said it. Here comes a
look at Blood. Wow, look at Bloodfilia drop. The Purgatory comes down at the ANS, but it's not enough. Oh my gosh.
God.
And it's picked up by Legendarian last second there. very good pickup. But I mean, the pain suppression comes out, and they're trying to reverse the pressure onto him as well now. That was a good pickup, but it may well not be enough. I mean, E-Heroes are trying to get their flag back at this point. Legendar is pretty much out of quota. He has no pain suppression. He's got the sealers with him, and he's trying to kite this back to the graveyard. That's a smart move. And Blood Furia, he's going to be there to possibly get this flag picked back up. But it's just going to depend on if he can get there in time.
Yeah, so very, very well played by E-Heroes. Every single offensive
Kitty
cooldown was on point.
Wow, the full kitty, look at the burst! 22%! Oh my gosh! And because is there to pick it up again. Wow! These guys are on point with it today. I gotta hand it to him with those flag pickups. Right now, get to your blood DK. Get that passed off ASAP. But, I mean, E-Heroes, what they're saying, absolutely not. You're gonna drop as well. We don't care if you got the flag or not. That's 6 stacks right now on Michael. The kidney comes out, the alliance flag is dropped. And wow, Bloodfield, they pick it up again! Oh my god! And they're reversing the pressure on the Mikos! Bloodfield, he's got the flag still! Oh my god, they kill him! They kill him! Wow!
Nice comeback. Well,
And now the other Blood DK, I mean, they're going to reset the stacks here. Smart move by E-Heroes to reset the stacks. It was at 7 stacks, so reset it, you're in the lead, go back to 0, and then regain control of the game. Smart move.
what is a crazy matchup?
That was
This is
insane.
awesome.
I cannot believe they picked that flag up that many times. That is very impressive by Team Blacklisted.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we see the Blacklist, they're pouring their souls into this match. They're not giving up. They keep going at it, and they keep trying to change their strats. They keep trying at doing the best they can to actually match up E-Heroes. And we've seen them actually coming back in the team fights, coming back at the kind of more of a later stage in the battleground. So I really see maybe the end game, like the Giga Snail said, maybe Legendary got an end game on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about, you see Mikos here, he's got to grab the flag, and Jello, it looks like they're going to have their mage grab it as well, Leezy AGG. And he's trying to run it through the tunnel best he can right now and get it out of there. Trying to reverse some pressure back. We'll have to see what he can really do here. Leezy AGG, he's getting slowed down. He's got the alliance flag. He's trying to get it across the field, but obviously having a mage capture, trying to get a flag across, definitely not optimal. And he's dropping to 25%. I mean, he's got to get the life grip here. He's got to get picked up a little bit. And they're going to try and get a pass off ASAP. But I mean, at this point, he's getting bolted. He's getting a lot of pressure put onto him. They got to get this pass off to their Blood DKSC immediately and try and regain some control of this game.
Oh look, Mikos actually came back in the team fight for that one offensive grip while his blink was on cooldown, and now he's going back to a cap. What a micro.
Wow. And look at the life cocoon. That goes out as well.
Mikos actually sitting in the full bomb.
Oh my god, the pain suppression as well. I mean, and the beam does come out. I mean, after the pain suppression, he's in a very bad spot. They have no cocoon. They have no pain suppression. He's going to get charged here. They have the warrior on him. And the king of damage is trying to put out those big warrior crits, executes into him. And we're going to see Legendary. He's going to sit a full pally into a deep, other way around. And Lazy GG, he's going to drop. And E-Heroes, they have this flag in their possession. And now Marcos, he's just got to get that to the cap. Wow. How about that? So Mikos, he's already in the base. And it looks like they do have the rogue there, possibly to stop him. I mean, he's going to trinket that immediately and run around. And it looks like they may well be able to get this cap unless they can get something last minute up on him. But it's picked up by Joey. He picks up the flag in the last second. They got 6 minutes to try and get this cap here. They have time. But Joey, I mean, he's the only one in the flag room right now. They got to get somebody back. He's going to try and blink out. He's at 31k. He's going to drop. And Lurpax does pick it up off of him. Wow, and the Cloak of Shadows comes out. It's 40%, so they just have barely enough time to try and kite this. He's going to drop, and E-Heroes is going to take the second cap of the game. Very well fought there from Team Blacklisted, but just not enough.
Remember when Smitey said, like, when he was analyzing E-Heroes, and he said, like, you were surprised by ABN's coordination, damage, and their performance? Wait till you see E-Heroes and you will be surprised.
Yeah.
So
what surprises me about this team, it's not necessarily their, I expected their coordination that much, but what surprises me is the way that they play. They're all about the team fight. They're all about the constant pressure. It's completely not like that in US. In US, these teams would rather probably take the flag, bring it back to the base, and sit on the stacks, and then send off an offensive group to try and take someone out. But it's not like that. It's constant action no matter where you look. I mean, they're always trying to get on the flag here. They're always trying to peel back. They're always trying to put out the pressure. And I think it's a really great strategy. It's very new, and with that kind of rock comp, it works very well with that. Speaking of the rock comp, E-Hero's starting to drop here. Broad dropping to 25%. Wike as well at 50%, along with Durasso. I mean, they're starting to win the mid-fight here, and they're not going out silent. As you see there, Wike, he's dropping very low. He's got to pop wings. Probably going to be able to keep his team up through this pressure, but Broad did go down. That's a 1-0 for Team Blacklisted.
Yeah, definitely. I'm extremely impressed with the Team Blacklisted. I like their coordination. I like their team spirit. I like how they don't give up. Like when we saw the team fight ABN versus Alba, it kind of looked like the Alba team was a little bit demoralized at the very end, but no, like Team Blacklisted, they just keep going at it no matter what. They never give up. We really love their spirit, and if they would want to participate in our future tournaments, we will invite them in a heartbeat because their performance was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about it, it's very well fought from them. They did not give up no matter what. It's 3 minutes. I mean, they're still trying to fight. You play it out to the end. I give them the most respect. Even though they're down 2 caps, they're still playing this game out, and they're still trying to do their best to win this series no matter what. And, unfortunately, pressure obviously is on them right now to try and do that. They got 3 minutes left. It's looking very unlikely and out of their favor. But at the same point, they're playing it out to the end, and I give them just my absolute respect for that. So I want to bring it through here real quick. Lazy GG, I mean, he's going to go down. They got Limo. He's a ghost right now. And you talk about this, they got Blood Fury. He's got the flag right now. And Miko's also at 25%. And dropping 25% down. I mean, they're really just going to have to try and get these flags across the field, see what they can do. But, I mean, they can turn it around at this point. It's so difficult, though. I think the E-Hero's playing it safe. They're going to do the turtle. They're going to bring it back, win in the stacks, and then send an offensive group off. I mean, that's a smart way to do it all around. What do you think, Vlad?
Definitely. Yeah. Honestly, at this point, Team Blacklisted, we literally gave them a heads up, like, 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the tournament started?
Yep.
So they had 2 to 3 weeks to practice, but every single team had about a month. If they had 1 month to practice, and they were not even fully coming back to WoW to actually look up the new meta, and with the 2 weeks of preparation, they did an outstanding job. This was by far, like, I'm impressed with their team. I love their team to death right now. At this point in time, they're putting their heart and soul into this. And for next tournament, we're definitely gonna give them a bigger heads up, and I think they're gonna be able to contend.
Yeah, exactly. Blacklisted. They were a late entry team. Keep that in mind. But the thing about it, though, all these matches, they have just been so close. I mean, they've really just came down to the wire here. Blood Fury, he's going to be caught in a bomb here, and this may well be the end. He's got the Alliance flag, so I mean, if they can return this blood, E-Heroes will win the game. But, I mean, they're not giving up, and I give them credit for that. Every game, it was just a match back and forth, and they held their own. They didn't just held their own, they were able to wipe them. And that's something that you just don't see every day. Purgatory does come out from Blood Fury. If they drop him here, that's going to be the final cap. And it looks like Mikos is actually kiting around right now, and Furion able to take the flag. And we'll have to see what happens here as Blood Fury does drop down. He may be able to possibly reverse this pressure here, but obviously 1 minute and 28 seconds left. Not very likely for Team Blacklisted to win at this point. Pretty much impossible.
It's impossible. If they ran straight, it would be impossible. But
exactly.
They never give up. Every single match, they were coming back in and they're like, "Give me more." It's like Britney Spears' song, "Give me more, man." Honestly, that's what it reminded me of because this was amazing. Like I said,
exactly,
awesome job. But obviously, I don't want to take any credit from E-Heroes. Everybody said, everybody predicting that they're gonna win the matchup. They are, according to everybody, the strongest team, and wow. Their performance was absolutely amazing. So far, it's definitely one of the best ones I've ever seen so far in this tournament.
And these games, they were all very close. It wasn't like... I think that what Team Blacklisted in the next tournament, when we come back to them, they really got to work on their objective control, I think is the main thing. They had a good team fight, but they got to try and push it forward just a little bit more, They did a great job with this tournament so far, though. And just really close games every single time.
Absolutely. Now, let's see. Let's think here really quickly. Okay, so we're gonna have I have the Snoopy K and basically Team NAS coming out, and this is gonna be very, very interesting because there's two big different philosophies. Snoopy K, just like a European team, they will be focusing a lot on the team fights, just like Blacklisted, just like Heroes. Where Australian team, they play on US servers, so they kind of more used to US meta. So this is gonna be extremely exciting match from a standpoint of looking US versus EU meta. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a really interesting match, and I actually want to give eHeroes credit here before we go. They are advancing to the semifinals now, and just after what an absolutely incredible series of games. I mean, Blacklisted, they definitely gave them a big challenge here, but eHeroes now, they're going to have to go against either Snoopy K or Team Naz. Now, both these teams, I want to really see how they're going to do in this next matchup here, because that's really going to determine if they can go against eHeroes or not. eHeroes, they took the series 3-0. What an impressive sweep. I think that, honestly, they are the ABN of Europe. But we're going to have to see how they can do it coming into, or excuse me, how Naz and Snoopy K can do these games coming into this next series here. So, guys, break down that game for me. Tell me what they could have done better, what happened, and just break down the series for me.
Okay, I'm going to start off. The previous game, I never got to slip it in. There was one play when they initially got Waterworks, when Lurtex got that sap into blind, into stun, into clone. That was remarkable. That is top-notch DC. I just want to, praise him for that quickly. This is what our flag maps look like slightly. The real question is like, are eHeroes trying to show a good game and a good point of view, but are they trying to mind play the rest of the teams? They've picked 3 completely different maps to play against. Though they've opened up that whole game for the US teams and other teams to kind of see how they play. Are they deliberately letting people die? Are they going to change healers around? If you look at their bench is extremely strong as well. They can switch Winky out and get Lemon in. Lemon's another top class paladin.
Yeah, exactly.
They change around all these different things.
Going back to the Warsong Gulch game, if we could, I'm looking at eHeroes, and you guys were saying it was a 3-0 in the series, so big shout out to eHeroes for doing that and everything. I don't think it was technically a sweep though. If we actually look at it, again, it was team fight to team fight, one and done. Next round of Blacklisted would always lose the second team fight, so that's technically that's not a full sweep for eHeroes. Every single time they kind of had a problem with Blacklisted, so big shout out to Blacklisted for actually stepping up, because eHeroes is the favorite for this tournament. So if you're coming in and you're favorited, to even have any team fight issues on your opening match is a little bit of a concern for eHeroes. If I'm an NA team and I'm watching these games, I'm thinking, man, eHeroes could be a pushover for us. I'm watching an EU game where they were having that team fight move up and down the Warsong Gulch map. That's never going to happen from a North American team's perspective. You're going to hear, respect the 1v1s. They're going to lock players out. They're going to go around. And I think it's going to ultimately cost eHeroes when they finally do face an NA team. I like the double blood DKs and a lot of the rogue work, like you were saying, on that Gilneas game. Yeah, that Saptoclone and everything was really impressive. And even on the Warsong Gulch game too, they were getting to those FCs really quickly, like AJ was shoutcasting during the match. There was no downtime in that entire game. Every single moment was attack, and damage. The team fight basically lasted the entirety of the match. So I don't know if that's going to work against an NA team, but hopefully it will, and hopefully they'll continue on.
Yeah, what you were saying before, Smitey, when you were talking about rotating out healers, I don't really think that they're going to end up rotating out any healers, because, I mean, this healer comp that they have going on right now is so phenomenal that, it is the single, I think, personally, it is the single reason that they have won every game so far. Because, they were being out-damaged insanely by Team Blacklisted. Team Blacklisted had 4 or 5 people above them in damage. But those healers, especially on that FC map, those healers are the most important thing. If I didn't clarify it enough how important healers are in RBGs, more so than DPS, that Warsong Gulch definitely showed it, because it showed that eHeroes' healers are superior to Team Blacklisted's healers. Shots fired.
I was going to put it this way.
But
they have this option. They've played about 500 games on live together, on ults, on mains, etc. They've rotated healers around. They feel comfortable playing with 2 different holy paladins. They can completely throw off the finals. They could say, come against either Balamos or ABN, and they're going to go, okay, if we train Winky's going to die because we can remember playing on live on US and he didn't bubble fast enough. If they completely change that round and chuck in a completely new paladin that they've never played against, they're going to be a little bit confused if his paladin starts changing the way he uses his cooldowns, and they can completely change the way their healers play style. They've watched 3 games now on tournament of how their healers play. If they completely change that around and it's just as strong as before, but they play in a different style, it's going to be even harder for them to beat it.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I don't mean any hate on Team Blacklisted. I was actually cheering for Blacklisted.
Yeah, we know where your allegiances lie, Indy.
I mean, it was a good game all around, though. I mean, I'm really excited to see both of these teams come out in the next match. So I want to bring it forward here. Very good matchup. E-Heroes are going to advance on to the semifinals, and this next match is going to be determining who they will face. Now, Team Naz versus Team I, the Snoopy K. Both very powerful teams. Go ahead, Vlad. If you want
Well, first of all, actually, we want to thank the viewers. Thank you for participating and thank you for being civil during the chat. We're also gonna do a quick giveaway as well. And yeah.
Yeah. So why don't we? While we do that, why don't we actually head to a quick commercial break here and do the giveaway during that? And when we come back, we'll break down Team Naz and Team I, the Snoopy K, for you guys here live as we get into the Series 2 of the European quarterfinals. We'll be right back.
Absolutely. Wait. But before we do a giveaway, yeah. But before doing the giveaway, we want to give a shout out to Green Man Gaming. They've been sponsoring us as a professional company, and we want to say them lots of thank you for actually believing in us. We approached the multiple companies like, hey guys, we have an idea of making the tournament. We're not sure how many viewers we're going to get, but we think it's a good idea. And basically, they supported us from the get-go, and I think we're maintaining anywhere from 25 to 3,500 viewers on our stream, and we're awesome. We thank you for this, and we want to thank Greenman Gaming for supporting us. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. So we'll be right back, and when we get back from this break, it's Team Naz versus Team I, the Snoopy K. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, thanks a lot for staying in. Now we're going to do a quick giveaway of the game Mass Effect 3 provided us by Green Man Gaming. Thanks a lot again for your support, and for everybody who's interested in playing Mass Effect 3 and save the universe a couple thousand years from today, please type Mass in the chat below. Mass. Let's do it.
Absolutely great game there, Mass Effect 3, I'll tell you.
Let's get some free games, guys.
Absolutely, why not?
Giga-way. Giga-way.
Hashtag giveaway. Giveaway. Get it trending.
I want some Mass Effect.
Like,
Oh, look at all that mass in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so much.
Love
oh my gosh,
that.
I
It
love
looks
it.
so
Like
good.
Hey guys, we should do like a Mass Effect and Dying Light. Give away one back to each other, so it'd be Mass and Dying.
Yep.
Mass dying.
And it looks like we're actually
Mass
just
death.
about ready on the coin toss here. And as you guys know, the rules for the coin toss are very simple. Both teams will pick heads or tails. Coin will be tossed between the numbers of 1 and 2, and whoever does win the coin toss will declare the first map of the series. So, we actually want to bring it over here to you guys right now. Synapse, let me know if you're ready anytime soon.
Okay, guys, we're going to do the coin toss. Let me see here. Team Naz is going to be heads. They picked heads. And Snoopy K is going to be tails. All right. Heads is 1, tails is 2. I'm going to do the roll now. And the roll is 2. That means tails. Snoopy K gets to pick the first map.
All right, and we are back once again. So, Snoopy K gonna win the roll. He's gonna pick the first map. I'm interested to see what this Russian team is really gonna do. Now, it's a very isolated meta in Russia. It's completely Russian servers. We don't know what goes on there, to be quite honest with you. I don't know what kind of meta these guys are about to bring out of the table. It could be something that completely counters the European meta entirely. And to think about it, Team NAS, they're an Australian team. Half their players are they have some players on US, some players in Australia, some players in Asia. I mean, they're from all over. They really are truly a wild card team. And so when you bring the Australian team versus the Russian team, you're going to bring in two crazy styles of play here. And I'm really excited to see what meta is going to triumph in this matchup.
My
wanna
dear
hear from-
comrades, let's win for Mother Russia. That's all I can say.
Okay, so
I would
Vlad going with
love.
Smitey, go for it.
I would love to see a Temple of Kotmogu about now. I'd love to see the Russians
That would be
versus
big.
the Australians for a Temple. I think that would be a really interesting matchup.
Yeah, we've
think
yet to see a
both
really
teams-
good, Temple match. I really am with you on that.
That's what I'd like to see about now.
Yeah, I definitely. I think the Russians could pull out something like Temple. I'm not so sure. You know, Team Naz is going to allow would make that choice themselves, especially with their lineup. You know, I know Kurgak is a great lock-in. They have Crucials on Holy Paladin, and big shout out to Mauschwitz too. As the priest, but to go against a team you've never faced before, choosing something like Temple, I don't think is something we're going to see out of Team Naz.
Well, I'd like to see a Gilneas. Okay, then.
Wow.
You got a Gilneas map
yeah,
choice.
so first map choice coming in here. It's going to be Battle for Gilneas.
Team
about
fight.
So,
That's not
Team
that's not
fight.
the most
okay.
that's not the most unexpected thing. I mean,
not unexpected at all.
I think
Yeah, that
this
makes
is-
total
there's
sense. They
only
wanna
been
feel them
one
out.
seed. Yeah, there's only been like one seed that hasn't picked Gilneas first, I think, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good tester map. You
It's
can check
the-
if people are going to ninja, you can check the team fight, you can check how good the healers are, how the CC is. It's just a great overall map to practice.
What
against any
Nagrand,
team.
yeah, what Nagrand is to arenas. You know, Nagrand is most
Exactly.
the most balanced map. That's kind of what
Yeah.
Gilneas is to RBGs.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that.
I personally love Gilneas, man. But then again, I'm playing on Holy DK and doing a lot of damage, which DKs kind of actually thrive on Battle for Gilneas.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about Battle for Gilneas, like you guys were saying, it's a very good starter map. You can feel it. You have a team fight on there. You have the node map. You have the backdoor strategies that you can do. There's a lot of flexibility with the map, but at the same time, it gives you the option to feel the team out. And I think the real thing about Battle for Gilneas, it's really a favorite map of a lot of these teams as well. And it's a great starter map because you can see what the other team is going to do. Now, think about it. Do you think that any of these teams are going to pick an Arathi Basin? Because we have not seen that map at all come out in this. Yeah.
Arathi Basin is that map that you're just like, no one really wants to go on. Like,
Exactly.
It's
I
all
think it's a
nothing.
very random map in general.
I think it's
to
an
be
all or
honest.
nothing map completely. Whoever
Like,
goes to
Yeah,
spaces.
yeah. Arathi Basin, the complexity that's added with all those bases in such long range doesn't really benefit you as a leader. If you win those 3 bases, you can kind of secure that, and so nobody
Yeah.
wants that. You don't want one mistake to cost you an entire game, and it's such a long game with such great distance and such complexity. It's not really worth choosing at all.
If you're gonna go a domination style map, Arathi Basin's not the choice you want to go with. You want to go with Gilneas, and Gilneas' map structure is just perfect for that type of game mode.
I also, oh yeah, go ahead.
I was pretty much finished. You're good.
I'm also just surprised that Temple of Kogmo was actually picked only once, because since there's a lot of team fights going on, and a lot of burst damage, coordinated burst damage from a lot of teams, it has been played only once.
Yeah, you make a really good point there. Because the European meta, it's all about the team fight. And that's really what Temple of Kotmogu is. It's a very aggressive team deathmatch map, kind of map. And we really haven't seen it come out at all, except for briefly yesterday during the Daticus Bailamos series. Where I believe Bailamos took that one. But it's just not, I don't think it's a popular map for this. Because it requires a really amount of intense coordination. I think that in this series, you're probably going to see an Eye of the Storm come out. You may well see, obviously we have Bata for Gilneas, probably a Warsong. Those are really the safe map picks. But you may see something out of the ordinary, maybe an Arathi. You never know.
I think because it's in a situation they're in a tournament situation, like they don't really know how each other play. I think it's worth throwing it on the line. Chuck a map at them, but they're not really expecting to play. Just completely go all out on it. Mm-hmm. Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
Show people what you can do. Show them why you're in this tournament.
Well, I think that all that emphasis will be on the second map. This first map was really just for feeling each other out, which is what all the seeds have done so far, except for the previous.
Yeah, I think you could see an NA team choose Eons. I don't think you're gonna want an EU is not gonna choose Eons. I don't think so.
Now think about it. Tomorrow, the semifinals and the finals, where we're gonna declare the best team in the US, best team in Europe, and then best team in the world. I think that it's gonna be you're gonna have to see the Arathi come out. It's a best of 7 series. They're gonna have to pick that map at one point or another, unless somebody completely wipes the floor. That map will come out. And to think about it, these teams have got to be prepared to play on that. They may not have to play in that in the best of 5, but very well could come up in the future.
Yeah, eventually it could. I just don't think it's one of the first choices that you're going to want as a leader from either region.
Yeah, no,
it definitely
yeah,
will
it
show
would
up
definitely
eventually.
be at the bottom of the preferences, just because of how sloppy that map can get. Especially since it's a 15-player map. With the smaller maps like Eye of the Storm, 15 players can be kind of downgraded to 10 players for 10v10, and it works. It works really well with Eye of the Storm. But Arathi Basin, just between the size of the map, and I'm not just talking about square feet. I'm talking about there's a whole upper level and a bottom level. Mine and the lumber mill. So there's just it just gets really hectic.
Yeah. And we're going to actually be getting into the game in just a moment here, guys. But as we have stated before, it is the PTR, and we're having a few technical difficulties with the queuing system. It's a little unstable, but we will be in just a moment here. We're just waiting to get both the team leaders on Real ID and queued up. So we should be in just a moment.
Yeah, so let's go actually over to Team Naz for a second and kind of break down this team composition. I know Maushewicz is on there, and I'm looking at Crucials. I'm kind of wondering, are they going to change up their healing comp, against this Russian team? Is the Russian team going to take the more standard EU meta, or are they going to show us like a Russian meta? That's kind of what I want to try to figure out, and maybe Spiney can answer that better for me.
I honestly think Snoopy is going to surprise us. I don't think he's going to play for a team fight. I think he's going to come out of nowhere, and I think he's going to ninja nodes. I've not really played against Snoopy's team fight. All I know, and this is going to be scary for their healers on Team Naz, Acrolols, when he's sat on you, it's going to hurt. Him and Saint Line connecting really, really is a painful situation.
Yeah, I've been watching Saint Line lately. I've kind of had him in the back of my radar for a while, but I've been watching him really closely lately.
I think I spoke too soon. Battle for Gilneas, guys. We are about ready to get queued in here and get live for the very first matchup of this series. It's Team Naz versus Eye of the Snoopy K. Both teams, very aggressive playstyles, both ready to take on this tournament. Eye of the Snoopy K, of course, the top Russian team. Team Naz, the best Australian team. We'll have to see how these guys do in this matchup here in the European Worlds bracket. So, guys, let's take a look at their team comp real quick here. We're waiting to reload the frames here, and we should have that to you in just a moment. Look like Clarity TKO, Knight, Kurgak, Crucial's Nuts, Frime, Rock Lobster, Jackie, Pelican, and Tree Lover are going to be over onto Team Naz here. So, they're bringing up their core lineup, very strong. and we're waiting for the Snoopy K to load in here. Doesn't look like they've actually entered the battle yet, so we may actually have suffered some technical difficulties here, so we may have to go back to a replay real quick. But yeah.
So glitches do happen. We told you guys about that. There's 3 different things fighting at the same time. One is a lag. Second is both people from 2 different countries trying to get connected at the same time. Add-on issues, and because it's a PCR. So
Exactly.
let's give it a shot again, and let's keep going.
Yeah, I'm getting word that the Snoopy K actually had a glitch out when they were entering the battleground there, and as we stated before, guys, the spectator UI for PvP right now, and for rated battlegrounds, of course, is very unstable. So we're trying our best to work with it. Blizzard's been really great, and they've helped us every step of the way. So at the time being,
They actually are coming in. The Russian
Oh,
team
they are?
actually just didn't get the go-ahead that they could enter, so
Oh,
they were
okay.
just waiting for that go-ahead,
Okay.
so they can enter now. Oh, okay.
So we will have a full restart. Because signups did have to leave the game. Okay, very well. But we should be queued in here momentarily, guys. Bear with us as we work over these issues. We appreciate it, guys. I want to check right here real quick.
Yeah, and I'm chatting with RBG Leader right now, so there should be everything fine.
Okay, perfect. Now, I really want to talk about the bonus round for a moment. Let's get into that for today. Now, I'm excited. Yesterday, it was Strand of the Ancients, and we saw Bailamos pull out some unusual tactics, some very clever use of in-game mechanics, I guess you could say. The Strand of the Ancients yesterday, where he was, I believe he was like shadow stepping to the cannons, and able to like bring the bombs way back
that's from above, but yeah.
Yeah, that's from above as well. So I thought that was a very smart tactic.
Playing Smash Brothers over
Yeah,
there.
exactly. So that was a really cool bonus round. And in case you guys don't know, the bonus round is a map that's going to be played at the end of the series with the 2 top teams, which has never seen competitive play. So right now, Strand of the Ancients is out. So that means it can either be an Outtrack Valley or an Isle of Conquest today. Now, I am really excited to see these teams fight in this map. They can bring in subs as well, which is a really cool thing. So we may have an Isle of Conquest 20v20 and 20v20 Outtrack Valley. We'll have to see that. I'm excited for it, though. I really want to see how these teams are going to operate. What do you guys think the map is going to be today, and what are your predictions on that?
I don't know what they're gonna choose, but I want to see Isle of Conquest, man.
Yeah, I'm down for Isle of
Soft spot in my heart for Isle of Conquest.
Isle of Conquest is a really fun map when it's played, without... There's some issues on live with Isle of Conquest that I don't really want to talk about, but...
Oh, shut your mouth, Indy, man. Isle of Conquest live is amazing. Don't you bad talk it, all right?
The only issue is that Alliance always wins.
when there are
I
enough...
got no issue with that.
And I don't have an issue with that. I transferred. Either way, though, it looks like we are about queued into the game here. Game 1, no issues this time around. Hashtag fingers crossed into chat, guys. We want to make sure that we get into this game very clean and no issues here. And of course, as you can see, some of the Russian frames, it's going to be displaying question mark, question mark, question mark. What that basically means is that their names are written in Russian, the Russian language, and that won't actually display on the current name bars or in WoW PvP in general. So actually on our real ID, their names are also question marks. So at this point in time, you won't be able to see all the players' names, but we'll just call them out the monk and the warrior to this point, and the mage and the druid. So that way you guys can follow along with what we're saying. But I want to take a look at this team comp here real quick. They got Clarity TKO, Khrushchev's Kurgak, Pelican Knight, and they got Nuts and Janny. So they're bringing in the Mystery Monk, they're bringing in the Holy Paladin, and it looks like they're going to bring in a Resto Druid. So pretty safe healing comp there. And going over to either Snoopy K's team, they've got Snoopy K, they've got their Holy Paladin, and they've got the Mistweaver. So exact mirror healing comp. What do you guys think about this?
Definitely, there's going to be team fights versus question marks. So this is going to be very interesting. By the way, the reason why there are question marks is because it's in Cyrillic. Cyrillic is a type of language that the Russians type. So that's why there comes the question marks, because the client, PTR client, doesn't recognize that. So there are known heroes of the Alliance. I want to see some really heavy AoE cleave damage coming out of the Snoopy K. Like, every time we talk to them, like, hey dude, here's a screenshot of me versus this top team. We just AoE the living crap out of them. Like, wow. I'm looking at Snoopy's damage and capability of destruction's amazing. At the same time, I want to see some really, really good bursts from Team NAS. They have 2 DKs and they have a warrior. That means they have like a TSG 3.0. It's not 2.0 anymore, it's 3.0. There's a lot of single target damage from them. So I want to see some of that as well.
And question mark has assaulted the mines, and it looks like they're going to take layouts there as well. This is going to be a fun match to cast. I can already feel it. So we got Nuts here coming up to the mid fight, and they're all going to contest Waterworks. So it doesn't look like any Ninja Caps so far yet, and they're going to sit one back in each base. So I think that's a smart strategy. But as you can see there, Strawberries, he's already dropping to 25% as the beam comes out. Kirkak's going to pop Dark Soul, and Nuts is also going to drop a little bit as well, but not too much. The Wings comes out, and he's going to be able to probably pick up his team here unless something crazy happens. But the Warrior is actually dropping down. He's going to pop the Skull Banner, and along with the DK popping the Pillar of Frost, trying to reverse it onto Jardy in the mid-fight. Knight and the other DK, Nutsy, he's also dropping down. Knight's still saving the AMS there, but Nutsy's going to have to pop it. And both teams actually able to survive initial bursts, and it's very much a ping-pong match, back and forth, but nobody's really dropping so far.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. So, again, remember, in the big team fights right now, the meta, I guess, is just the healers, don't even kill them. But looks like Snoopy K is actually going for their Holy Paladin. He popped the wings, and he's dropping down to 50%, 20% HP. Here comes the bubble. There's one major cooldown, is already out. But the Team NAS also forced a bubble from the Monk as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you saw the evasion there. They got the Life Cocoon out onto their Mistweaver. And, I mean, both teams, they're trading back and forth, but it feels like it's not that aggressive. You know what I mean? Like, it trades. Maybe I spoke too soon because Crucial is dropping down quickly. He's going to be picked up by a Life Cocoon just at the end there. I mean, they're dropping them down. Definitely, for sure, but not as aggressive as the E-Heroes versus Team Blacklisted match. I'll give it that much. So, Janny, of course, is 50% here. The Monk on the Snoopy K at 50%, along with Erico, LOL's 50, and Strawberries as well. So both teams kind of reversing pressure, but it's pressure from both sides right now.
Yeah, definitely. Knight is actually going down to 10% HP. There's a huge stun on him right now. Will he be... Crucials just go down.
Wow, look at that. That was a lucky execute there from the Warrior on the Snoopy K's team. And Janny, of course, is starting to drop a little bit as well. Now the Monk goes down. They counter it. The Monk is going down on the Snoopy K's team. And now both teams, it's a 1-for-1 matchup here. As
2-for-1. Good job, Russians.
Wow, how about that? So the Snoopy K, they're coming back, and their healer, that's going to catch a full res timer as the Monk begins to photo back into that fight. We look over here, Rock Lobster at 25%, Knight, Crucial still down, Flame at 25% as well, along with Tree Lover starting to drop. But as you see, the Snoopy K, the clone goes out into Snoopy K. He's at 50%, the DK's at 50%, the Warrior also at 50%. Their whole team is dropping very low. The Inner Will is popped, but is it going to be enough? He's picking a team up as the Kargak drops on Team Naz.
ADD, always do damage, man. You can see what's going on here as well. Overall, I think Team NAS did really good on single target bursts. I want to see a little bit more of that. I see some crowd control coming onto the melees from Russia team, and a few on the healers. I want to see more healer crowd control on the Russian team.
Yeah, look at this.
I think Team NAS got it.
Yeah, they're starting to wipe here, Team NAS. I mean, they're catching reses, but they're getting split pretty hard right now. And if you look over here, Nuts, he's really one of the only DKs that can really stay up and spin this flag right now. And he's just going to drop, and they're going to take it from him immediately. So, the Snoopy K is going to win the initial team fight at Waterworks here, but this is definitely not over, folks. I mean, both trades coming back from both teams, they were able to wipe up some members of the Snoopy K, Team NAS as well. I think that what they really got to do, refocus on your healers, regroup, probably repush. I think they have a good shot if they try and repush this base right now. What do you think, Vlad?
Oh, absolutely. Remember that match, Legendarian versus E-Heroes? Legendarian got the first cap, but the Heroes came in and took it from him, the second team fight. I definitely can see a huge comeback coming out here as well. It was relatively close team fight.
Yeah, exactly. And they're doing exactly as I predicted. They're heading back to Waterworks right now. They may look to juke, but probably not. They're going to come in from the water side. And, think about I think this is a really smart move on Team NAS. Keep contesting the base. You have an option. It's very early in the game. You didn't wipe before the timer is up. You have an opportunity time to take it back. And we saw this in the very first matchup, E-Heroes versus Team Blacklisted. They wiped the first time around. But what happened was They came back, and Blacklisted wiped E-Heroes the first time around, but they were able to come back, E-Heroes, and take the base back from them. And I think that that's what they want to do here. What the Snoopy K needs to do is survive their bursts. That's the deal.
Look at this. Look, you can see this the really good single target damage.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we just lost share screen setup, so we'll get that back in just a moment here. But yeah, it's a very well single target damage coming out all around. We're getting the feedback. Just a moment, guys. But it's damage from all the teams coming back around right now. and they're both going to try and contest the space the best that they can.
Oh, absolutely. So, a lot of spread damage versus a lot of single target damage as well. And actually, it kind of turns around that Eye of the Snoopy K is actually in trouble right now too. There is going to be a lot of crowd control coming onto the healers, and a lot of defensive cooldowns has already been played.
Yeah, exactly. And think about it, they can really contest the space here. Eye of the Snoopy K. I mean, they can hold the space here. And Team Naz, they can really come back from it. And we're still waiting to get the feedback up, guys. So just bear with us for a moment here as we work through this difficulty. But obviously, a very close match so far. No, we can't see it.
So what's going on right now is, Team Naz is still contesting over Waterworks. They're trying to do that team fight there. Snoopy DK is dipping low down to 32% with the Warlock and the Warrior coming in. I think one of the problems you're seeing right now, at least from Team Naz, is the fact that they comped incorrectly for this map. If you want to really break down what's happening to them, and that's the heavy TSG that you've seen. The double DK Warrior or that threes TSG comp, and then the heavy by doubling down on the DK for the RBGs is a really and Crucials just went down right there.
Wow.
Actually, the Waterworks fight. So that was a pretty crazy push. While I'm fanboying over this TSG comp and how they shouldn't have probably done it for Gilneas. It's great that they continue this team fight.
No, still not loaded. But the thing about it, though, Crucials, now that Team Naz, they're starting to wipe in this mid fight here. So the thing about it is that when they're starting to feel the pressure here, so they pushed back in, and now this plan may not be working for them. Eye of the Snoopy K is still up, from what I understand. And at this point, what do you think Team Naz needs to do against now?
Well, if Team Naz really wants to win this, and I don't think they honestly can, but if they want to win this, they're going to have that heavy TSG actually sit on the healers. They brought in this comp. They have to commit to the comp they brought. That means the melee needs to make the healer's life just absolutely unbearable, while their casters get that damage out and slowly secure the kill. Kurgak is actually topping damage as the UA lock, so the bleeds and the rots are there. The Warrior just needs to follow up with the executes, assuming they can get anybody on the Russian team low enough to make that happen, while the DKs, grip and really slow down the Russian healers. They haven't currently been doing that, and now they're on a split res, which is making it even more difficult. But it is a possibility. They could come back. It's only 700 points into the game, so 300, 700. That's definitely a reset and refight the team. Really get them felt out, because it's only the first game in the series. So if you're already broken mentally, there's nothing you can do for the rest of the series. What they need to do is really feel the team out, go against them, and find the weakness. It's going to take a while. It might cost them this game just to find it, but they need to make sure they find it.
Yeah,
absolutely. In all honesty, I've been pretty impressed by just a cleave damage. I really wanted to see a really good cleave damage performance on this team. A lot of teams brought it, and what they were able to do is they were able to rot the enemy healers. The Snoopy K actually was the first who ran a rot cleave and actually killed before enemy healers went home, which says a lot about their actual capability for destruction. But at the same time, I was very, very pleased with the overall coordination and actually burst coming out of Team Naz.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it now, what do you really do with your team now? So you got wiped twice in the mid fight. You're already down over 400 points. It's 800 to 900 even more to about 500 right now. What do you really do at this point? Do you keep pushing into Waterworks? Do you keep trying to contest this base, or do you send off your one of your teammates to try and get a base, like possibly the Mage or a Boomkin? What do you guys think?
Honestly,
well, to win the game, yeah, you're gonna have to ninja. I think to win the series, though, you're gonna have to keep team fighting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely think it's really rough for Team Naz not having a rogue on this map.
I think they could honestly send out TSG, send it to mines, send a TSG with a healer, split it up, have two bases attacked at the same time, try and split up Snoopy, try and get two healers to take one base and one healer on the other, and just constantly put pressure on both. If you can put pressure on both, you can split them up. If you can slow them, you might be
Speaking of
able to
ninjas, it looks like the Russian, aka Rolls, is putting pressure on LH right here. He's doing a CC chain on tonight. He's almost had it. Oh my gosh! In the last second of the cap, got finally interrupted by Knight. Good on Knight for not buckling under the pressure there.
Very good, very good. Do you think that do you think they're going to peel somebody back to try and assist with that base? Because if they do, then they're going to be put out of the mid fight there.
Well,
Oh yeah, True Lover already went
Snoopy,
back.
definitely.
Already went back.
Already went back.
True Lover was instantly back. Yeah, he's
Wow.
already gone from LH.
So that was very good because, Tree Lover, he's already going to be back to Waterworks in just a moment here. So that will have that statistical numbers advantage. But the thing about it, I think that really they should try and take advantage of this pressure while they have it. Now, as you can see, Erico Wells, he's heading back to Waterworks right now. He's going to do what he can to put out some pressure in the fight. And we're going to see the Rogue enter right now, which is pretty good on Snoopy K's part. Now talk to me, give me an update from in-game here. What do you see going on right now?
Well, we really just see the Waterworks fight continued. Knight is actually sitting now at the LH, so they're releasing a couple of the players that would normally sit. I wouldn't expect that, but again, like I said, the comp on this is a little bit odd choice, so not entirely sure if that's their way of trying to come back and maybe you feel out the Russian teams more. The Mistweaver actually did go down on the Russian team, so they are getting some work done in the Waterworks fight. I think they're slowly learning the team, so maybe the next game we'll see something a little more aggressive and maybe comp difference out of Team Nest.
Yeah, exactly. And this is really smart on Snoopy K's part. They put the pressure back at Waterworks. They extend the team fight. They're already up ahead, so just defend your bases, resecure what you have. I mean, that was great peeling back from the Priest there on the Snoopy K. I mean, they were just already good to go. So, could I get a score update real quick?
Yeah, it is currently 590 on Team Naz and 1386 to Eye of the Snoopy K. So Eye of the Snoopy K does have it secured even with one base at this point in a Gilneas. The only way Team Naz could currently win is if they get all 3 bases.
Yeah, exactly. So a very good matchup so far. Right after this game, guys, we're actually going to take a momentary break as we get Skype back up, but then we'll be back for the analysis. But I just want to talk about these teams real quick. Now, Eye of the Snoopy definitely showed dominance in the mid-fight that entire game. Undoubtedly.
I think Team
I don't know.
Naz
I
really
think
showed-
Team Naz was coming back slowly. I think the Russians definitely overpowered them. But again, I don't know if that was skill over skill or if it was comp to comp. And I think it's probably more comp to comp.
I think Team Naz's comp this game was just really not that well thought out for this map. I mean, the whole TSG mentality, like, I would like to have seen a rogue on there, you know, maybe some more dot classes. Definitely could sacrifice one of those Death Knights.
Yeah, absolutely. I think honestly both those Death Knights kind of didn't step up there. I'm just looking at the damage meters. At least in the opening team fight, Nuts was not even in the game basically.
Yeah, exactly. So what we're going to do right now, guys, we're actually going to cut to a quick...
Wait, the Russian warrior got 13 killing blows.
Wow.
13 killing blows.
Talk
the
about the
power of
execute
execute compels you.
Execute balanced, okay?
All right, guys, so while we get the feedback up and running here, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. But when we get back, we will break down these two teams and get into
But before that,
game
we're going to do a quick giveaway, by the way, guys.
Exactly.
By the way, we want to thank Blizzard for actually helping us out to get this, helping for the Twitters, constant feedback, helping for the blue post. It's been a pleasure cooperating with them and helping for the Heroes Keys giveaway, because we're going to do another Heroes of the Storm beta giveaway. For you to be able to do it, type Heroes, as in plural, S at the end, and not A-S-S, S. So, type Heroes in the chat, and we'll do a giveaway.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Giveaway? All right.
Giveaway, hashtag
Giveaway.
giveaway. And how about that? Actually, it doesn't... We'll actually cut to a quick commercial while we get these issues resolved, but it looked like the feed did come up at the very last moment there. But that's all right. So we will be right back, guys, and make sure to enter Heroes in the chat and get that giveaway. Giveaway. Hello,
Hello,
everyone.
guys.
Oh, you can go ahead, Vlad.
Hi, guys. There's gonna be a second matchup between Eye of the Snoopy K and Team Nas. Now, ironically speaking, Eye of the Snoopy K playing in the Eye of the Storm, and he kind of person doesn't like the map as well. So,
Yeah, exactly. So a little ironic there, but we do have the next map for you guys right now, and this one was picked by Team Naz. And guys, it's one that we saw yesterday very briefly, but we're gonna see it full force today. It is Temple of Kotmogu.
Woo!
Smitey.
I
Smitey,
wanna
a
hear
little
Smitey
bit
talk
more.
about it.
Oh, wait,
Smitey,
Tem-
Smitey, let's hear what you got to say.
Temple's like such a fun game to watch in my eyes. Like, so much stuff can happen. There's so many different tactics for it. It's such a fast-paced game. It depends on, like, it's all about personal performance as well as kind of team motivation and navigation on the map. You know, you can assign certain people to go to certain orbs. You can assign certain people to go for certain zones. You can kite a whole team. You can just sit in the middle and tank people out and fight them to death. You know,
That kiting
there's
right there.
so much kind of stuff. Kiting on this map is unbelievable. You can kite it for so long. Baylor showed in the previous RBG World Championship how well you can actually kite teams. Like, I just really want to see what some teams have got for this map.
Yeah.
This is just
So what is the top tier EU meta then on Kotmogu? What do you usually see in a Kotmogu
Is
game
it
at the
kiting, or
top
do you
tier?
guys sit in middle, or what? Yeah, what do you guys do on
depends
EU?
on the team. Like, personally, for my team, when we war game versus E-Heroes, we kited them, and even they admitted that they were, you know, that's how they wanted to play.
Well, what do
They're
you
like-
think these two teams are going to be doing?
I would love to see them kite. I would love to see them get 3 orbs and kite them the whole game, and just make it an absolute pain in the ass for them to connect on any of them. Just kill
This is
anyone but
kiting?
tries to get on. Just kite them forever. I would love to see that.
I think that would be really smart, honestly. We see that strategy. That originally was from Team by Lamos. When they brought it back, the kite around the map, you know, bringing the orbs outside of the map. And the thing about it, on Temple of Kotmogu, I think you're going to see a lot of bob caps as well. So what'll happen, usually it's a lot better to bob your orb carrier, lose the orb, but keep the player. So I think you're going to see a lot of strategical bops on here as well. But I'm not sure what exact kind of strategy you're going to see, because keep in mind, this isn't necessarily the European meta here. This is a Russian versus Australian meta. So maybe they may copy the European meta, or maybe they may not. But I'm feeling a team fight right here, in a very aggressive one. What
Well, I
do you
think
guys
in terms of the
definitely
meta,
think
the
so.
Australian team is probably going to play more like an NA team than an actual Australian, you know, queuing at 3 a.m. kind of team. I think we're going to see, at least from Team Naz, you know, the outside kite, maybe the middle drop if they need to catch up on points. I don't think we're going to see the full, you know, the Balemos all the way outside kite. I think we're going to see that middle ring kite coming out of Team Naz.
Yeah, that middle ring kiting is really good for when, you know, you're not too far ahead, but you're a little ahead, you know, so you want to just keeping away from the enemy team, making sure that they're not getting on your orb carriers. And if a team is behind and they're able to pick up some orbs, you know, get 3 or 4 orbs, and then they'll jump into middle, try to catch up on the points, and then they can commence the kiting.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it here, as we get, and the reason I actually see someone in the chat saying Russia is equivalent to Europe desecration, but the reason why I say that, it's actually not. And continental-wise, possibly, but the thing about it is that it's 2 different servers. You have the European servers, and then you have the Russian servers. 2 different servers. So that's the point I really want to make there, is that they play on a different meta. They play on different servers, and as a result of that, you're going to see different styles of gameplay coming out here. So just wanted to clarify that real quick.
definitely.
Yeah, occasionally on that region, you actually you can cross queue on the region, but you're correct. Normally the Russians they queue at different times, and they usually end up queuing into each other.
Obviously with the time
Occasionally late
zones.
night. Yeah. Occasionally late night, you actually can get the Russian team in an EU queue. So they do kind of have that flavor, you know, crossover where they're used to playing EU metas or used to giving EU a run for their money with the Russian metas.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, think about it here. it's going to be very cool seeing this kind of meta come out here on Temple of Kotmogu. I'm looking for, yeah, and we see ISWK, they're going to be Alliance, and Team NAS, they are going to be Horde. And I want to take a look at their comps real quick as we get into the game here. We'll have to see who is going to be picking up the orbs, but we see Team NAS, they're going to bring Pelican, they're going to bring Westify, they're going to bring Nuts, they're going to bring Crucials and Kurgak. I mean, that's pretty much their core lineup there. And then either Snoopy K, they're bringing the Druid, they're bringing Umbella, Snoopy himself, and Soda and the Monk. So, strong lineup here, but let's go ahead and get into the game very quickly. So, as you see, the 2 Locks and the 2 Druids picking up the orbs. So, smart move from both teams. What do you think about that, Lud?
Oh, absolutely. The mobility, the port, ZYX, basically capitalizing on that. Perfect picks. But then again, it looks like the Team NAS actually swapped out of the 2 DKs in order to get their Rogue, so they can get more mobility and more kite ability as well. So you can see some more kiting there as well. But look at actually Teams, I was a Snoopy K, their Warrior actually already goes down, Akko is down to half HP. They're already a first kill. Literally 15 seconds to the match.
And look at Kurgak, he can paint suppression, but they're just going to try and put DPS through paint suppression and bop onto him. And he's just barely going to get picked up. And it looks like they're going to reset that orb as well and have their mage go and get it. So, pretty cool so far. But just a lot of damage and a lot of trades coming out for both these teams.
Oh, absolutely. To be honest, this is pretty exciting because either Snoopy K is down on one team member. The Warrior, the main executor, is down. He actually went for the body res as well. And either Snoopy K not releasing any pressure at all. They're like, okay, we all know that one person is down, but we're still gonna be keep pressuring them. And that's actually playing against them because Snoopy K just went down as well. Will they be able to pick up the orange flag right now just in time, or will this flag go to Team NAS?
You know, think about it. Both teams are just trying to regroup right now. Team NAS are getting very split, and this is really bad for them. They got to get their group together, and they got to start kiting this map. The Snoopy K, though they may be a little down on orbs right now, they can definitely come back from this, and they're starting to wipe Team NAS in a team fight, which is really, really impressive.
Oh, yeah. So, BCBY actually is going down.
Well, look at Kurgat. Wow, look at Kurgat, both of them. Oh, my gosh. And now Jackson, wow, BCBY also dropping down. How about that? Very quick drops from both these teams.
Yes, and then keep in mind, guys, every time the flag carrier dies, you also get some points from that as well. So that's a good thing. But at this point in time, they're wiping the Australian team. But will that be enough? Will the Australian team be able to get the reses and re-get those caps again? Because I think Russian team needs to focus on those flags at this point.
That was a really good Life Cocoon that went out onto their Druid there on the Snoopy K. And the thing about it, you know, right now, if you're Team NAS, you really only have one orb. You gotta kind of get grouped up. They're going in the middle with the orbs, which I think is really, really aggressive from the Snoopy K. I don't know. I think that's interesting. I think that they want to get the cash grab here and try and get as many points as they can from this middle push, but a lot of the times, if they don't try and get out of here and kite around, they could pretty easily get wiped from their positioning. As you see there, their mage drops down just instantly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it actually was a really, really good idea by out of the Snoopy K because they have orbs and they have a second biggest advantage, split reses on the Team NAS. So they're not participating in the full team fights, and those orbs also give you a lot of damage done. So they will be able to wipe Team NAS more, but it also plays against them as well.
And now it's a 4 cap. Now it's a complete 4 cap for the Snoopy K. I mean, the thing about this team is that they were very smart, and they kind of put Naz right into their trap. They said, okay, jump in middle. We'll let you guys jump in middle. We'll let you take the orbs from us. But what we're going to do instead is, once you're in middle, we're just going to get the orbs as soon as you kill them, and then kite you around. So, smart move there. But they're going to be able to get one of their players down as well, the Druid, and also the other Druid dropping dangerously low now. And it looks like possibly Team Naz may be able to recover here off of this, but their mage is going to pick that up as well.
Yeah, but this is actually very, very too soon to actually even do any judges. It goes back and forth as well. Both teams scoring good amount of consistent kills as well. Both trying to play their maps and flags as much as they possibly can as well.
Yeah, exactly, and their lock just went down there. Well, Kurgak, he's actually pretty dangerously low here, but he's going to get topped off, hopefully, by his healer. And as you can see here, you know, wow, Origin Orb actually gets returned there. And that's going to be picked up, and now the pressure is on the eye of the Snoopy K as Team Naz gets a 3 cap here. Pain Suppression goes out on the Kurgak, and his stacks are just floating up there, already at 120% extra damage on top of that. I mean, that's just very difficult to heal through.
They just killed the mage.
Drops. How about that?
Yeah. So there could be a potential 4 cap. Now it's a completely 180. Now the eye of the Snoopy K is on the split reses, and they're coming in for the team fight, and they have multiple flags in the center by the Team Naz.
Yeah, exactly. And just take a look at this here. The Warrior at 50% health. I mean, they're putting the pressure on him. He's got a lot of stacks right now. 140% extra damage he's taken. I mean, they're trying to heal him through him the best he can, but I mean, at some point it just becomes very unhealable. The kidney shot comes out, and I mean, they're gonna have to pull off a miracle if they want to keep this guy alive. At this point, just bop him.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I don't like this Warrior flag carrying, to be honest.
I feel, I feel like it could be just a split-second decision. You know, like okay, you're near the orb, you need to grab that. That often happens a lot. But the problem is that when you start playing like that, it means that your team is not very grouped and that it can hurt your organization. But I mean, the Warrior at the same time, though, it is a melee class and it can take a little bit extra damage. So either way,
it's not that. It's the fact that their Warrior did 13 killing blows in the last match. He's the one who's scoring the kills mostly on Team Snoopy K. I want to see him on assault team. I don't want to see him on defense team at this point.
You know, you don't have to play defense with the orb. I mean, he could be right up in there with the orb, trying to kill everyone he can. I know that when Bailamos plays on this map, what they would do is they'll actually, Bailamos, crazy man himself, he'll grab the orb and he'll actually go into the team fight directly and he'll try and kill as many people as he can with it. I mean, they can actually use that Warrior to their advantage if they choose to do that. But as you can see here, the score beginning to become pretty even. As both teams, the Warlock does drop there as well, and now it's a 2-cap for Team Naz, and either Snoopy K is trying to recover it. Snoopy K himself begins to drop with one of the orbs, so DK will pick
and then actually, question mark, Warrior right now is on this Warlock. We will see some exclamation marks, and yes, he goes down as well. Now there goes another flag carrier for the Team Naz. Will they be able to capitalize? Will they be able to get that flag as well?
Yeah, it's a really smart play style here from both these teams. Either Snoopy K, they're getting grouped right now. They're trying to kite these orbs around the map, and they're trying to actually put an offensive team fight on. But Team Naz isn't having any of it. They want to go into this team fight with them. They want to engage them, and they want to try and get these orbs down. It's a very much, pardon my French, a shit show right now with these orbs. And Kurgai, I mean, he's dropping down pretty low. Down to actually 25%. He's going to drop, and Snoopy K as well. But those two orbs are actually going to be picked up by the Alliance, and now they have a 3-cap over Team Naz. So, 1 orb up.
And there's actually comes in the 4-cap right now, too. In just 1 second. There it goes down. Yeah, so, right now, again, we could see another turnaround where Team Snoopy K will grab the 4 flags and go in the middle to rack up as many points as they possibly can.
Yeah, exactly. And they got their Warlock, Team Naz, they got their Warlock on that flag area, and now they have 3 people up. So what can they do? Protect Devastella. Try not to let him die here. If he does die, then you got to get that orb instantly. Their Druid, they got to protect their Druid. They got to protect their Death Knight. Get grouped, form a turtle, and try and kite them away and get as many points as you can before those guys die. Devastella, really good cocoon that goes out on him. They try and pick him up, but it may not be enough as the DK begins to drop as well. But now Kurgok, they're actually reversing the pressure on the Team Naz, and Kurgok is dropping dangerously low. And it looks like they're going to bop that off, and the orange orb is going to get returned there.
Yep, and Bella is actually taking some damage as well. And the one thing I hate about being a DK flag carrier is that you have no mobility, and Warriors just chop you down, just like that.
Yeah, exactly. And if you see here, the Warlock, he's actually going to get life cocooned here, but the green orb is going to get returned. And now that that's up, that's probably going to be picked up by Team Naz. So Pelican's actually going to grab on his orb. Pretty dead even so far. Just very close game, very, very much on both sides.
Yeah, so right now there is a 160-point advantage for team of this Snoopy K. I have the Snoopy K, so I would say right now Russian team feels pretty comfortable, but they need, and looks like Australia team wants to actually cut outside the ring. Again, they're trying to throw out the Snoopy K's meta and his advantage here, because he feels really comfortable in team fights.
Mage just drops down instantly there. They get the orange orb back. And the thing about it now, while I have the Snoopy K, he may have the point advantage. The problem is that they're getting 3 capped right now by Team Naz, and they got to try and kill these flag carriers, and that's what they're doing. They just got the blue orb returned, but Team Naz is doing really good here, and they're already at the orb, already ready to pick it up.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm thinking that Team Naz actually is sitting at advantage here over there. But look at Arcos, look at that damage coming out of that rogue. Wow, he already killed 1 flag carrier. He's like, no, that's not enough for me. He was going for a second one as well. And Umbella on the Pelican as well. Will we see a Soul Reaper here as a finishing touch? Nope, he just died in asphyxiate. So there's 2 flag dropped from a Team Naz.
Yeah, exactly. It's very smart though, because they're both able to pick it up very quickly, both these teams. They're responding very well to this pressure. And as you can see now, either Snoopy K, they've got the 2-cap, whereas Team Naz, they also have a 2-cap. So what you need to do, either Snoopy K, you have a slight point advantage here. Try and kite around, try and kill as many players as you can. The blue orb's going to drop there, and that's going to get picked up by the Russian team as well. Black Cocoon does come out. They're jumping in mid with these orbs. They're saying, show me the money. If they can get this orange orb here, they could very well wrap up this game.
Oh yeah, definitely. They will rack up some really, really hefty advantage. And I hope they have the Alcross actually on the offense killing BC. Yes, he is on the offense! And he is actually killing him. Look at that kidney shot. Boom, headshot. So at this point in time, either Snoopy K can potentially hold 4 flags in the middle, and that's a recipe for disaster. That's you don't want to see your team losing to that big disadvantage. 4 flags in the middle, you will lose on points within just a few seconds.
Yeah, exactly. This is really smart play by the Snoopy K. They're going to bring these orbs in. They're going to try and get it. Wow, and he goes down actually very quickly. 1 shot. How about that? And the green orb is going to get returned there. So at this point, you know, it's going to be picked up by Pelican, and now Team Naz has a 3-cap. But either Snoopy K, I mean, they're just looking to try and wrap this game up here. They have a very large point advantage at this point. Wrap it up. Try and do what you can to try and end this as soon as you can.
Absolutely, but I don't think they should underestimate Team Naz, because if anything, this is the map where I saw the craziest comebacks and the craziest dominations. I saw teams go 1500 to 100, or they would go from 200 to win, and the enemy team would be sitting at 1300. So this is not something they should just let it go and let it slide.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree with you. I mean, this game is definitely not over yet. I mean, Team Naz, I mean, if they can keep this 3-cap here for a while, they may have a very good chance of pulling ahead. I believe it says 1165 to 1258. Very, a little difficult to read, but they're going to take that orange orb back there, and Nuts is actually going to grab that, and this is actually a turnaround of pace. Team Naz has the 4-cap now over Team I, the Snoopy K. How about that? So now they just need the kite here.
Oh, yes, and also they are down on the Mount Mage. They're down on some huge bursts. Actually, Team Naz has a huge advantage out here, and we will see the possibility of Team Naz actually going ahead of Team Snoopy.
It's very close right now, you know? I mean, they're
And Andela just killed Pelican in just a couple shots.
yeah, just a 1 shot there. I mean, Snoopy K is trying to re-secure control of this game as we go to 1300 versus 1229. He's just trying to secure control over this game and do what he can to kind of get these enemy down. So now, this is a really good timing for him, though, to try and get these orbs, because he's going to be able to reset the stacks. He's probably going to be able to kill the rogue here. He's a very low health. I mean, Bobby, he's just kiting this orb around the map, and I think that's really smart. This is something that you don't really see a lot, but it's a really great thing to do. You take the orb outside of the map when you're feeling the pressure, you hold onto it, you still get those residue points, and you don't give it over to the other team. So that's going to get bopped off. Purple orb's going to get returned, and that's actually instantly going to be picked up by I, the Snoopy K. And now they are turning around this game very, very quickly.
But look at it, they went from a 200-point disadvantage down to, well, at this point it's like about 77, 78-point advantage. So, BY is also under a really good amount of pressure. Kalrak is down to 10% HP, and then Life Cocoon comes in, but it does nothing. Absolutely, they won't be able to pick it up.
What a good bop there. He's gonna devastate. He's gonna get bopped there. Green Orb's gonna get returned. And now I, as Snoopy K and Team Naz, this match is just so dead even right now. It's very, very close. We'll have to see what happens here, but it looks.
I think I have the Snoopy K got it.
Yeah, they
have 3 flags, and they're sitting in the center.
Very.
So very, very exciting match. Very good mid play by both teams, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. So good stuff there. And you know, I, as Snoopy K, they're gonna take it over Team Naz in that series to take it up to 2-0. Now, will we see? Here's my question: are we going to see 2 3-0 sweeps in EU?
It's definitely a possibility. How did you feel after watching that temple, Smitey? You feeling
Mighty was getting a little pent up over there.
Like
huh?
they were taking turns. They were both making like these little boo boos all the time. Like they couldn't decide. It was like they were hurting themselves, and like they were dropping a couple of them. So, like 2 people would die, and it's like, oh crap, we've got a boo boo. They would go res, and they would come back, and they pick up the orbs again. It's like. Then Pelican started doing the tacticals on about it. Like, they got 3 orbs and they started cutting out the map, and Agronals would just sneak in out of nowhere and start taking one out. It was all over the place. They couldn't decide what they wanted to do. It was literally a really, excuse my French, mind-fucking game.
Cool.
They always have people going around to pick up orbs. Like, they planned it out. They knew what they wanted to do. Acrolos was more focused on trying to get into the middle and hold the orbs in the middle for more points. But as you can see from the American team, Team Naz, they were desperate to try and get the orbs, try and get outside of the map and kite around a bit. Sadly, their team didn't support them as much to kind of allow them to stay out there as much. But
Yeah, I'm loving the enthusiasm, Smitey. I'm loving it. But I really loved how that was a perfect game to see the difference between the EU and the Russian and the American meta games, their strategies, because you did see, like you said, you saw the Russians, they were clumping up in the middle, and Snoopy K decided to keep his team all together, and they figured that that's the best way to keep all of his orbs up and alive if they're all together. And that also made it really easy for them to do more burst damage to the enemy team, because you get the increased damage buff from the orbs, whereas the Australian American team was more focused on kiting and keeping them away from the enemy orbs and just staying alive without doing too much engaging.
Yeah, that was a really good game. Like you were saying, it was relatively close. There was like a 200-point advantage at one point, and so I think the Russians actually were winning a little bit more than we were even giving them credit for. That being said, there were a couple of flags on the game, so we're getting some of the refs. We're getting more refs to go independently to review it. There's no challenges, but there are flags, so we're going to pull in a couple more refs and make sure everything is legitimate for this next game.
Yep, absolutely.
and
Speaking of... Go ahead.
Acrolos, man. Them stealth attacks, they were brilliant. Like, just out of nowhere, just jumping on people and taking them out. Just brilliant. Love it.
Smitey, you're like a kid in a candy shop. You're just
Temple's just like such a fast-paced game. I love it. They're quick games. Quick games,
It's
good game.
definitely a great game. Guys, we want to do a quick giveaway here, and want to actually give a shout out to proxy.net. Proxy.net is probably one of the best proxy services out there to actually help you get very, very well protected, and especially during the occasions like this tournaments. So we're gonna be doing giving away three months of proxy subscriptions for free. So if you are here and if you want to actually get the proxy, then link proxy, say proxy on the bottom below, but it's proxy, Proxee, proxy, and I'm gonna type it out right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Great guys over there at Proxy.net. I'm telling you, they've secured a lot of our teams in the tournament, and they have just been absolutely fantastic throughout the tournament. We've had very few disconnection bugs or anything like that so far, and these guys are great.
Yeah, they're a really responsible company too. They really do well from that perspective.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So I'm getting word on what the next map will be, and it looks like it's going to be, surprisingly, and this is quite ironic, it is Eye of the Storm.
Oh, the grip spot!
I'm about to get really excited again.
So Team Naz
Are they going to pull back the double TSG again, the heavy TSG?
I think we're gonna see a lot of knocks going on, a lot of airlines, and a lot of flying.
Which airline are you guys boarding? I want to get a hashtag Team Naz Airlines or a hashtag.
Don't say
Snoopy
about the
K
Russians.
Airlines.
You can't say about the Russians. Not allowed to talk about Russian airlines.
Yeah, the Russian air.
Can't talk about them.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's not talk about them, okay?
Oh,
When I was flying into United States from Moscow, four pilots declined flying because of a condition of the airplane. Okay, let's not talk about their airlines. But that was 10 years ago. I was scared.
Holy shit!
I think we're gonna see some master group airlines.
All right. Either way, though, I think it's interesting. A little ironic there. I mean, obviously, there's no premise on the game, but choosing to challenge Eye of the Snoopy K on Eye of the Storm. Now, from their name, I'm judging that this is their map. I mean, they say that they don't like it, but we'll have to see what happens coming into this next game here.
Yeah.
And it looks like there were no flags on the play after everything was reviewed, so we're going to get queued into next matchup here on Eye of the Storm.
I'm excited for Eye of the Storm.
There's
love
one thing I want to
it.
say. Is
Sure, go
Snoopy going to switch to Feral? Is Snoopy going to go Feral?
Yeah.
This is his original
it's right
role.
There. That's
If we
it.
could
Yeah,
Happen,
he's in
dude.
Feral.
Who knows?
And we got Snoopy Feral.
Oh.
You can see this is like a proper original Russian-German tactic. If you send that Feral and Rogue together, especially with the PTR increased damage for that Feral, oh my god, whoever they hit, if they hit a base, damn, I feel sorry for whoever's defending. They could die so fast.
Hey
You can
guys,
see this. Go for it.
sorry. Really quickly, if you wanna have Team Nas win this and stay in this match, type hashtag Team Nas in our chat. And if you wanna have the Eye of the Snoopy K win, type in hashtag Eye of the Snoopy K. And excuse me, pardon, but my Russian is coming, because I have to tell that to my Russian viewers too. Если хотите, чтобы Око Snoopy K выиграла, напишите hashtag Око Snoopy K.
Really awesome.
I
man.
love
look,
it.
oh, dude, they brought Vigorous in on Team Nas. Oh my God,
Oh,
Vigorous is the highest
what?
rated USDK. Highest rated. Can he bring?
Whoa, this is a big pick
Oh
here.
my
Okay.
God.
Wow.
Vigorous carry.
So this is Vigorous. I'm surprised that they didn't bring him in earlier, but Vigorous, he is undisputedly one of the best DKs in the world, and definitely one of the best DKs in the US. This is like their laser chicken that they're bringing in. And they're basically saying right now, guys, we need it to win the series. So Vigorous, come on in, help us out here. Let's do what we can. And the double monk.
Is this gonna
Look at that, the double Mistweaver.
Oh, that's a very
that's
smart
not-
gameplay. Because
That
two
is-
sentences, they cannot be knocked.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Is
smart.
this gonna be the first carry?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just
Is he
wondering
gonna
how
be
much
Team
cussing.
That's very cool. I like this comp a lot, actually. It's very smart. They're playing to the map. And Team Nas, when they picked Eye of the Storm, they definitely had the trick up their sleeve. And this is it right here, the double Mistweaver Monk combo. I mean, you're going to see basically the Life Cocoons coming out every minute right now. And it's going to be really, really good in Team Nas's favor. I think that overall, they have the stronger comp for this map.
Oh, most definitely. And I'm actually scared for Eye of the Snoopy K at the moment. They showed a lot of dominance in the team fights and everything else. But this is where we're talking about the game mechanics. This is where the grips and knocks, this is where coordination comes in. And I think, based on the comps, Team Nas looks stronger at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very smart. They took 2 Death Knights and 2 Druids for this map, along with the 2 Mistweaver Monks. So their healing combo is good to go. They get, they get the boomies in there. There's a Feral in this game as well. A very smart choice for them. Healers aren't going to be suffering any difficulties in this map. So very, very strong from the knockout point of view. We'll have to see how they do. As we get into the mid-fight here, I forgot to say the trademark phrase. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go for game of the series. It is Eye of the Snoopy. If they win this game, they will advance to the semifinals. Team Naz and already Nox coming out, and it looks like Spodor is joining Team Naz Airline. So how about that? Not coming out already, and Team Naz, of course, needs 1 win to stay in this game.
At this point in time, yeah, there's a lot of damage and a lot of pressure coming in. While the team fights are definitely good in the favor of Snoopy K, at this point they are down to 1 healer instantaneously. What is going to happen next? Will they actually be able to capitalize? Because when you're down 1 healer, if you can see the other one and kill the third one, that's it. You're wiping the enemy team. And I see that coming out of Team Nas at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see the wings, they were popped by Strawberry there. He's going to keep his team up, and they're going to be able to heal through this. Very good. Do you think that we're going to see any, ghost caps that we had on the ABN versus Average Joe's match?
I definitely
that
would
was
like to
almost
see that.
This is,
Yeah.
Daddy.
Bottom versus Daticus, yeah. Daticus was all over the map. He had the best map control I ever seen on this map in particularly. So I want to see something like that for the Eye of the Snoopy K, because they're not the best. They're not suited for the mid fight, but they're more suited on actually capping the nodes. Maybe they can even take a team fight into the, just hit the rogue in the center and not allowing people to get a cap, but actually focus on the node capturing.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look at your spoiler, he's going to get bopped. But the thing about it is that on these kind of node caps, I think it would be a very smart strategy if they peel their rogue out. Because for the mid fight, they have the weaker comp in general. I mean, Team Nas, they're prepared for the grip knocks. They're ready to run it all the time. And that's what the comp is built for, and they're doing it. They're executing it. So what the Snoopy K really needs to do there, if they want to come back in this mid fight, keep spinning it, keep sending people into the mid fight. But have your rogue peel off, have him try and get a base, maybe get your mage there in that as well. They can get a base, I mean, they can really contest this game against Team Nas.
Yes, but actually I want to see recklessness from Snoopy K here. I want him to say, you know what? Screw it. You guys have the center, we're gonna take one of your nodes.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree with you. I mean, they may do it that way. I doubt that they would take their team out of mid, though. I mean,
I know.
it's just, the flag is just too important, They want to contest that no matter what. I mean, they can spin that for days. We could have something like where it was Daticus versus Bailamos on Deepwind Gorge yesterday, where just neither team gave up at that center node, and it went to almost over 1,000 points with nobody capturing it. that could very well happen this game, and they can try and contest the base, but I think that Team NAS is prepared for that, and they're ready to send people back.
Yep. But look at the team fights. Actually, I have the Snoopy K. Even though they died multiple times because of a knock mechanic here, they're still holding their own. They're still having a good CC chains on the enemy healers. They're still having lots and lots of damage and lots of pressure coming out as well.
Yeah, exactly. And you see here, I mean, ISBK, they're starting to pick it back up. They're starting to feel out Team NAS, and they're kind of realizing their strategy. Team NAS doesn't want to give up easy. I mean, they're down 2-0 in the series, and look at that. Strawberry's already not going to get caught there by the Rocket just the very last time, but he's going to freedom and burst of speed up real quick to try and get there. So, very cool stuff there, and they're just trying to heal through this match the best that they can.
And look what they actually, like, Russian team doing. They don't want anybody doing a texture healing because they don't believe in that. They actually, every time their healers get knocked on the second level, they just run back all the way top. While they could have actually stayed in the center, similar to what the US teams did yesterday, and healed the team safely without being afraid to get grip knocked. But no, they're coming back. They're coming in like, alright, was fun. Give me more.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really good sportsmanlike conduct there. And I mean, I hand it to him. But you got Rockin' Lobster here on the main team here. He's dropping to 25%, along with Nuts dropping to 70%. But really, it's all about the grip knocks in the middle. Their Monk is also pretty low, and Soder, he's boarded Naz Airlines once again as they get another grip knock off. I think that's really what these two teams are really aligning this map for. They want to do the grip knocks. They want to see what they can do. And it looks like their Druid is actually peeling out to try and possibly help.
Oh, because there's a huge ninja going on.
Check
nice,
that.
Snoopy. Sneaky.
Sneaky. Very, very smart on him. So actually, in that fight, they may have overcommitted to that base, though. They sent a lot of people there to try and stop that. So now they're actually down in the mid fight. If they can get some good grip knocks here, then they may actually be able to recontest this here. And as you see, they peeled off their rogue to try and stop Rock Lobster on the road. So go back in the mid fight. You're down a few players right now. You have a window of opportunity. Put out some pressure. Do what you can. And, try and turn it around.
Yeah, but Rhyme is actually dropping dangerously low as well. The idea of the grip knocks here, because you grip and knock a lot of healers, they come back with a full mana. So owning the healers is not a problem here. You have to kill them. You have to knock them or you have to burst them down as well. But out of this Snoopy K, actually they're focusing more on the DPS here as well. And they're letting, excuse me, Team Naz's healers go
Yeah, exactly. I think that what you really need to do with this comp, you gotta whittle the Mistweavers down. I mean, they have that mana brew. They're able to get some mana back over time. But the thing about it is that if either Snoopy K can keep putting out pressure in mid, they can wear both their Mistweavers down, and once that happens, they can really fight them. Their team is not built for the grip knocks, but they are built for a team fight, and they should really take it. And I think they can definitely take advantage of that big time. But look at this, their Mistweavers actually dropping down here. Pretty dangerous, though. He's at 8%. He's gonna drop down.
And the Eye of the Snoopy K keeps still contesting. Just like Datica's last night. They keep knocking Datica's, they keep knocking people out, and they keep coming back. Again and again and again, and they keep contesting middle. I want to see another Ninja Cap out of Eye of the Snoopy K. That was actually a very, very well played. I want to see one more of those.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw the tie last night on this map as well, which was quite extraordinary between Daticus and Bailamos. Really, it just went both ways. Absolutely incredible stuff. Sodar, he's actually dropped to 25% here, along with their Warrior and Strawberries at 50%. So, both these teams, I mean, ISWK, they're feeling some pressure right now, but it's kind of like a stall in mid. They're both trying to stall out this flag. They're both trying to get some kind of a Ninja Cap set up and possibly get this flag right underneath their nose. You never know.
Yeah. So, HSL fight, can we actually take a look at the Snoopy's rogue at this point in time? He is at full HP and there's a smoke bomb. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There you go. So the Mage, he's got to pop his Frost Orb out there. I mean, this is their chance to really get a base and pull ahead here. Snoopy, he's doing a really good job there. The Mage is going to Ice Block at the very last moment after that comes out, and he blinks forward. What a play there. So he blocks in the middle of being knocked, and then he blinks forward as to not get knocked off. That was a hell of a play. Now,
he's dropping dangerously low as well. There's 2 DPS on him. So they're going to have to send some few people into the Mage Tower.
Yeah,
very, very well coordinated actually Ninja Cap there.
Yeah, exactly. That was a lot of pressure for them too in mid. Snoopy K, he's going to peel out of there. They had to peel a lot of people back for that though, and they're actually going to drop their Mage. So smart plays on Snoopy's team. I'll give it to him.
I want to see them at assault. Who do you think was actually easier to ninja cap on, the rogue or the mage?
I feel like the mage, honestly. They got to the rogue, and they really weren't able to get him down. I mean, he was able to vanish. He was able to cloak of shadows. You know, he had a lot of defenses. He was able to stop their cap, trinket as well. With the mage, I mean, you have the ice block, but at the same time, he's such a squishy target. And once that ice block is down, you really don't have too much more. I mean, he has the blink, but I think that if they go and contest Mage Tower again, which is ironically sitting a mage, then they will be able to possibly get it back.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if you think about it really quickly, rogue only has one trinket.
That's true. I mean, the mage
Mage
just has
has
the
a
block.
bat and a block as well.
It's true. I agree with you there. I mean, just from what I've seen so far, it seemed like they had a little bit more trouble there when they were capping on the rogue build than the mage. I mean, the mage, they were able to one-shot very quickly and get him down, and they were able to knock him off there, especially when they went with the druid and the rogue. So, I think, yeah, while the mage probably does have the better ability to sit a base, it seems like it just didn't happen that way, and it looks like he's actually going to drop down one of their mages as well, and we have a fight going on here at Mage Tower. It's going to be Pelican and Rob Blaster versus 3 of the Snoopy K's team, and they're just trying to peel them off of the mid-fight right now.
That means no knockoffs for the actual Team Nas. That means that the Snoopy K actually might have an advantage in the middle of the team fight.
Yeah, exactly, but their Mistweaver, he's dropping dangerously low, and he's just not getting picked back up. Along with the DK, I mean, he has no AMS right now, or he may have an IBF, but they're mind-controlling the rogue, which is a really smart strategy. And they're trying to just get him off the edge and do what they can. Excuse me, no, that wasn't mind control, that was something else. But the rogue, of course, he's dropping dangerously low, and they're trying to do what they can to him at this point.
Yeah, at this point in time, it does look like a small advantage goes to Team Nas. But there's nice Snoopy K keeps like sneaking those ninja caps. And I'm telling you, probably one of them will actually go through. And I definitely think that Team Nas is feeling the pressure here.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it, from what I've seen, I'm not actually sure if this goes over the Team Naz or not. This could very well, if nobody caps the flag or anything like that, this could very well be a tie. Because I've seen it where even though there was a 2-point advantage or maybe like a 1-point advantage for one of the teams, it still goes to a tie at the end. So that could very well happen. And
Yeah.
Cerberus, of course, at 25% here. No bubble. The Snoopy K, I mean, they got to do something to turn this around here.
Gotcha. So, what do you think they should do to turn this around?
You know, at this point, it's really just a stall in mid. It's been like that for half the game now. The points are just ticking in very slowly, and really nothing's happening. So, at this point, you're either going to face a replay if you tie this game, or...
Actually, I think the Team Nas is wiping out the Snoopy K over here.
They are.
Two of their healers are down. Their warrior is dropping down, just down to 30% HP, and Unbella is sitting at 30% HP as well. But actually, you know what? Can we go on a rogue? Rogue right now, Alcross, because he is going to go for a ninja cap.
Yeah, exactly. So they had the
And
Cloak of
he's coming
Shadows
back.
there. Yeah, it's him and Snoopy K. They really are the Ninja Cap Dream Team. It looks like they're actually ghosting some bases to do that. If Team Naz can actually pick up on that, they can really honestly take the lead here. Because what's going to happen is, it looks like Erico's LOL, Snoopy K, they're ghosting their bases, especially FR, to try and get MT or get DR. If they can do that, if the Team Naz can pick up that they're actually doing that, then what they may be able to do, peel back some players and try and take that base from them. And if they do that, I mean, the game's wrapped up right there. At this point, we see Pelican. He's actually heading in there. And he may be looking to do that the next time Snoopy K does peel out of there. Where is Mr. Snoopy K, though? He sees him right there. So we're going to have a little kitty duel here at FR. And what? Oh, okay. He gets the last second, but oh my gosh. I thought he just jumped off the edge and gave him the base there for a moment.
I was like, wow, this is an interesting strategy.
I was like, what is he doing there for a moment? Mistakes were almost made, so smart move there, and they're able to pick that back up last second, so good for them. Either way, though, the mid-fight's still being contested. I actually want to go back to that real quickly. And you can see that Team Naz is actually starting to wipe here. Vigorous, he gets the AMS out, but Kurgok is going to wipe. These guys are wiping in mid, and unless they catch a lucky res right now, Snoopy K could very well take this flag. We see Frime, he's actually dead as well, and they don't have a lot of DPS spinning us. Pelican, put them on a split res, send them to a graveyard. That's the best 25-second CC that you could possibly have in the game.
Dude, Russians anti-air turrets are winning the game.
What?
This is awesome, man.
God,
I
and
did
look
not
at that
expect-
Solar gets the flag! He gets the flag! Wow,
I did
that
not
is
expect
Snoopy
them to
K.
get this at the last moment. This was amazing. Nice job,
Wow.
Eye of the Snoopy K.
Very well done. So they're going to get the flag, and at this point, get that flag to safety as soon as possible. They're going to drop it, and it's going to be picked up by their DK there on Bell. He's going to run it back to the base. What do you think, Vlad? At this point, do you sit on that flag, or do you cap it instantly?
I would sit on that flag because teams out of the Snoopy K does have advantage on the plane terrain, and they do have a slight disadvantage on where it's a knockouts going. So I would sit here as much as possible.
In my opinion, cap it and get back to mid. Because the thing about it, it's a stolen mid, right? And you're able to stall the fight. As if Snoopy K has confidence in their team, what they can do is just cap that flag. It doesn't look like they're going to do that, though. I mean, he's going to set off the flag immediately. I guess they're going to play it safe here and wait. But I mean, if you do... Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, my argument here is that... because that happens, He's got his DPS on him right now. He's going to get pain suppression. But right now, he's going to get pressured. If they don't cap this flag, then they're going to get a base pressured. And unless they have...
There's going to be a live group incoming at the last moment.
Exactly. So there's advantages and disadvantages to not doing it. And obviously, Team Naz is countering off of that strategy.
And honestly, if I was a Team Naz, I would just put one of their DKs on the cap and just cap right now. Force him to cap.
Yeah, exactly. They may well do that, but the thing about it is that the flag is not going to respawn for a very long time. So even if they do get the flag, either Snoopy K will have plenty of time to get to mid. But what Team Naz should do, slow them as much as you can, get the second cap, and just try and secure the win there. And on Bell, it looks like he's going towards the flag right now. He's taking a lot of pressure, and they're going to actually take the flag. So what Team Naz needs to do here, peel back to middle, right, but slow these guys best that you can. Either Snoopy K, he's got the minor advantage right now. It's about 1,200 to almost 1,300 to 12. So at this point, head back to middle, slow them on the road, and do what you can to stop these guys.
Yeah. Definitely, and definitely the team fight pressure. But look at the Pelican goes down right away. So there's
now they're capping the flag right now. So now they need to stop this pressure. They need to stop them from getting the flag there. And there you go. Johnny's gonna get the flag at the very last moment. So Team Naz is definitely not out of this yet. I think that they're gonna cap this instantly. I mean, they did exactly what they need to do there, Team Naz. They slowed them coming out of the base, and at this point, they're gonna head back. They're gonna try and get that flag capped, and they're gonna try and recover this game. Now,
yeah, that was insane. Well played on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem was that they didn't let them. They weren't able to get back in time. They got slowed on the road, and I mean that was obviously the risk of doing that. What they got to do? I mean,
and becomes instant.
Doesn't
he does the same damage as Russian. I think the Russians should have held down to that flag, man. I honestly do. I think they should have hold it down till 1400.
Yeah, I agree with you there, definitely. It would have stopped a lot of the risk right now, but I think that what they're doing, they're predicting that they're going to win this game, so go ahead, sit on it, and then just wait for the cap. At this point, if you're out of the Snoopy K, what do you really do?
At this point in time, I would drink some vodka, and I would go in the next match and wipe the living thing out of Team Naz. If I was out of the Snoopy K team.
Yeah, exactly. So now Team Naz, they're going to have a slight point advantage here, but it's going to be interesting to see how it will actually be ruled as far as whose win it's going to be. Now, we're going to go by the game rules here, most likely, as to whether or not it'll be tied. But the game is still dead even, really. Only 2 points. So it could go either way. It could still go to a tie, or it could go in Team Naz's favor. Either way, we'll have to see here. But obviously, the 2-point advantage, sometimes Blizzard tends to rule that in terms of a tie over
But that was such a nice clutch.
Exactly. So very good recovery from them there. And it'll be interesting to see how the game will be ruled coming out to the end. But at this point, unless they can get a last-minute ninja or something like that, they got about 30 seconds to do that, probably. But at this point, yeah, it looks like Team Naz will actually take a victory over Ida Snoopy K by 2 points there, as they did cap the last flag, I believe is the official rule. So
close.
Very smart
Such
there.
a good game.
Very good. And just take a look at that damage there. Unbella, 20 million damage, and right below him was Devastate. Kurgak right up there with the other Warlocks, and just absolutely incredible. Really
AJ,
great game.
Just a quick heads up, there's multiple flags on that game, and I think one of the teams will be challenging.
Okay, yeah, we're going to do a few rulings here going on, guys.
Okay, yeah, so what we'll do is we'll take a look at those flags real quick. We want to make sure that game was kept fair and unbiased, and we'll take a look and come back to you guys with a ruling on that. Okay, great. So if we want, we'll go to commercial real quick and take a look at that. Hello, everyone, and we are back once again. We have a ruling on that game. There were flags on the play, and we want to break them down for you right here, right now. So basically, Vigorous was not on their roster. We mentioned him at the beginning of the stream, and we will admit to that, but the problem was that they'd actually submitted a last-minute roster change this morning where Vigorous was not on there. Due to some confusion and due to both teams being confused about that, we want to go a little easy on Team Naz, but however, at the same time, that is very bad. They can't do that. So at this point, what's going to happen is Vigorous is going to be DQ'd from the game. He will be unable to play. However, it's not going to count as a win for either team, and the match is going to be replayed. Basically, they'll have to pick a different map as well.
Yeah, basically this was a pretty hard decision, but at the end of the day, we asked people to give their substitute and their rosters, and you really can't really swap the players in the middle of the tournament. It doesn't work this way, unfortunately. Yeah. And to top it off, there were other multiple flags were going on, but we resolved them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So at this point, Vigorous is DQ'd from the game. He may not play. However, for Team Naz, what they may do, the match will be replayed on a different map than Eye of the Storm. So they will pick the next map.
Okay. We also appreciate your patience, and in regards of that, we would like to give another Heroes of the Storm giveaway right now. If you still want to try and play the game, and it's pretty fun. I've been playing it a lot, actually. Type Heroes in the chat, please, down below.
Giveaway.
Gigs.
Yep. So did we want to do a giveaway real quick?
Yeah, we're doing it right now, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah, sorry. No, I'm tuned out here.
Pay attention here.
Oh, my bad.
AJ, come on.
Stay with me.
I'm talking
Stay
with
with
the team.
me,
I need a coffee or something. Need a coffee.
Oh, dear.
A little distracted here.
So the map choice does go back to Vigorous. I'm interested in what I'm sorry, not
Oh,
Vigorous.
Vigorous.
Team Naz, excuse me. Vigorous.
Good job, Digger.
Yeah, so I want to know what map they're gonna choose and how are they gonna play. Who are they gonna bring off the bench as a legitimate choice too? Because I think Vigorous actually was making plays in that last game. So who are they gonna have fill those shoes? No, it's no replay, right?
Oh, we got
No.
replay.
Yeah, it's no replay.
No.
gotta be a
I would
different
say
map.
they should just go on a more of a fair map at this point.
In time.
Exactly. So very close game all around.
In a legitimate team fight. Every time the game hasn't had any flags, the Russians have pretty much won. So I don't think the Russians are too concerned with anything, unless it's game winning. Obviously, that game was super close, and it was a barely win. So you got to challenge that when money's on the line on such a big RBG tournament, especially in this first round. The Russians obviously want to go on, so that seems like a legitimate challenge, and it was good of them to bring it up. But what map is Team Naz going to come up with next? Indy, you got any ideas?
Depends on the map that they pick, obviously, but I'm really, really hoping to see a Warsong Gulch. I would love to see a
Warsong
flag carrying map. Yeah.
Yeah, they're absolutely able to pick that right now. They have 2 chargers of Warsong Gulch that they can use as Temple of, not Temple of Kotmogu. Twin Peaks is out of the rotation due to a game-breaking bug on the map. So they could do that. You've got the options of possibly Arathi Basin or maybe even Silver Shard Mines as well.
Silver Shard Mines could be really interesting to watch. Actually, I would love to. I would love to see how the two metas go against each other on that map. Because you saw it on Kotmogu with the 2 different play styles. Like, I'm wondering to see if they're gonna play more focused on getting people in the carts and just overpowering them, or maybe playing a little bit more strategic, switching the cart tracks, stuff like that.
Right. If any kind of crazy strat's going to come out on Silver Shard Mines, I definitely think both of these 2 teams are capable of showing us something. The Russians with their sort of mentality of, we can do it. We don't necessarily need everybody in the team fight, so the ninjas are there. Plus, as a rogue leader, he probably has more kind of sneaky strats up his sleeve. And then also Team Naz, they've shown some complex abilities to use strats. They pulled off the bench and they've changed their comp around. Obviously not in their favor in the last game, but I think if they hold a legitimate roster, then they could bring some players in to make some things happen on Silver Shard Mines.
Yeah, exactly. I could see the Silver Shard Mines pick go out, but I think that for Team Naz, you're down 2-0 in the series right now. You've got another shot to come back against this team. They just got a little more practice against them, and they kind of have felt as Snoopy K at this point. And I think at this point, a flag carrying map is really appropriate. That's a really good comeback map from what I've seen from a lot of these teams. I think that if they pick something like a Warsong Gulch, they could be in a good position here.
In my personal kind of point of view, I think from their point of view, they're 2 behind. If it was me and I was 2 behind, I'd pick Silver Shard. And I would switch the comp round and I'd go 4 healers. I'd play 4 healers.
This is one of the
double
4 healers,
Boomkin.
really?
Yeah, I reckon play a map like that. Play
it's a little
double
weird.
You know, it's
Boomkin,
it's discussed.
DK
It's
Warrior.
discussed a lot on live. 4 healers. You know, people are always going, "Hey, can we 4 heal this?" That'd be cool if we could see it in the tournament. I don't know though, man. We rarely see it on live. If it
I
happens
think-
in the tournament, I'll be really
I
impressed.
think it's the type of
That's like me
combo
asking for double Mistweaver out of ABM last
Exactly.
night. Like,
I'm
I'd love
actually
to
with
see it, but I don't know
Smitey.
if it's gonna happen.
I'm actually with Smitty on this one. A lot of times, if you have a really good, consistent node capturing team, 4 healers is the way to go. Your team is never gonna die, and you keep contesting, and you keep getting those residue points as well.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
can see from Pelican and the other Boomkin that they're doing a lot of damage. Like, they can consistently, they can probably rot a team down quite successfully. If they have a rogue in the team as well, you can send the rogue off to sit in other carts and steal carts from them. Like, all they need to do is survive at the end of the day. They've seen how much damage the Eye of Snoopy can do. They've seen the combination with the rogue mage burst on top of the warrior's burst as well. Like, if they have that extra healer, they might have enough cooldowns just to survive long enough to keep just knocking them back, keep picking off a couple of people here and there, and keep stealing carts. I think that is probably their best bet to stay in this tournament right now.
Yeah, exactly. And to think about it here, I just want to give everyone an update here real quick. We've given Team Naz a quick moment to redo their comp and get some enchants going as well, I believe. So they have about 3 or 4 minutes here, and they will be ready to go. And we'll choose the next map in just a moment. But go ahead, guys.
Thinking about the next mine, if they choose Silver Shard or not, one thing I'm not seeing, and I think this is what's causing Team Naz to lose these games. You know, at least in the last game, we saw a relatively even team fight, but we didn't see that in the 2 games previously, and I think it's coming down to their leaders. I want, and this kind of goes to both sides. I want the leaders on both sides, Team Naz and the Russian team too, to really come up with something unique here and do something we haven't seen, or do something we've seen, but do it better than we've seen it. You know, secure the communication and secure the team with their strategies. I'm not seeing those kind of strategies come out of Team Naz. It's almost like, you know, they put a group together off of live and they're trying to queue now, and that's not really the kind of caliber we've seen from teams overall in this tournament. And I really like these players as a whole, so I want to see them kind of amp that up a little bit and really give these Russians a run for their money. I wish I could speak Russian right now. I mean, I want to hop in that Russian call and hear what's going on that end. I want to hear that Russian
Here's some of
leader,
that communication
how is he
going
putting
down.
things together? Yeah, I would be fascinated to do that right now.
Could you imagine joining it
Wait,
right now,
someone teach
not
me Russian.
understanding a word of Russian? You're just like, what's going on?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I don't know, Smitty. How often do these Russians pull unique strategies? I haven't seen anything super unique come out of them.
They do quite a lot, to be honest. They haven't really. They can't get gone with the set strategies today. Like, it all depends on what kind of group they're playing in. If they're playing in like a half pub group, or they're playing a main group, like the amount of times I played against Snoopy, and one of our bases just get hit. We're like, what? We're fighting in team middle. It goes all right. You know, you're about 5 minutes into a team fight. You start to rot them down. They're starting to all kind of fall apart, and then the next thing you know, your mage is literally being one shot by Feral Rogue, and it's like, why did no one call that? It's like they just get there so fast. They kind of think, okay, we'll ninja a base. They're kind of just fast reaction, random ninjas. You can't really predict them necessarily. Like, even if you send someone back to float, they find a way to kind of just push these bases down. I think that's what I'd like to see from them.
Yeah, I just want to clarify real quick. The roster on the website, for the guys in the stream chat, the roster on the website is not completely updated yet. We received a updated roster very early this morning from Team Naz, and they removed him from the roster, and then they brought him back on, which is why the DQ happened. So I want to make
So they
that
kind of
clear.
shot themselves in the foot, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, this isn't
Damn,
even
we
on
shouldn't
us.
have done that.
He was on their roster and they took him off. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know why you would take the highest DK in the world off your roster, but or excuse me, in NA off your roster, but you know, you make those decisions, you update the roster, and then you try to play anyways. It's going to come back to bite you, I think.
Yeah. Exactly. So
Definitely.
yeah, it's all about keeping it fair, and we want to make sure that we go by the rules here. But from what I understand, the teams do have about 2 more minutes to get ready and get prepared for the next match. So I do want to run through that Eye of the Storm match a little bit more, though, even though it will be DQ'd. Now, the thing about it is, both these teams, they had a very strong fight in mid, and they brought a very good comp going into that fight, if you guys realize that. Team Naz, they had very strong airline potential there. and Russia, I mean, they were boarding their airlines all day. So, very interesting stuff. what did you guys think about the comp that they brought to that game?
Well, having knockoffs in Eye of the Storm is huge, and having double DKs for the double grips into those knockoffs is even bigger. And like you saw it, they were able to knock off some of the like the enemy Disc Priest got knocked off a couple times, and that just puts so much pressure, sorry about that, on the enemy team, that just being down one healer. And I think that helped them a lot.
I definitely think so as well. I think overall they played very, very well. Sorry for the mishap that actually happened between the two teams. I was impressed for a lot of Ninja Cap attempts and last minute actually flag grab as well.
I don't know.
I was liking the ninja. I was liking the ninja I saw at mid game, and I was kind of with you too, AJ too, when he like jumped off of FR, barely got that spin. I was kind of doing a double take, like, whoa man, like you really had that locked in, like that was commitment to that jump. So I don't really know. I don't think that EL's game was entirely representative. It was a close game. It was fun to watch, but the whole time it kind of felt like, you know, whoever capped first, sort of. It didn't really feel like the back and forth was there.
That feels like EOT's quite a lot, actually. You know, that first seed that we did yesterday, it ended up being a tie, and then we had to do a replay. It's a very strange map to play competitively. It's really interesting how it can just end up being a tie. Like, I really, I don't know. It's not one of my favorite maps.
Yeah, there have been some crazy ties on live before, and you know, I'd like to see what Blizzard could actually eventually do about that. We've seen ties, I think, on Silver Shard Mines. The EOT's tie is pretty rare, and I think there was a Temple of Kotmogu tie at one point too, and it's just like, how is that even possible? You know, like those numbers are so complex, and it's such a long game. So many things happen, and they just even oh, it looks like Silver Shard Mines is the choice.
Okay,
so good call.
Nice.
Called it, Giga.
Yeah.
Wait, was that you? Yeah, that was you who called it, Giga, right?
I mean,
Silver
I don't
Shard
like toot my own horn, but beep beep.
Okay, you know what? You can shut up now.
Come on, 4 healers. That's all I'm gonna say. Bring on the 4 healers.
I would be so
Four
surprised
healers?
to see 4 healers right now, dude.
Please be 4 healers. Come on.
Exactly. So
Make Smiley
Yes.
a happy man.
it'll be interesting here to
Hashtag
see.
bring back Dazer.
Interested.
I think bring back Dazer. Feral Druid God, bring the Germans back.
The Germans.
We need that Cindy Nerax nuke squad back. Best rogue mage.
All right, so I want to get into this real quick here. So, looking at the roster, they've got Kurgak, they've got Moonfall. Team Nas, he's bringing a lot of his core lineup in here. Snoopy, Unbella, they got their Monk, they have their Druid, and they're going to be bringing, it looks like a Holy Paladin as well. So, pretty standard lineups here, and looks like they're bringing out the Demo Locks, too.
Ooh.
So, pretty cool
We're
stuff.
gonna see them big grip chaos waves.
We very well may so. Vlad, are you there?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great.
Sorry, was looking at the chat, and we have a hashtag bring Vigorous back. We would love to bring him back. We would love to resurrect him if he existed on the roster, right? Honestly, like he said it himself, he thought he might get did that, so he dropped out of the tournament. Now, trust me, we can't just bring the player in the middle of the tournament back and say, hey, let's keep going. So, sorry, we should have stopped the game earlier, but we didn't because we didn't get the updates. We thought that, hey, Team Nas knew what they were doing, they got their rosters, and they're not gonna try to swap the teams at the very, very end, and that happened. So, like I said, mistakes happen all the time, but let's have what we have, and let's just enjoy the freaking PvP, because that's what we're here for.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it is in the rulebook. Both teams were made aware of that, and it states very clearly that if the player is not on your roster, you can't do that. And we wanted to go. I mean, obviously, we don't want to have the series ended on a technicality, but I mean, we basically decided best option, replay the map. So replay it on different ones. So obviously, Silver Shard Mine's a great map, and who knows, Team Nas could definitely come back here. And we'll have to see what happens. So both teams trying to contest this here. I have the Snoopy K going to take control of the lava cart first, and it doesn't look like anyone has swapped anything yet. And it looks like Light Cocoon does come out onto the Mistweaver Monk on Team Naz, and Snoopy K is dropping down 20%, and the Bob is going to go out onto their Mistweaver. Vlad, what do you think of this so far?
Look at Jenny, he's dropping the 20% HP. They can pay suppression on him. Nuts is going down as well. This is absolute nuts. But also look at the question mark Monk. He's dropping low. They actually got a successful bop on him as well, and a good cross-CC chain on the enemy healers as well by Team Naz. At this point in time, it's a very, very stalemate fight, but because after Snoopy K got to the card first, they're actually contesting it. And we see like we have their mage going top. So what happens is residue points gonna come in more for a team out of the Snoopy K, but the team that will get the card cap faster as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Janny actually went down there, and they have their DK at 25%. Rock Lobster dropping to 50% as well. He's gonna get put in a full kidney. Team Naz really just melting here, and I the Snoopy K, all the momentum over to them. Look at Kurgak just drop here, along with the entire team sitting at about 10% health. I mean, these guys, the AoE pressure is real, and they have all basically just melted here at this point. Janny's not going to need to get back in this mid fight pretty quickly if he wants to save this and recover the situation, but they're going to easily take that first lava card there.
Absolutely. The team is down to 10% HP, man. 10%. Like, I do not want to be their healer at the moment because I would not know who to actually get to live and who to die. I guess that's what the presidents actually feel at this point. But anyway, so right now the team now needs to regroup, and I think they need to focus on a lot more micro fights. They already proven that I have the Snoopy K is a stronger team fighting or team fight oriented team, but in terms of strategy, I think Team Naz can actually pull something off here.
Yeah, I think they could definitely pull the win back here. Now you see, Team Naz, they've been able to get a few cards so far. I Snoopy K, they're really trying to contest this lava card here, and it's starting to turn over a little bit as it actually swaps over to Horde. Now the thing about it here, these guys, they're in middle right here. They're trying to contest this base. They're trying to contest this card. Push them out, CC them, do what you can, but they're just getting wiped in the mid fight. And I Snoopy K, they're just skyrocketing up in these points right now.
Definitely. It's very exciting to see this. So at this point, what do you think? Like, I'm actually baffled. If I was a Team Naz right now, what I would be focusing on the most? Well, first of all, I would probably turn the card. Since they're losing team fights, turning the card, lava card, going north, that's the biggest advantage they can have because they need to split the Russian team and they need to focus more on the micro fights as well in it.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it, if they can swap the cards to go top, I mean, they're going to get more residue points off of that. They're going to be able to possibly recover a lot more. I mean, at this point, Team Naz, they're obviously put on the defensive when it comes to their team comp here. I mean, just the general order. I mean, this Snoopy K, they really aren't dropping, and they're just melting Team Naz at this point.
Gotcha. Yeah. Jen is dropping danger slow down to 30% HP. There's a pain suppression coming out of him. Moonfall is down relatively low, and out of the Snoopy K team is just almost fully topped half. And Clarity is going for another cap as well.
That was a great recovery there from Team Naz. I mean, they were all very low, but he's able to pick them back up very quickly. I mean, at this point, you know, you got to turn the cards. You got to try and send them in a different direction. Stall the game out while you can. Kurgak, he's going to drop down there, and also at 50%. You know, at this point, stall the game out. Do what you can. Try and turn it around for the favor of your team. And if you can do that, then you can be successful on this map. I think they can really pull that off here.
Honestly, I don't know. At this point, I have the Snoopy K does have a really, really good advantage. But looks like the Team Naz is actually getting those caps. It's same thing happening like what happened with the Team Daticus versus Team Balamas. Balamas was wiping Daticus, but Daticus was just getting those cards.
Yeah, exactly. And it was very smart gameplay from both the teams. But the thing about it, though, you know, Team Naz, they have the cards. They're getting these cards. They're getting the caps. But they're not holding the residue points. I have the Snoopy K. They're holding a lot of the residue points. And Jenny, I mean, he drops low. He's done. So think about it. They got to hold on to these cards. They got to get the residue points because they are just as important as the card themselves.
Yeah. So BCYY dropping down to 10% HP. Will we actually see the finishing move on them as well? Actually, you know what? I want to see some top action. If somebody can show me the top and the middle away from team fights, because we already seen those team fights. We know what Russian team is capable of. But I want to see what are the ninja caps going right now. What are the micro coming in terms of play here. So
yeah,
we
exactly.
see Team Naz having the mid, and we see Team Naz having the top as well.
Okay, so
This
wow,
is
they
actually-
have the top. Yeah, if
this
you
is
look
their
there,
chance
he's
to come back.
Batmaning down the mid here. The player that was sitting top, I believe it was the Mage Clarity. He's Batmaning down the mid to try and take that right now, and they're going to cap that cart. So Team Naz is actually coming back here very late into the game. They have mid here, and now they have a very good possibility of taking this cart. I mean, ISTBK, they're contesting it pretty hard, though. They don't want to give up this cap, but Team Naz, they were able to get a lot of residue points there.
Yeah, I think right now they overcommitted actually on that card. And that was one of the major deciding factors for Team Snoopy K, and they're kind of possibly losing some of their advantage as well.
Yeah, exactly. And as you see, as Pelican, he's going to tag top. He's going to send that up. And he's also going to go out tag Lava as well. Now these guys, I don't know if they're going to change it or not. They do. Okay, so they're sending this top. This is a really smart move. They're going to send it up all the way to the cart, and they're going to try and get the cap there. This is a really smart move by Team Naz, I think. Because they're holding on to the residue points. If they can just push either Snoopy K out and just try and hold on to the cart for as long as possible, that's going to count for basically as much as a cart cap. And that's really, really strong for them.
Yeah, so I have the Snoopy K has a tremendous team fight potential and damage, but Team Naz is bringing their tactics and their strategies as well. There's a lot more map coverage from Team Naz as well. This is Darikus versus Balamas 2.0. I definitely can see this happening, and at this point in time, I think win can go to either team as well.
Yeah, exactly. Very close so far. I mean, either Snoopy, they do have a pretty good advantage here. They're getting the carts. But, I mean, they're going to have to go down the mid. And Team Naz, they're getting wiped up pretty hard here. They're all dropping to 50%, but they're reversing the pressure back on the Snoopy K. They're also at 25%. So it's back either way, honestly.
Okay. So, at this point in time, I want to get away from a team fight for a second, and I want to actually focus on two different nodes as well. See what's going on with those two, see who's actually trying to control them, see how many people are going to peel off.
Yeah, exactly. And you see Route Loster, he's dropping down to 20% here. He actually may go down along with Pelican. 5 as well, and BCBY. Very, very big pressure here.
Okay, they got the top, but oh my god, look at that damage. Look at that spread pressure.
814 to 959. So close right now.
Yeah, like I definitely see there's a huge spread pressure potential, and on top of the good CC chains coming out of both teams, but team of the Snoopy is just does tons of damage. ADD, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. It's ADD, always do damage. And I mean, that's just what they're all about. They're even going to come up here and they're going to take top and they're going to get the cap. I mean, this is really what Snoopy K's strong suit is. They like to get these cards as they're about to cap. Team Naz can hold on to them. They can get a lot of the residue points, but Snoopy K just comes in there and they take away the big prize money at the end.
Yeah, definitely. It's like somebody steals your ex-girlfriend.
Mm-hmm. Oh god.
Or steals your girlfriend. So anyway, you spend so much time maintaining that relationship with her that some guy comes in and takes all the prize money.
Yeah, exactly. I guess so. But I want to take it back here down the lava. Now, Team Naz, they are holding on pretty well here, and the Snoopy K, they're trying their best to just stay ahead of the game. I mean, it's coming down to really the end point of the game. The Snoopy K is going to need about 2 carts to win, along with Team Naz. It's about dead even at this point, and just so close. What do you think of? What do you think they need to do right now in order to line
at this point in time? The Snoopy K is a little bit of a danger. Their monk is going down really quickly. I see exclamation marks coming out of his name instead of question marks. And Jenny went down as well. There's absolutely mere team fight going on. But will that team fight actually benefit Team Naz? Will they actually be able to capitalize on it? Or should have they sent their reinforcement to a different cards as well? Because they getting those residue points, but they don't have anybody guarding, or not a lot of troops guarding it, and they just let Team Snoopy just take it from them.
Yeah, exactly. No, Team Snoopy, they're really taking this minecart here. I mean, this could be very big for possibly even win them the game. It's going to give them a lot of residue points, and it's actually going to be able to possibly cap this and allow them to take the series. Team Naz, of course, well fought, but we'll have to see. It may well come down to this cart here. 1381 to 1028. Have to see what happens once it caps. They will cap it. And the Snoopy K, will take the series over Team Naz 3-0. So very, very well done. And the Snoopy K, they will lock it up today. So I want to bring it back to the analyst desk here. Guys, what did you think about that match?
For Mother Russia!
That was a really great, really close match. I actually thought Team Naz had it the whole time, but I don't think their morale kind of kicked in. You know, I think they were hurt as a team mentally, and their leader needed to really rally them there. I don't think he managed to do it, and I think that's actually what cost them that game. So that was, I think, in my opinion, 100% mental game.
Yeah. Either way, though,
I'm with Giga on that. I got to agree with you on that, man. I definitely think the mental factor played a huge role in that game. There was a little short glimmer of hope when they switched the tracks on the top cart or the bottom cart, the lava cart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they switched it to they switched it up, and It kind of looked like they were trying to kind of distract the enemy team while they were going for the middle and top carts, the water and bridge, or those two carts. And it almost worked, but unfortunately, the Russians were faster.
Yeah, exactly. So, very well played.
Yeah. So again, I'm just going to back up for a second and say I think that came down to leader versus leader. And again, I would really like to know Russian. I would love to be a fly on the wall in that Russian call and just hear how he's doing it. And that's what does make a difference in a lot of these RBG teams. And that's how you win RBG tournaments. That's how you get really high on the ladder, guys. You know, you can have the strat game, you can have the comp game, you can have the pure damage game. But if you don't have the leader, it's all going to fall apart.
Personally, from my point of view, when I first started, when I first started learning this battleground and leading it, we had issues with damage, and some of our players couldn't kind of keep up against double warlock meta. Obviously, we had last season, so we used to send our rogue off. We had a young rogue called Trax, and we used to send him off, and he would switch all the cards around for us. I mean, we would leave them completely open again. We'd let them go back and think they were getting them, and we would literally wait until kind of the last minute. They'd rush all to mid, and our rogue would cap both of them. And I think they should have gone something more like that. I think they should have tried to go for more meta ninjas instead of actually team fighting for cards.
I agree. I think that strat is very underutilized too, so I'd have loved to seen that come out. I've seen that very rarely, but every time you see it, you're just like, man, like that could have done it. Like, why didn't it respond quicker or something? So yeah, that strat would have been very, very good to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to make sure on streaming, we do want to call Team E Heroes back for the bonus round coming up here. I'm really excited for this. We're about to reveal it momentarily, but the bonus round, of course, it's a map which has never seen competitive play in the RBG bracket. And today, since Strand of the Ancients was knocked out yesterday, that means that it's either Isle of Conquest or Outtrack Valley. And I'm really excited to see these teams really duke it out in these maps. So, guys, Jello Baba and E Heroes, if you guys are there, we want to make sure that you are ready to queue up for the bonus round against I, the Snoopy K. But at this point, I, the Snoopy K, will be advancing to the semifinals tomorrow. So, very cool.
Congratulations. Sorry for the mishaps. Sorry for whatever happened there in terms of like management and some of the infractions that happened. Like I said, we try our best to use common sense in those rulings. And yes, some people don't agree, some people do. But then again, if you saw any sports, when would one person ever agree with a ruling? When the united crowd ever agreed with one ruling over the other? I never saw this happen.
Yeah, exactly.
At least in the professional sports.
Exactly. You know, whenever you make a ruling, obviously there's going to be debate on it. Especially in the NFL, you always hear the boos and whatnot. But of course, we give our refs credit. They take it as it is and they call it as they see it. So very good catch there, and it was a penalty, and they delivered on it right. So
yeah, big shout out to the refs too for taking all that flack, man. That's got to be hard.
Yeah. They've done a great job refing this game so far, though. And honestly, today we've gone through it with very few incidents, so very great so far. But right now, we want to make sure that Jello Baba and E Heroes team is ready for the bonus round. So, guys, talk to me about that. What do you guys think it's going to be?
Well, I want to know, first of all, how's Reinhardt feeling? His team has come through. Are they going to win it, Reinhardt? Do you think Russia's going to take the motherland?
Nah.
No faith. No faith.
Oh, Reinhardt doesn't love trusting his people.
Right now.
For Mother Russia, Reinhardt, come on.
Come
man.
on.
Team, I'm sorry. Like as much as I want to support my team, and as much as I really believe in them, I want to see those. I see those two teams duke it out. I saw almost a perfection from Team E Heroes in terms of CC controls and the burst damage, and I saw extremely well coordinated AoE from the Snoopy K. So tomorrow, those two are gonna be matched up together, and I am not 100% sure who is gonna win.
I think we're going to complete E Heroes domination from now on. I think they've
But
seen
you
everything.
got to think about this. Both these teams.
I'm calling it. I'm
Great.
calling it.
Series, both these teams, no matter what you say, I mean, they are both the top team in Russia and the top team in the mostly European bracket. I mean, you're talking about two teams who went 3-0. You want to talk about a highlight of the tournament? That's going to be it there. And of course, by Lamos versus AVN, what four better teams to make it to the semifinals?
No, that's a rivalry.
I'm so excited for the semifinals.
I can't wait to see the semifinals. Even further derivative, the finals should be really interesting.
So
I'd like to see some exhibition matches too. I want to see like ABN versus a Russian or an E-Heroes, whoever doesn't get through.
Yeah.
I want to see like Datakis, versus like a German team. I'd like to
Get
see
a little
something
bit
like
more,
that.
a little bit more variety on in there.
Yeah, a little more cross seeds. I think would be really fun in exhibition matches for sure.
Definitely
Yeah.
something
Yes.
that's gonna work in the future is absolutely. I want to see, basically, two cross-continental teams mostly. Two teams. I think when it comes to cross-continental, team is gonna be more professional and more respectful of each other. Because if they fight it that way, they at least gonna be less like, there's gonna be less hatred and a less ways of teams trying to like bend the rules to actually get the win or something like that. So definitely in that regards, I would definitely want to actually think of not doing all the tournaments in 1 week. I was thinking actually spreading out into 3 weeks and actually inviting like 8 and 8 teams, like 8 EU and 8 US teams, and
That'd be
giving
great.
some underdogs actually a chance.
Well,
as
at least this week we're definitely gonna figure out who actually owns the Atlantic. Is it EU or NA? What's it gonna come down to?
And they're
And
gonna
I
have
want
to
to
hold
find
their
out.
title next tournament.
Yeah, they're gonna have to hold on to it too.
Got to be a defender. Defend the title. Defend
the
your belt.
RBG League.
So I want to take a moment here. I want to make sure that both the teams are ready. So we're going to cut to a quick break here real quick, but we do want to thank our sponsors, Proxy.net, for helping us secure this tournament. Proxy, definitely affordable, definitely just a great company. These guys have really been behind us all the way, and great job so far.
Actually, wait. We also gonna want to thank Greenman Gaming, and we want to do a giveaway of Elder Scrolls Online here on tournament. Type Scrolls in the chat below if you wanna play the game.
And absolutely. And actually, why don't we just announce the bonus round right now so we can give the teams a chance to get ready? That sound good to you guys?
Let's
Go
do
for
it.
it.
All right. So as you guys know, yesterday the bonus round map played was Strand of the Ancients, which means that today the bonus round can either be Isle of Conquest or Outtrack Valley. And for the bonus round today, that means that it will be Isle of Conquest. So the rules for this map are very simple. Teams can have up to 20 players on their team, but both teams must be even. They're going to be contesting this map and see how these teams can handle it, and we'll actually be able to see a little bit of a scrimmage match before we go into it. So we're going to cut to a quick break. We're going to let the teams organize their rosters real quick, but while we do that, I believe that we're going to do a quick giveaway and a giveaway.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Yeah, we're actually in the middle of that right now, I believe.
Awesome. So we'll be right back, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Hello everyone, and welcome back. We're about ready to get queued into Isle of Conquest here. We're just waiting on E-Heroes to get their roster all set and ready. And we're going to be getting into Game 1 of the bonus round. So, well, it's only Game 1. Now, I'm excited here. Isle of Conquest, really cool map. It's going to be a 10v10 on IOC. So I'm excited to see this here. What are your thoughts on this?
Big
This
damage.
is gonna be interesting. I think the Desert Lizard gets more action on a yearly basis than people see themselves in Isle of Conquest. 10 people on such a huge map. It's gonna be a lot of map control opportunities, definitely.
I think you might.
Indy and I were
see-
talking about it. Go ahead, Indy. Sorry.
Oh no, you can go for it.
We were talking about it, on the break. I'm really excited about Isle Conquest. It's one of my favorite maps. You have to queue it a lot, while you're gearing out. But we were discussing it. I think what you're going to see is you're going to see the Alliance side push the docks really hard. I think you're going to see the Horde side push the hangar really hard. Get inside the enemy base and try to take those walls down as soon as possible. And I think you're going to see them rush the boss. Is there going to be any, so kind of counter to that? Or are you going to send like a 1 or 2 man team, maybe even an Arena 3's team to the enemy and try to wipe them before they can handle that? Or are you going to try to contest workshops in the middle again with either a duel, a 1v1, a 2v2, or a 3v3 setup?
Yeah.
What I want to know is, can a 10v10 group even wipe the boss on this map? That's.
I mean,
something hell-
Is the
Here comes the
is the
PV
boss
rotations.
scaling currently? That's kind of on Blizzard. If the boss is scaling to the group size like it should be, they are capable of doing it.
However, if it's not, we could see a resource battle, which would be awesome, as it would just be a deathmatch.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm excited to see that.
Which can we just have a deathmatch in general, Blizzard?
Like, have a deathmatch.
Put everyone in a
just
pit.
Put a deathmatch in.
No resurrections. One life to the death. That's what I want to see. I would love to see that.
Actually, I'd be down for that one time. Just come up with a deathmatch. Or everybody gets
maybe
3 lives.
like a limit on your resurrections. Yeah, 3 lives. Yeah.
Yeah. You just
Or
duke it out
or
with the fight.
most to kills. Like the first to 50, something like that.
It would actually work out really well on a map like Alterac Valley or Isle of Conquest, where you throw them in there, and the rules are to ignore the objectives and just dwindle reinforcements.
Yeah,
I
but
think
you
that
have to
could
have
work out similarly.
like 40 people, and that's...
I want to see
definitely,
the
yeah,
Russians jump down from the sky. That's what I want to see.
Watch the Russians get on.
I want the E-Heroes to go and
big
take
Zeppelin.
glaives, ride into battle romantically
That
on
sounds-
this lovely
No,
Valentine's Day.
Zeppelins are German or Zeppelins Russian?
The Zeppelins are going to be the
Alright.
Russians for now. They're going to hijack them and take them. The
Really
Russians are
bad
going
at
to dive
that.
into
All right.
space.
And it looks like
It
we
is
are
live.
about ready to get queued in here to Isle of Conquest. The bonus round is going to be E-Heroes versus Eye of the Snoopy K. I'm really excited for this match. So the 2 semifinalist teams, we're going to be able to see them for the very first time in a 10v10 on IOC. I think it's really going to come down to the resource war, honestly. What do you guys think?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. I think they're gonna win the game objectively. I don't
Yeah, I
think it's
think
gonna
it'll
come down
be-
to-
Yeah, I got to agree with Giga. I think this will be more of a race situation where they're both going to kind of race to the enemy boss. However, it's going to be sort of like which team is going to budge first, which team is going to break off and sacrifice some teammates to go and try and slow down the enemy team. You also got to realize if the team is in there fighting the boss, they could totally just send in like 2-3 people and they'll be able to wipe them easily, especially with the boss doing huge AoE damage.
It's going to be a real
who's gonna make
DPS
that call
race to see
first,
who's
too?
better at PvE, to
Exactly.
be honest.
Who's better at PvE?
It's
I
going to be a
think-
PvE race. It's going to be to see which ones are
Where's
Actually-
Veldiva when you need him?
Yeah, exactly.
Heroes just
E-Heroes
finished
are
raiding
such a
before the
big-
tournament. So, no, but guys, think about it this way though.
We've
What
got
if they're
Bobby.
gonna have a team fight right now, right? And they get to feel each other's strengths and weaknesses, and they can fool each other as well for the game tomorrow. But this could be a huge psychological battle for them. For example, if heroes can fake how strong they are and make Russian team underestimate them the first game they're gonna face in the actual tournament. So besides them actually playing for fun in Isle of Conquest, I could definitely see some sticky strategies coming here as well, and some mental games.
Yeah, definitely. If I was either one of these teams, I would care less about winning this game and more about feeling out my opponent, like you're saying. I would definitely try, if they are, either leader is going to do a strategy that allows an arena, 1-player or 2-player or 3-player arena team to go face somebody else. I would want to be in that team. I would want to make sure I had player versus player contact in this map just to feel out my opponent.
Exactly. And here we go. It is Isle of Conquest, the bonus round. I have the Snoopy K versus E-Heroes. The top 2 EU teams about to duke it out. Guys, the strategy here is all about that. So we got some Snoopy K and about 2 other people. They're going down the workshop right now. They're going to try and get that base. The hangar looking to possibly be contested here momentarily, and the docks as well.
Ooh, it looks
already,
like
yeah.
both teams are going to fight over docks. Both teams fully committing to
Wow,
docks.
okay.
Ah, called it the glaives. They
So
won
do
the
you-
glaives.
So do you think that they're actually going to run the strategy? That was to be really interesting. Do you think that they're actually going to run the glaive strategy here and actually try and get down the gates?
I think they know that.
Yeah,
the glaives are the
absolutely
strongest
no.
way to knock them down, obviously. They are going to be quicker than obviously taking bombs or taking demolishers. Demolishers will take too long for them to actually even push in. So they're going to push down and go for a team fight straight here. And they're going to try and take it while Gelly goes around and roams around and tries to pick up other bases. And hopefully no one will be kind of snooping around for them. But as you can see from snooping, they go for the team fight as well. They want to take these glaives. They know that's the fastest way to win this BG.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely. And we just saw Broad assault the workshop in the middle. So I, the Snoopy, is actually ahead by 1 player in the team fight. So this is a 9v10 team fight at Waterworks, at Docks, excuse me, with Broad capturing middle. So Broad is doing that safety. He's getting the resources, and he's actually early pushing in to the Alliance base. Don't know what he's doing mounted over there, but he's definitely leaving his team down by a player. I would like to see these teams really pull out a full team fight here.
Mira's wing is going down, bubbled.
Look at Wiki the Bubble! Wow! I mean, this is E-Heroes we're talking about here. And I and Snoopy K, watch them just put up what an incredible fight so far. Very, very good.
they've changed their composition around a little bit as well. They've gone from double Boomkin and they switched back to their original comp of double DK that they queued on live quite a lot. They've got Bobby in there. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I was looking at Bobby. I was just looking at
it'll be
Bobby.
interesting
Dude.
to see
I
what
love
they're gonna
seeing
get
Bobby
some-
play.
I'm not sure what Spec Warwick is playing, but I think he might be playing Demonology. I'm not 100% sure.
The lock, I'll check for you absolutely right now. He's currently playing Affliction on Walrus.
But he's playing Athlete. They are still going for Rots. They're still going for these Rots. But Snoopy K's really rotting them down right now. They're actually falling apart. If he doesn't do something now, Panzer might die.
Yeah, I'm surprised Snoopy is giving them such a run for their money right now. This is looking pretty good.
Exactly.
Even
Yeah,
they're trying to
the
troll
E-Heroes
around
right now, they're going to take both the Hanger and the Quarry, so those resources pouring in for them. And now Winky,
These guys-
he's at 50% health.
I have the Snoopy's making a really smart choice. They're just training this Holy Paladin, and as a Holy Paladin, Holy Pallies are the biggest targets.
This is
Now
what
they're switching over to the Mage. They're doing a lot of damage to this Mage too. They're doing some CC. They're trying to split some pressure between
Yeah, let's
Winky
go
and this Mage. Minky
They
gets
block.
Mage gets the block.
Yeah, they do force the block
Winky
there.
has Winky bopped as well.
Winky does bop himself as well, so he's
Walrus
gonna have
dropping
full
down
downs
as
for
well.
a
They're
little
still
while
flying.
now.
Like Snoopy's team is not even falling apart right now. Like they're
Yeah,
doing really well.
Snoopy's
Yeah,
team
Snoopy's
are
team
just
is doing
laughing.
Very
He's
solid
got
here.
wins as well.
This is very surprising. I didn't expect this at all. I mean, as you can see here, the monks are running him. The Pally, he's going to have to get bubbled here. And the Dark Soul comes out. I mean, but I, the Snoopy K, they are holding their own so heavily right now in this match. Very, very strange.
Resources are full blown now. DK's their MS. Winky's actually got no cooldowns left. He's on Bop too. He could die right here. I mean, he needs healing or he needs a grip or something to get away. There's the grip right there. He gets charged in straight away though. Like if
Winky's
they keep
almost
training
out of
Winky, the whole
buttons.
team's gonna
Full
fall
burn,
apart.
come back up.
No, he's dead now.
Down.
He's got Bubba. If he hits tunnel one more healer down, they can
The
beat the whole
hanger,
team down.
the hanger is now moving too. So Broad or any of the other players,
You see
he
Bobby
was
sitting
doing
on
the
Paladin, but
resources.
It's not really doing a lot.
Yeah, they
He
could
needs
look to
swag.
open the gates here, honestly. You hear
Yeah, that
pulling.
one player alone could have opened the gates, but he's not. He took all the resources. He made sure they had the win, and now he's coming to the team fight.
Snoopy's
So
so
I think Snoopy did the greater overall strat for the entire tournament here, where he's trying to feel out the team a little bit more and really get a sense.
Yeah, exactly. And we see
And Bro's going for the win. Bro's
Roscoe
going for
goes
the win.
down. Wow, yeah.
I'm not
Mother
so sure
Russia,
going for
man, look
Dox
at their
was a
team
good decision,
fights.
though.
This is
I'm not so sure Dox was a good decision though, because those glaives are really squishy. So like all this can mean nothing once someone caps.
We do need to keep in mind as well that Lurtex has DC'd, so they're down a rogue. I don't know if it'll make much of a difference, but they have just wiped now.
Well, the workshop is up, so those are going out. The demolishers are already running towards the alliance side from the team E Heroes. So good on them
we're
for
gonna-
making those decisions.
Yeah,
In the next couple of minutes, we're going to see from Snoopy obviously getting the glaives. We're going to have to see how fast it takes him to push. Winky obviously in the Demolisher now. If they send back obviously something like Rogue Mage and maybe a Boomkin that have got high kind of PvE damage, they might be able to kill these minions off quite fast, the Demolishers.
Liptex is back in the game. It looks like they're experiencing some disconnection issues, which are associated with the PTR, possibly. So, is what it is. But they are pushing onto the gates right now. They have all three Demolishers up there. They're trying to get it down. I, the Snoopy K,
Bobby's coming in
they
to stop.
believe in their team fight so much that they want to go on the boss itself. Now, Bobby, he goes, all these guys are peeling back and they're going to try and stop them. They have control of the workshop right now, but they're really not feeling too much pressure. E-Heroes has not put out too much pressure on Snoopy K's base so far. And already we're starting to see that they're losing resources by the moment E-Heroes starting to go down in that. So what I really want to see is what is going to happen. Are they actually even going to be able to take on this boss 10v10? I'll be really interested.
Yeah, the gates are definitely going to come down. They're definitely going to get to the boss. I think both these teams are capable of 10-manning this boss. It's going to take a while, and that's only assuming each team is completely alone with the boss. If either team tries to wipe them on the boss, that could definitely complicate matters.
Yeah, exactly.
You can see
It
the
looks
damage
like
coming in
E-Heroes-
and just killing the Demolishers
Yeah,
off
E-Heroes
fast.
is getting back in, and they're actually getting on the cannons at top, and they're trying to shoot down these Demolishers best they can. They did a great job with that. They're taken out of the fight very instantly here.
We're really going to see if they can adapt to the PG now. If they can turn this around and wipe the team off, it's really going to make a kind of change around. If they can start attacking the bases as well and picking up the Demolishers again and maybe even ninja the glaives from them, they can really push that front gate down and get onto that boss faster.
Yeah, exactly. And the front gate definitely is taking a lot of damage at this point. We're going to have to see if they can keep pushing on that. I mean, if they can, then they may be able to open the gates. And that's really what I, Snoopy K, they got to do that right now.
I don't know from a point of view, but if they do get onto the boss, Walrix and Swaki are both PvE players as well. They both raid in a very kind of high standard guild. They will do a lot of damage to that boss when it comes to PvE rotations as well, but I don't think Snoopy's team... I think Saint Line also is a PvEer, so it'd be really interesting to see how much damage they put into the boss.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited for this, dude. I mean, Swacky, he's dropping down to 20% and Broad also at 50%. And as you guys see, there are some disconnection issues, but that's associated with the PTR. That's nothing external or any kind of flag right there. But those are associated with some of the maps. When a player does die, they can tend to disconnect. So, but they will be logged on back in that time. So now they have the big Demolisher. And this big guy here, E-Heroes is going to do everything in their power to try and stop these guys and stop that Demolisher from getting to their base. Because once that gets there, oh my gosh.
The god of Warlocks himself is driving the great big tank. We're going to see how much his damage increases. This is literally... Here comes the Chaos Waves.
Oh my gosh, and they got the flames going up from behind them. They're trying to get away best that they can. They're firing at the 3-man machine there, pushing on the main gates. I mean, if they let this thing sit here, you can see that it's already taken big damage already. They're going to power right up to the gates here, and they're going to push on it pretty hard.
I think the gate's going to go down quite fast.
Yeah, it's starting to fall down very quickly.
He's just jumped out. He's gone to, I think, peel a little bit. Yeah, the fishing damage to slow them. If they can slow them long enough and this can get enough damage off, they're going to go straight.
But they lose the workshop here. So now they lose a lot of their siege potential. I had Snoopy K.
Acrolos is backing up St. Dine as well.
Yeah, exactly. So now E-Heroes, they do have map control. A decent amount of it over I have the Snoopy K. They have more bases, but I have Snoopy K. It's just this offensive pressure strategy. They're not really able to get down this Demolisher that quickly. And they're pushing pretty hard on the gates right now. But if I had Snoopy K, if they want to actually kill this boss...
They might have to a team fight here.
Yeah,
like, they're dropping down really fast.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a little confused why neither one of these teams are actually just getting in the base. I mean, the hangar is up. Like, they should have just jumped in the base by now.
I'm with that idea. I really
gate.
think that someone should have got on the hangar, even if it was just one, like a rogue, throw a rogue or a mage or something up there, and just have them run bombs, and that gate will be down before you know it.
Oh, exactly. That mage was looking for it for a second. Galuba. Come on, commit to it. Galuba, you're the man. He's not committing. He's not going for the hangar. Somebody really needs to go for the over the wall.
I don't think Brod's just taking...
Yes, they're going to get hanger, so they're trying to turn around the siege potential here. I had the Snoopy K. It was a very offensive strategy from the beginning. They were trying to push out there.
I think
that's the docks, excuse me. But yeah, very, very big pressure and turnaround from here.
Even if they send everyone up to the hangar, you know, if you get Gelo Lurtex jumping down first, jumping in, starting to put bombs down, and get followed up by the melee or something like that. Just even someone like Bobby or someone like that, just to kind of distract them and keep gripping them around, just making sure that they chase him around. Even if he goes around and ninjas other stuff for them to force map pressure, it might be better than what they're currently doing of just trying to team fight and win bases to get demolishers again.
Yeah, exactly. And if you see here, they're contesting the workshop right now on Bella. Bobby's actually going to go down there, and Tharasa, he's actually dropping to 25% health, and they're trying to pressure him in the Warlock. Not a lot of cooldowns for us at the workshop so far, but this obviously is a very crucial point to have, because if I have Snoopy K, if they can control this, then they're going to have a lot of offensive pressure over E-Heroes.
They really need that siege engine to come back. That siege engine was really, really strong in this map, and I think that's why they're mostly concerned about the workshop instead of docks. But it does look like
they're glaives right here now.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to be taking one of these glaives to the wall, and they're going to try.
So that's Moby in that glaive right there. If they can push that down fast enough, they can.
Glaives are ridiculously strong. As long as no one on the other team notices this glaive, I mean, it might just.
It could be the backdoor dream. You never know. But with, I mean, he's coming.
Backdoor dream.
Tell you.
Melby Senpai.
Wow, Rick's looking at these glaives real quick. I do like that these teams. I really do like these teams that are trying to play this new map, and you can see them feel out the map. You know, they're trying to figure it out. We know they're RBG players, and they don't typically play a BG map. However, they're adapting pretty quickly, which is really nice. They're all, like Smitey said, there are players in both teams that do PvE as well. So hopefully we can get these gates down pretty quick.
Notices this glaive actually. So this glaive is going to get a lot of
shots off. This is really big, actually. I mean, they're pushing out the gates right now.
They're going to break down the
back door as well. If anyone comes to Warsong Gulch, he's going to put them straight into a fear. You know, it'll be a Shadow Fury straight into a fear.
For the heals, for the CCs, and I mean, they're sacrificing the team fight, but I mean, it is totally worth it. They got the second
two glaives. That Alliance glaive is under 30% now. Oh my gosh!
Backdoor dream,
boys. Backdoor dream.
Oh, there's two glaives now. We've been backed up.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the front door, but yeah.
Right now, how about that? And they pulled back well, Case.
We got Gelu Baba and Melby tumbling it down now.
Absolutely.
I don't think Snoopy have realised what's going on yet.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, they have no idea that their gate is about to go down. And right there, underneath 10%, 5%
No,
now,
defending it
the
as
Alliance
well.
front gate will come down. Oh my gosh.
Can we
so
get a
Alliance
point of
front
view
gate
of where
is
Snoopy
gone.
is?
Wow, how about that?
Can we have a quick look at what Snoopy's team is?
Now, E-Heroes has
Here,
a lot of pressure on the eye of the Snoop.
They've only just realized, yeah, they
rough
went as a
decision
ball right
here.
there.
Snoopy's gonna have to make a really rough decision. He's gonna decide how many people he wants to bring back to defend and how many people he wants to keep pushing. He needs to just make sure that he has enough to defend while at the same time being
And
able
you
to
see
push.
already, they're all wading straight in. They want to go straight for the boss. They don't want to piss about.
E-Heroes has to wipe Eye of the Snoopy first, because if they try and take on that boss
Bobby's down.
team fight, they're going to run into a lot of trouble through that.
They're using the glaives to kill Snoopy.
Oh my gosh, this is what really separates good leaders from the best leaders right here. How quickly can you adapt to a new map, a new situation? This is a map they obviously never play. This is a situation they never find themselves in. One leader stands out in front, gets the gate down first. Can the other leader now strat around this? Obviously, he can't comp around at mid-game, so he's got to come up with something.
Exactly. I want to get zoomed into the boss here. I think that they're pushing on him right now.
Here comes Swacky.
The question is, though, are they going to be able to take down his boss? Will he scale for the war game? That is the concern. And they've
Here
already
comes the
fought him
PV
right now.
damage, guys.
Here it is. Even the priest is pumping in damage to them. They're trying to do what they can. And wow,
Ooh, the boss just wipes him right there.
Yeah, wow. And high
That's
center,
pretty hard.
Yeah.
So it looks like the boss is actually scaling. So it is scaling, which is good.
Okay, very good. So they already have him down 25%. And ISCBK, a lot of their players are dead right now, and they're trying to get back in here. But E-Heroes, of course, they're pumping out the PvE damage, and they're trying to lock this game up right now on this final boss. And he's already down to 50%.
High Commander is at 71% currently. That's the Alliance boss.
Oh, yeah, excuse me.
For anybody keeping track, just real quick, no problem, no problem. You know, you gotta come to Giga for those numbers every once in a while. 56% now on High Commander. So he's falling up there, and it does look like Snoopy and them are doing some work, trying to recover.
Yeah, Snoopy, he's got to get his team back here. I mean, E-Heroes, they can nuke the boss all they want, but in the end, if they're facing pressure from either Snoopy K at the same time, which is about to happen, then they're going to be in trouble because they've got the boss spawn at the same time as well. So I think forming a turtle is really the best strat around here. Take them in as they come off.
I'm looking at the talent choices they chose as well too. It's interesting, you know, Winky on Holy Paladin, Tarasso on Disc. Again, they're doing some really interesting talent choices as from a healer perspective, and that may be the PvE aspect involved. But we've seen a lot of crazy talent choices in this tournament overall. They're doing things like, you know, power infusion, so they're assuming their team is never going to drop, which is really ballsy. They're doing cascade, you know, the overall AoE team heal, so they're assuming they're going to be able to juke. And then like the prayer mending and stuff like that, where they want the sustained healing in the overall, which is really important. But I don't know if they're going to do those same choices in an actual game. I'd like to see that keep their team up more, maybe too.
You know, now E-Heroes, they're starting to drop down pretty low here. They're still focusing that boss who's at about 50%, and ISDBK is starting to wipe them. I mean, this is the problem. Do you think that they should be focusing on the boss or focus on Snoopy K right now?
I think they should stick players like the Rogue and the Mage on the enemy players, whereas everyone else should pretty much be focusing on the boss and maybe, you know, throwing out some micro stuns and little howls and
If you've
things
not
along those
noticed,
lines.
Wow, Bobrix does go down there.
Amigos is playing actually Blood. He is playing the Blood space, so he's
Okay.
actually prepared to tank this boss. So he's actually trying
wow,
to tank it as much as he
very
can.
good.
I think that's why they ran double DK against this.
Exactly.
Surprised
So
we
now
didn't go on that earlier.
they've got the Alliance keep assaulted right now. They got to try and get back into this fight ASAP. The boss. Let's take a look at the boss. Very difficult to see. Can I get an update from in-game, Giga?
Yeah, absolutely. So High Warlord Commander, the Alliance boss, is at 24% currently right now,
Oh,
but he
wow.
is actually going up. He's going the opposite way. He's going to 26, 27, 28%.
Healing
So
that boss.
So they're
They
healing
are-
the heck out of him.
Yeah, they're trying to keep him up as much as they can, which is smart to try to keep the game in their favor. 33, 34%. So their healing is carrying over, which is really good. I think if they're going to wipe this boss, they need to make sure to take the healers out. They need to have that aggressive, that defensive team really take care of the healers that are attacking the boss. Or
Take a look at this, though. They just took the Alliance.
But that's a full reset. That's a full reset. So High Commander is now completely reset.
Yeah, exactly.
Now they have to wipe Snoopy's team and then push the boss. It's going to be even harder for them now.
They were so close too.
And this is, of course, now this is a full reset here. They capped the base, and now the Snoopy K, they're trying to push in. They want to get on this boss. But if they want to do that, they got to peel some people back. They got to make sure they get their base back, and that's the main thing there. So at this point, they're going to defend their own keep, and I think that what E-Heroes really needs to do here, first off, take the keep. If you don't have the keep, you're not going to be able to push on that boss. I have the Snoopy K. They're going to be able to come back very quickly, and look at that. Looks like Lurtex is looking to get the ninja caps there on the Alliance base. How about that?
Yeah, well played. He
I guess I might go
definitely.
for the resources now then.
So yeah, so they're going to get it. So they got to get graveyard control first off. You get the graveyard control, then push on the boss is the main thing.
If you can't wipe the team with both of the bases, what's going to happen is one team is eventually going to commit to the win. They're going to go boss to boss, or wipe the team, and then boss to boss. I think whoever can commit to that boss first and get the kill first is going to win the game.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. I think what it really is, I mean, you commit to the boss, sure. You want to commit to that. You want to make sure that you get him down. I mean, they're already back pushing on this boss again. But you want to make sure that you have graveyard control, and you want to make sure that I, the Snoopy K, I mean, that they can't just come in and stop you from doing that. They can heal that boss. They can keep him up. They can do what they need to. They got to pick these guys off and CC the healers as much as they can.
Yeah, they definitely responded quickly. I mean, in these 10-mans, yeah, you want to take the base. I would say in a full game on IOC, which is my bread and butter for gearing out, you would actually not want to take that base. It would actually hurt you in the long run. But it's good they did it in a 10-man, definitely, for the win. High Commander here now at 75% on the Alliance side, and he is dropping now with no healers on him. They are coming in, Broad and Winke. Waldrix doing that affliction damage. Look at that. I love his rotation. I keep looking at him.
Good. They got him down to 24% before, and now I see he's at about 60% now. And ISTBK, they're going to assault their keep, but they're not going to have graveyard control just yet. The High Commander, he's almost at 50% now, and they're going to try and get him down the best they can, but here comes the Snoopy, and they're going to see what they can do, and Swaggy's actually going to take the workshop just to make sure. It doesn't really matter at this point, but just to secure it. And it looks like their healers are rezzing, and they're starting to funnel back in. Winke, he's going to get pain suppression on him. Jello Baba dropping to 25%. It's the commander's damage on top of that of the Snoopy K. I mean, you have to out-sustain both of these people if you want to win this game, and that is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, can we talk about High Commander's rotation for a second? Look at those sword swipes. The white damage coming out of him is actually really impressive. Big shout out to his PV rotation. Down to 49% now out of High Commander. They are trying to heal him. It's not as well as it was before. Yeah.
Exactly.
Healers just res Paladin Priest.
Road goes down as well.
This is
Mate goes
quite
with the
a wipe
AMS.
fest.
It's like we got another wipe here. Right now
Yeah.
would be one of the perfect opportunities for Snoopy to try and go on the offensive.
Yeah, they need to counter push here if they want to win.
Another reset.
Another reset, yeah.
Heroes
They got to
taking
start
the
pushing on the base. They got to try and get the gates down.
Heroes taking the workshop really did help them out, though, keeping Snoopy from going a little offensive there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just one less tool that they have at their disposal.
Again, though, I think both teams are just trying to keep the game alive. You guys need to go for the win. Like, stop playing so passively. You try to feel each other out, which was great at the beginning of the game. You really got to go for the win here. Attack the enemy base, full on. All players committed. If you're not going to commit to the win, you're never going to get the win. Look at this. Here they go. They are going back for the defense, so they're going to keep going, especially in the middle. They got the base back.
Not so sure I like that decision. They really need to start pushing.
They need to commit. They need to fully commit. This
What's their
isn't
plan?
going to
You think
hurt
they're
your
gonna-
overall.
I don't know. Well, yeah, this game doesn't matter. This is
Yeah, they're playing this game like this is a typical EU strat. Let's play as safe as possible and hope
I
nothing
mean,
happens.
it looks like they're hoping to go get workshop in the middle. Yeah, they do get workshop. I mean, they could go for hangar or docks or one of those, but it looks like they want to push with workshop.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
resources are currently 308 for the Alliance, 293 for the Horde. So the Horde have actually started to lose reinforcements. Overall, though, reinforcements have been increasing throughout the game. So it's difficult to make it a resource game at this point.
It's really
Horde
rough
is
to
now
make it a
losing,
resource game. I mean, on top of that, most of those deaths were, well, not most of them, but quite a few of those deaths were pretty much just from wiping on the boss. And at least they got 2 boss attempts on, whereas I have the Snoopy, doesn't. So I think they're still ahead in that aspect.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they're trying to for this
100%.
very last push here. And we may have to set a time limit, actually, because we don't want to drag this stuff for too much longer. But, E-Heroes, they
This
are
is
pushing on.
literally a team deathmatch right
Yeah,
now.
it basically is, really.
It's a mix of the boss and Team Snoopy fighting E-Heroes.
And now the High Warlord, how low is he right now? Can I get an update from in-game?
Yeah, he's at 44% right now.
Oh, wow.
So they're doing a better attempt on him this time than they have before, and they're doing it faster, which is really good. I think both teams, like I said, just need to commit to the boss kills and stop trying to wipe each other in the room. That's PS going out on High Commander Alfred. Really great pain suppression. Really stopping that damage for a moment. Now he's dropping down to 37%, getting close to that execute range. Unfortunately, there's only Affliction, so there's no Shadow Burn range.
I'd love to see a. Is it possible to Monk Cocoon the commander? That would be kind of cool.
I've never seen it before. I've never tried it.
The Monk Cocoon has come out though.
That would be a little bit overpowered.
And Winke, of course, he's at 50% right now, along with Bait Bobby as well. I mean, these guys, the Bop does come out. The healers, they're still in pretty good mana position, but Panzer Hank, he does drop down. Now the boss, how low is he? Give me an update.
High Commander, 20%. They just hit it, so now we are
20%.
getting execute phase. No Zerker on this. This is not PvE, boys. So he is coming down now to 17%. They are doing the
but
best
E-Heroes
rotation
is
they can.
doing
But
really
the wipe-
bad, really bad.
Yeah,
Wiping.
they're gonna get wiped here.
Come on, don't wipe at 19%.
Do it. No, come on.
Come on,
Commit to the
pass
kill.
Russian, guys.
23, 24. The boss is going back up.
Yeah,
All right.
that's
Good attempt, guys. Let's rebuff. Get your food buffs up again. Get your flasks, and let's go back in for another attempt.
Here's
So
the
we're probably gonna
PvE.
set a time limit here because we don't want to drag. Like we said, we don't want to drag this down too long.
Let's
here,
get them
and we'll
onto
discuss it
YouTube.
internally real quick.
Get the fat boss guide out.
Fight.
This is literally
Yeah,
because
whenever-
Mythic content's just come out. They're literally like competing with like all these top guilds right now. They're trying to kill their PvP boss while everyone else is like in the middle of trying to slay mythic bosses. This is literally the comparison. This is PvP as
Guys.
meet PvE.
We were showing you this so you have a comparison. This is why we PvP.
Exactly.
Yeah. They are going back to middle. They're trying to do the reset, the rewipe. It actually looks like the Horde is getting attacked pretty hard right now.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
Yeah, they're getting into the boss.
Ah, okay. So Snoopy K, they're trying to turn this around here really quick.
I don't know about trying. They're doing great work, considering how far behind they've come from. They're actually making
Yeah,
sure.
they're
this
not
is the real
doing too bad,
BCOS
I mean.
on DK at the moment. Like, this is the King German Boomkin of the world. Let's just make that clear.
Which Boomy?
Mikos, have you ever seen him stream live playing? He streams lots of.
Wow, they're gonna get the
RPGs,
gates down here. So now the Snoopy K, actually have a shot to turn this around. Wow. Okay. So now
No, they're not
pushing
getting
up
to the boss fight yet, which is interesting. Why are they not?
That's interesting.
Are they going in together? They're like, oh, we made it this far. Now what do we do? You going to the boss,
Yeah,
guys?
Snoopy's
Come
going to
on,
boss,
go
guys.
attack him. Get that 10-man going.
Yeah,
They're actually trying to decide if they need to wipe E-Heroes before they open.
No, I don't. No, they're not. They're back in game. It's just some
No,
disconnect.
it's just vehicles.
So now I think what's going to happen now that both the gates are down, I think that both teams have honestly played this long enough. They're going to push on the boss. I don't think that they're going to defend. I think that E-Heroes is going to go for the boss. The Snoopy K is going to go for the other boss, and it's really just going to be a base race here to determine who's going to really win this. So we could very well see an end right here.
Gonna have to bounce back and forth between both bosses here pretty soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Snoopy is
Here's the
opening
PvP
on the
race.
Horde boss at this point. It is the PvE
E-Heroes,
race.
we got some health
But-
spikes on E-Heroes.
Okay, so Bella
Panzer actually goes down.
Acrolos as well.
Okay. Answer Hank.
Snoopy's team. Like
They're
big
gonna
Panzer's trying
lose-
to defend. He's
Lose
usually
BB
ganked
too.
straight away. Okay.
No, E-Heroes are actually in a lot of trouble here.
Oh, Bobby's
Yeah,
defending as well
E-Heroes
with
is
Galu
team.
as well. They're trying to need 3 people to defend. But if Panzer goes down now, Bobby and Galu are going to get wiped off pretty fast as well.
Yeah, could we get a percentage on the boss?
So Horde boss at 65% currently. Overlord.
Swacky's coming up now as well, so if Swacky comes up and tries to cleave them down a bit, it could probably help them out quite a lot. He just got ringed though.
It looks like the damage coming out of Snoopy is actually better than the E-Heroes damage, at least from a PvE perspective, because Overlord Agrimar is dropping below 50% now, faster than they were getting the Alliance boss down. So
Down goes Galu.
it's pretty quick.
Swacky's
Now
going down
below
as well.
40%.
Wow, so he's 40%. He's almost an execute rage then. Just needs to
Yeah,
go.
he's at 33%
Swacky's an
now.
execute
Yeah.
rate.
Wow, so they're gonna have to peel back here. Now, are they on the Alliance boss right now?
They're on the Horde boss, and Overlord Agmar dropping below 30% at this point. Actually going back up to 32%, so they are going D. They are trying to save it.
Russia's
It
confirmed
looks like
PvP
it's
is-
stalling out. PvE confirmed 30% now on Lord Agrimar, so it looks like the damage is overriding the healing.
So we've got Gelu back now. Gelu, Panzer are back, and so is Winky. Actually, they're on the defense. They're trying to make sure they can wipe off, but as you can probably see,
They recover pretty well.
25-24. If he drops below 20% and they can actually get the execute, we will see a win out of Team Snoopy.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, what a turnaround.
15%!
Here we go.
Oh my
we go.
god!
Team some executes.
10% is coming down! Are they gonna commit to it? Who's gonna win? 9, 8, come on! Make it happen, boys. Show me those rotations.
Oh my gosh!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1%, 2%, 1% Alliance wins. Snoopy.
Wow!
Wow, that was a comeback.
Turnaround
Go
there.
first.
I the Snoopy takes it over E-Heroes. They're able to get the boss down at the very last moment. That is absolutely incredible. Wow. Absolutely.
That was intense. That was a really good comeback. I guess we pretty much were wrong. I had the Snoopy spent the perfect amount of time on defense.
Yeah, right?
So that was a great bonus round there. I the Snoopy, he will take it over E-Heroes.
Look at that damage.
And just what an incredible matchup there. And I want to make sure, Vlad, are you back in the call? Okay, we'll make sure to get him back in. But yeah, what just an incredible series of games today. We're going to go to a quick break here real quick, but when we get back, we want to just break down the games, give you guys the post-game show, and then sign off for the night. So thanks for watching, guys. We'll be back in just a moment as we do a giveaway here. And welcome back, everyone. What an incredible matchup on the Isle of Conquest. I have the Snoopy K versus E-Heroes. I have the Snoopy K, the Russian team, actually able to take it at the very last moment over E-Heroes. Saw some impressive team fights back and forth. I mean, these teams, they're pretty much dead even. I want to get your thoughts on that real quick, and I want to get your thoughts on today's matches. So, guys, walk me through this. What do you guys think?
Of the Isle of Conquest or of today's game?
Well, yeah, run me through the Isle of Conquest and then talk to me about the day's matches.
The Isle of Conquest was really interesting at first, actually. I liked the team fighting at docks. I didn't expect for both teams to go docks, actually. I expected one to go hangar and the other to go docks, but they both ended up going docks. It made for a pretty cool team fight, and Snoopy ended up taking that team fight.
Well, I was quite surprised
Yeah,
by that as well. They quite dominated it, really, to be honest.
Yeah, they kind of did. I like that they felt each other out in the team fight.
Feels like
at
it was
first,
so
and
long ago.
I think they actually started. At first they were just feeling each other out. I know they've actually queued on live at some point, but they're feeling each other out in the tournament and their rosters and their gear and everything. And then they realized, oh yeah, we're still in the game. Oh yeah, we should actually win this game. They started trying to win. There was the early gate down on the Alliance side, which was really great from eHeroes, but then eventually, Snoopy came through with the late game.
Just what a
to
turnaround.
wipe the boss first. Yeah.
I was so excited about that. So the bonus round that went over to Eye of the Snoopy K over to eHeroes, I think that was a surprise. I'm not sure if a lot of people were expecting that, but Eye of the Snoopy K definitely probably going to be a big contender going into tomorrow's matches. So tomorrow we have the semifinals and world finals. Team Bailamos versus Team ABN, and then I the Snoopy K versus eHeroes. We're about to determine who the top EU team is and the top US team. Guys, tomorrow I want to get your predictions. Let's start with US here first. Who do you guys think is going to win tomorrow on the US side of the bracket? How close do you think it's going to be?
I think it's going to be ABN, and I'm going to say it's going to be 3-2.
3-2. Okay. It is a best of 7, so keep that in mind. It is best of 7 for tomorrow.
Oh, this is sorry. I'll go 4-3 then.
4-3. Okay, so you think
I think
it's
it's
going to
gonna
be
be close.
tiebreakers? Okay, tiebreakers.
I think ABN might toy with him a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to say. It's going to be a long battle. It's going to be 1 win, 1 loss, 1 win, 1 loss, something like that. So, I have to agree. 4-3. I'll say ABN.
That's a really rough decision for me to make because I really love both teams. Both teams are among my top favorites for RBG teams, and I mean, I feel like Bailamos will pull through.
Okay, so
I definitely feel like it'll be a 4-3 though. Definitely a 4-3.
honestly, I think it's definitely going to tiebreakers. I don't know which team is going to win tomorrow. This is such a huge rival matchup, ABN and Bailamos.
You gotta pick something, dude. Come on.
No, I gotta abstain. Because I'm telling you, it's a tied match. Really, both these teams are just so damn good. They did so well, and it's so hard fought getting here. I'm just really excited to see them both compete tomorrow, and I think that honestly, everyone wanted to see this matchup, ABN versus Bailamos, and it's just a fantastic thing that we're gonna be able to get it. So I want to move on to EU real quick. So eHeroes and Eye of the Snoopy K. Guys, walk me through this. Who do you think is going to win this matchup tomorrow?
eHeroes 4-0.
4-0? Wow.
I
I think Snoopy will put up a better fight than that. I think you'll see a couple wins out of Snoopy, maybe like 2, but I got to go with eHeroes for the overall in the series.
I think total domination.
Myself,
I don't think it'll be. I don't think it'll be a total domination at all. It may not be like a 4-3. It might end up being like a 4-2 or something like that. But it'll probably bend in eHeroes' favor in this analyst's opinion.
Now think about it. But Eye of the Snoopy, they just took victory over eHeroes on Isle of Conquest. Now there's obviously, let's be clear, it's Isle of Conquest. You can't tell much off of that map. However, we got to see their team fights, and both of them held their own very well. Eye of the Snoopy K wiped eHeroes. eHeroes wiped Eye of the Snoopy K. It went back and forth both ways. And honestly, both of these teams, I mean, I think that they've proven themselves that they all deserve to be here at this time. So.
AJ, that was more of a deathmatch type situation.
It was.
ABG wasn't a deathmatch. It was more of a deathmatch type situation. Whereas the competitive maps that are in the tournament, the ones that actually matter, are more objective based. You know, sit in the carts, capture the flags, capture the bases, and I feel like that's where eHeroes will probably outshine Snoopy. But I don't think they'll completely. That's why I feel like it'll be a 4-2 or 4-3.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
Jesus Christ. I'm going to be voting for the underdogs then. I'm going to go for the Eye of the Snoopy K.
Of course, you're right.
Seriously, guys. Come on.
There's that Cyrillic we've been looking for all day. Reinhardt coming in with the vote for Snoopy DK. I don't know. I think Snoopy DK, I think if they fought each other on live, no series, you would definitely see either team capable of beating each other. I think in a tournament setting, though, maybe 2 games to Snoopy DK. Eventually, though, eHeroes is probably going to pull out the win.
Yeah, exactly. So, exciting to see. Tomorrow we got a big lineup prepared. We're actually going to be going live same time as we did today. But that'll be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I believe it is 7 o'clock Central European Time. Yep. So that'll be the day for the semifinals and world finals tomorrow. We're going to try and speed things up very quickly here, cut back on analysis tomorrow because we have a lot of games to get through. It's going to be a best of 5 series to determine the best EU team, best of 5 series to determine the best US team, and of course, it'll be a best of 7 to determine the top team in the world. So a lot of games planned for tomorrow. It's going to be a very long stream, but hey, you know, it's going to be all worth it because we're going to determine who the best team in the world is.
I'm excited.
Absolutely. This is gonna
Awesome.
be awesome.
Can't wait.
So,
It's gonna be Nikos.
guys, first of all, we're gonna do a few. We're gonna answer your questions now. I think that's the best way to actually, like, we believe that the tournament-run companies should actually talk to their viewers. I think that's pretty awesome that we can address your concerns or whatever thoughts you guys have. Good thoughts, not a bad ones.
Yeah.
But on top of it, we want to
You gotta,
say
you gotta take feedback too. You gotta take both forms of feedback.
Oh yeah,
Well,
of course.
feedback, not the harassment. But anyway, so first of all, I want to thank everybody for coming in. This
Absolutely.
was a blast. I want to thank our sponsors again, Greenman Gaming and Proxy.net, for actually helping us with organizing and making this tournament possible. And last but not least, guys, I want to thank everybody who actually was encouraging us to play, encouraging us to make these events happening. I understand we don't have experience. It's the first tournament we ever ran, and yeah, there's a lot of basically mishaps coming here and there. But you know what? The bottom line is, if you guys enjoy it, please let us know because we are very happy to provide this kind of a tournament for you.
Yeah, exactly. It was just great today. So guys, if you have some questions for us, please leave it in the chat there. We'd love to hear it.
If you have any ideas as well, you know, for future kinds of tournaments or
Feedback,
Different kinds
concerns,
of
comments,
regions.
questions.
all that kind of stuff, just post it.
Like, comment, subscribe.
Tons of the upcoming matches.
Merc out.
EU time. Yep. It's going to be tomorrow. The stream is going live at 7 p.m. Central European time. And
Yeah,
it's going
I
to be
think
1
we're
p.m.
gonna
Eastern
have
Standard.
you go first as well, and then after that we're gonna go US. Go.
How do we do the camera pans up in the air? Well, Synapse, if you're there, I mean, you may be able to answer that question. We had a great guy, Synapse. Of course, you guys know him in the community. Fantastic cameraman. He's done a great job just putting this whole tournament together, streaming it for us. I mean, we can't thank him enough. But, I
Hey,
mean,
what's
he's
up,
done-
guys? Synapse here. I just want to say hello. You can't see me on the screen, but I'm here
The
watching.
man behind the curtain.
Definitely.
Man behind
Sign
the
up.
to the man behind the curtain.
Either way, yes, he's done a great job. He's between all the swaps. And we're actually, the add-on that we're using was made by Vadrak. And he's the one who made the Arena Live 3 add-on, and he did just a fantastic job with the BG Live add-on, which is just
Yeah,
great.
well done, Vadrik. That was really amazing.
So we
He's
wanna
done a
thank-
lot of work on this add-on too, making sure it worked for BGs. That was really cool of him. So how do you do that camera thing, Synapse? Like, how's that all done?
Oh yeah, Patrick's add-on pretty much takes care of everything, but Blizzard brought in the spectator mode, and pretty much, we queue into spectator, and we're able to kind of fly around in the air, and just click on the players and try to, stick with all the players in there. So I think Vadrex is going to be coming out with something that everybody can download pretty soon, but it's super new, and we're lucky to be the first ones to be testing it out. Cheers, guys.
Can Smitey throw a wad of cash in the air?
I
Ask for-
actually can throw some Australian dollars in the air just for you guys. Yay!
I love it.
That's the best you're getting. Don't ask me what is a hole in the
Is there a
box.
reason why
oh.
none of the teams ran a shaman at all? Was that the one that you're looking at, Kickstone?
One
Yeah,
That was the
train,
one I was
train the
actually-
blue factor. in
Yeah,
my
train
opinion.
the blue factor, but I think that you're going to see it tomorrow with Team Bilamas. He said that he was thinking about bringing out that shaman, and I think that, although it's an unpopular pick, I think he may well bring it out tomorrow, because they did get buffed in 6.1.
Yeah, they definitely are actually the top healer, at least from an arena perspective in 6.1, like purely based on, patch notes. It hasn't gone live yet. I think you could see it come out in the tournament. I think a lot of teams are just hesitant to do so. Teams are even hesitant to bring out Priest to some extent in this tournament. And so I keep analyzing the Priest anytime a team does bring them out. But so far, even bringing Priest into the tournament has still been a problem. I'd like to see a Holy Priest come out as well if you're really talking about healers.
Holy Priest, that could be interesting to
Yeah,
watch.
I like
because
to
Holy
see
Priest
the
did get a buff
houses.
in 6.1, and nobody's
Yeah.
trying to do the stat changes or the talent changes, but it's possible, and they definitely could.
I'd like to see a Holy Priest come out. That would be really cool. Thank you, Pope Mall. We appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. So, also, I want to give a call out to, again, signups. for making this possible, and to BSG Entertainment, and to Mr. Dance Light. All of their streams, all of their medias are directed on the bottom. If you want to have any graphics done, any graphics informations, they are your guys. Like they do some really, really, really amazing projects like this one happened, and we couldn't have done it without them. Also, check out the sign up stream because he shows how to become a professional video editor on his stream, and that's awesome. So really, really thank you guys for the amount of work you put in and believing into this tournament idea.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys. You know, we're so excited to be able to host the first WoW RBG tournament here. And I know I want to hear from you guys. It is so much more exciting to watch than arenas, we think, and we really want to see the WoW PvP scene really move towards this. So we've had a great time really casting this tournament, and it's just been so fun to watch the top teams in the world really just duke it out. So thank you guys for tuning in.
This is a good question. Do the teams get any bonus for winning the bonus round? They get a huge thank you from us and a huge thank you from viewership. Say thank you, because they participated on the sheer matter of fun. If there going to be any monetary value attached to it, which we're not planning on, but if we could see something like that just for funsies, then we're gonna have to play ABN versus Bailamus Train of the Asians again without the trick that he used on the cannons.
Yeah, we'll have to see that. Absolutely.
But
either way,
I don't see it though.
So guys, what do you think? Do you think we're all wrapped up here?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think we're doing good.
Awesome. Well, guys, at this point, we want to thank you all for tuning in for today. Tomorrow's match, the World Finals and the Semifinals for the Battle of the Atlantic. You can tune in and find it here, right here on Gamers League Live at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Central European Time. Make sure to follow the stream, as you can find out as soon as we go live. And join us for tomorrow. It'll be very fast. The matches will be quick, like they were today. And along with that, we have some exclusive interviews set up and some really cool stuff to show you guys tomorrow for the World Final. I'm really excited.
Absolutely.
We have a half game show.
I'm really excited.
It's going to be awesome. So either way, guys, thank you all for tuning in tonight.
Thank you.
Make sure to
Shout
follow.
out to Ben.
It's been fun. Catch you guys later.